You joined us. Thank you so much. I'm Vivian Brown.
And I'm Mark Elliott, and our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, has boosted the tornado condition index, the Torcon values, to 6 for portions of Missouri, a 60% chance of seeing tornadoes within that 50-mile radius.
And there is a good chance. In fact, yesterday, amazing video out of Northern California. Storms in this area yesterday spun the funnel cloud near Sacramento State University, one of at least 7 reported in the area yesterday.
And it's this system that is moving east into the plains, the jet energy associated with that low in California, leading to today's severe weather outbreak, including storms that are popping up in Oklahoma now as well. First out ahead, we've got a cluster of storms that's producing baseball-sized hail in Kentucky. Here's a watch from St. Louis to Indianapolis to Evansville. This goes until 6 o'clock, and we may have to have a watch come out soon in Oklahoma because storms are firing there too.
Oh yes, we are watching for hailstones, high winds, and tornadoes even. So our own Jen Carfagno is in the weather lab tracking these storms.
All right, a lot going on, guys. I want to give an update on the storms we've been tracking throughout the day that have been moving through Ohio, into Kentucky, and into West Virginia. Still the risk for hail on the southern edge of that. That, believe it or not, was a cluster of storms that started as one tiny thunderstorm in Iowa, eastern Iowa, last night, 10 o'clock last night, and this is where it is right now. And you can see that we're still tracking. It went through Charleston without too much fanfare, a little bit of fanfare, some cooler air there now, but this part of the cell right here still has the potential for some hail. All right, so we're tracking that, and it is moving east. It's going to continue to weaken as it moves over into Northern Virginia. Don't be concerned there. You've got that backdoor front that really stabilized your air in Northern Virginia. These storms, though, as we're tracking right here from St. Louis over into central and southern Illinois, these ones have been developing and popping over the last hour and a half or so. This one particular cell that we're tracking that's now heading towards the south side of St. Louis has been with us for about the last hour or two, and it does have a history of 2-inch size hail. So we're tracking that one eastward. There's the potential for maybe some of that hail to be a little bit larger as it goes in this direction here, just to this, moving east just to the south of St. Louis. We're tracking it east and over towards Eureka by 240, High Ridge by 248. These Illinois storms also have hail potential. Here's one for you just north of West Salem. Again, moving east, but a little bit north of east at about 30 miles per hour. We are tracking that one again on its way over towards north of Allendale and over towards the Vincennes area. The severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. And an area, guys, that has started to become more active is right here from Oklahoma into Texas.
Yeah, Jen, watching that area, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning over Osage County in Oklahoma. And then out ahead of that, sunshine. What does that tell you about later on today?
Yeah, destructive sunshine, guys. And you know what that means, that we are going to see the atmosphere really destabilize over that area even more. So let's zoom in. This is the visible satellite picture, and it shows us where the clouds are and what they look like, and the ones that are really bubbling up in the atmosphere. Those are the ones that are growing tall. These cumulonimbus clouds all the way from Oklahoma City to Wichita. We're starting to see those grow. Behind it, we've got dry air punching in. Ahead of it, we've got that warm, moist air. And so that dry air and that dry line is acting as one of the mechanisms to lift the air and get it going even more. So that's why we're seeing those thunderstorms build right along that boundary. You know, watching a couple of thunderstorms here in Texas, not concerned about these right now. We are watching that one cell, though, here in Oklahoma at the moment. Perhaps some hail with that one or some brief gusty winds. There's going to be more developing. What we're looking at here is our forecast radar, and this is a forecast for 7:30 tonight, and we're looking for the storms to develop in Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. Tulsa, heads up for you. If you get thunderstorms, it would be, you know, after 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. And then we get into the overnight hours, and this becomes a concern that people go to bed and they don't necessarily have their weather radios on. You need to have a way to get your warnings overnight tonight. We're talking about an area from northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, and then southwestern Missouri. We have a 6 on the Torcon right there. That's a 60% chance of tornadoes forming within a 50-mile radius.
Thanks, Jen. Dangerous weather during the overnight hours. My goodness, we have to have a way to get those warnings.
Absolutely. Now, as you just heard, the nation's midsection has a high risk of dangerous tornadoes over the next few hours.
Yeah, not to mention the dangerous thunderstorms that could do damage on their own over the next 24 hours. So let's bring in Dave Malkoff live in Wichita, Kansas. Dave, how are conditions out there for you right now?
Well, we keep on going from sun to rain and then back to sun. That's why I have the rain jacket on. We just had a little bit of rain coming here. We are just on the outer edge of the severe threat here. Most of it is to our southeast. There's a little bit of elevated risk to our southeast throughout the afternoon and early evening. Right now, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Cedarvale and Piru, which is to our south, and that's also around Sedan. So those areas in Kansas, those are all Kansas City south of us. Those have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let me take you up to the sky so you can see what it looks like here. We are right on the outer edge of that severe threat that we've been showing you all day, and the sky looks pretty clear here. We've got some clouds rolling through, but every once in a while we do have the sun poke through, and then we'll have a little bit of rain coming down. But we are definitely aware of what the situation is. We're taking a look at it. We are here on the ground for you, and we will keep you updated throughout the evening. So stick with us and we'll show you how it unfolds here in Wichita.
Thanks, Dave. You know, that is right on the edges of that severe weather zone where Dave's hanging out. But so many of you are under the gun today for severe weather, and it does continue into the night.
That's right. We're timing it out for you because as we go deeper into the evening hours, again, the sun will set, of course, and it becomes dark. Very dangerous for us. And we're looking at Tulsa, Oklahoma. After midnight tonight, that's when those storms will really become dangerous. And we could even be talking about the spinning of tornadoes.
Yeah, from Tulsa across over into Missouri, southeast Kansas, there is a 6 on the Torcon even tonight. Take a look at this. This is a time lapse of a supercell thunderstorm in Kansas. Yes, it's a bit jumpy, but this was taken at night. Only about 10 of the 50 frames were used because the lightning had to light up the sky. So any shot that had lightning there was put into this time lapse. Amazing to see that turning even in just a few frames. You always see something a little bit different when you time lapse these storms. And unfortunately, dangerous storms of potential again for tonight. St. Louis, your Torcon is a 6 out of 10, a 60% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius, which does include the St. Louis area. So let's go into the details here for St. Louis, because the greatest threat time for you starts off this afternoon, 3 p.m. or so local time, going all the way to midnight. That means after some of you are planning on going to bed, that threat still continues for you. Isolated tornadoes across the area, certainly a lot of wind and very large hail with any thunderstorm that showed up across the area. Wind and hail, one thing, but when you have a Torcon of 6, you definitely need to have a way to get those warnings, even if you are out and about just trying to do your errands, or if you're heading to bed. You have to always have a way to keep ahead of these storms. Viv, over to you.
That is so true, Mark. Well, let's talk more about the severe weather outbreak, because not only today, but tomorrow, right on into Friday, we notice the overall pattern of the jet stream staying pretty amplified, meaning a deep trough of low pressure over the west with this cold pocket of air, but a big ridge of high pressure allowing all of the warm, moist air to come in from the tropics, from the Gulf of Mexico. So we're setting the stage as a general pattern here for the severe weather. Today in the heart of the country, but tomorrow some of the same areas will be targeted, like northeast Texas into Arkansas, much of Missouri, Illinois. Now tomorrow will increase the chances of severe weather, including maybe tornadoes around Chicago even. So heads up for you in Chicago, extending over into the Detroit area as well, much of central and northern Indiana. St. Louis, you too, tomorrow a 40% chance of tornadoes in and around the St. Louis area, at least within a 50-mile radius. So very dangerous conditions setting up tomorrow for you, St. Louis. And again, Chicago on the Torcon scale, the Torcon, that's short for tornado conditions. That was a scale created by our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, here at the Weather Channel. The scale from 0 to 10, of course, 10 being 100% chance of tornadoes, but we have a 50% chance here within a 50-mile radius for you, Chicago, tomorrow afternoon. So you know we will be here not only for the rest of the evening today, but also throughout tomorrow as well. Well, you know, very few forces of nature are more frightening than a twister ripping up everything in its path. Severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes takes us inside a tornado and explains what makes it so destructive.
I'm going to talk about the anatomy of a tornado. Many tornadoes form from thunderstorms that themselves rotate. We call them supercells. They wrap the precipitation into this hook shape. The tornado tends to form just north of the edge of that hook. And that supercell thunderstorm has three-dimensional structure, the hook often in the southwest corner, and then the big tower of the body of the storm going up to the north and east of that. The hook itself is often part of a rotation at cloud base level that we call a wall cloud, and then the tornado comes down underneath that, and the tornado itself often kicks up dust and debris. We call that a debris cloud right down near the ground. Now, the tornado often has pretty much updraft going upward within it, but it has a rear-flank downdraft that comes down from that wall cloud on one side of it, updraft, warm, moist air coming down on the other. And for some tornadoes, the tornado, if it gets strong enough, will actually get a bit of a downdraft at the center, and the updraft within the tornado will instead go up on either side while the air spirals around on the edge of the tornado. And sometimes these wide downdraft at the center tornadoes can break down and have multiple vortices that we call suction vortices that revolve about it. Tornadoes can be complex. There you have it, the anatomy of a tornado.
And more chances of tornadoes today, so we're watching it for you closely. Already the history of large hailstones with some of these storms.
Yeah, up to 3 inches in some cases. Severe weather has been approaching the St. Louis area. Right now, we do have a storm that's just off to your west, and it's going to be moving in. You have a Torcon of 6 today, a 60% chance of seeing a tornado within the 50-mile radius that includes St. Louis. That will continue into tonight in southern Missouri, southeast Kansas, a wide zone of severe weather threats. For the immediate future, we're looking at this zone from central Missouri through St. Louis all the way over to Louisville and Indianapolis, up through Indiana there. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that continues through 6. Here's St. Louis, and off to your west, we've got some big storms. This one, a severe thunderstorm warning over the Sullivan area until 2:30. We've had some very impressive lightning amounts with this storm. We've also had large hail and gusty winds, and so the hail and the wind contributing to that severe thunderstorm warning. The hail threat, as it moves right along I-44, is indicating almost 1.5-inch hail aloft. So by the time it reaches the ground, maybe an inch in diameter, quarter-size hail, still enough to do some damage out there, that's for sure, and still a severe warning with it. Now we can slide all the way back towards Wichita here. Here's I-35, one of the newest severe thunderstorm warnings, generally headed towards the Independence area. Here's Tulsa in Oklahoma, so just over the border, Chautauqua and Cowley counties underneath this severe thunderstorm warning over the next several minutes. So look, as we put on like the 3D radar, that tower is absolutely building. We're watching a big climb to these storms, and once they start going, there's not much that's going to stop them this evening. Some nasty weather on the way. Viv, over to you.
All right, let's talk more about Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, because you have 2 major interstates that run, say, from St. Louis back to Kansas City or from St. Louis back to Oklahoma City, and that will be Interstate 70 and Interstate 44. So if you have travel plans on either of these interstates, please be prepared, because let's do the timing as we progress deeper into the evening hours. Right around that evening rush, 6 and 7 o'clock, that's when we think those storms will really start to fire on Interstate 70 just east of Kansas City and approaching the St. Louis area. So I'm telling you, if you are traveling Interstate 70, you need to be prepared to slow it down or just be prepared to pull over on the side of the road at times, because we're talking blinding rains and very, very gusty winds, and even the threat of tornadoes across this region later on. So again, you need to be prepared for the dangerous travel conditions, again, on Interstate 70, right on through the overnight hours and even tomorrow as well. Mark?
And severe storms are closing in on the nation's midsection. Oklahoma City in an area at risk for tornadoes again. Scott Newell, they're live tracking this severe weather threat. Scott, thanks for joining us. What are conditions like where you are? The wind increasing yet?
The wind right now, 21 miles an hour, and you can't really see it right here where we are, but if you look up at those flags up there, you can see how stiff those winds are right now, blowing those flags straight out. Temperature is about 77 degrees, 66% humidity. It feels wet. You can feel that moisture in the air. Now, the possibility of those severe storms could bring those damaging winds, possible tornadoes, and hail possibly the size of baseballs in some parts. Actually, the more possibility of the severe weather is a little bit north north and central in Oklahoma, not right where we are right now, but people are getting ready. You know, it's been a very, very odd tornado season here. Normally they've had thunderstorms and some tornadoes by now, a lot more than they've had. If you look back, the last one here and the first one was March 25th in Tulsa and also in Moore. And you know, Moore, Oklahoma got hit a couple of years ago by a very bad storm as well. So people are saying, gee, this has been really kind of an odd spring season. I talked to one of them, his name is Robert Magaro. Here's his evaluation of what so far it's been like this season.
I haven't seen many tornadoes this year, maybe one that we've had in the past 2 weeks, but other than that, it's been pretty calm.
What are you expecting tonight?
Thunderstorms. That's about it.
You don't think there's going to be anything severe? You're not worried?
Not worried. Nah.
He is not worried, but you've got to be prepared, and we'll keep it.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live, where we are following these giant and building storms. St. Louis on the right side of your screen. These are the storms that are just off to the south and west of St. Louis. Extremely large hail being supported in the updrafts of these thunderstorms. They're falling out at baseball size. That report coming to us from a storm chaser in the area who had their front windshield broken and blown out by the hail. That is the end of that chase day, that's for sure. You got to be careful. These storms are absolutely packing a punch as they roll along the I-44 corridor. There will be lots of reports of hail like this. This is in Morgan County, Missouri. Now look at this from Ryan Sloan. Giant hail filling his palm there. So yes, we are getting verified reports of baseball-sized hail in those storms south of St. Louis. This is just one of the many threats that we are tracking with storms today. A history of damage with these storms, and you know what? We're going to have storms popping up back towards the west as well as we continue to follow nasty weather now in Oklahoma and in Kansas. Here's another example of the big storm out of Milford Township in Ohio. Damage here because of the winds that came through. Winds damaged trees, flipped trucks, kind of tore off siding and did some roof damage as well. We've been following these storms since this time yesterday. Day 2 of the outbreak continues now. More severe weather on the way. Let's continue to get the updates on these storms by going out to the lab. Viv there with our Jen Carfagno following the nasty weather. Guys, a lot to follow right now.
Oh, absolutely. We're following mainly, well, first of all, anyway, that line of storms that moved through out of Ohio into West Virginia.
And I think that hail picture that Mark had actually might have been out of Kentucky, where baseball-sized hail has been reported on the tail end of that squall line that we've been tracking. Actually started in Iowa last night as a little thunderstorm, and it moved more than 600 miles. Now it's tracking through West Virginia. Let's look at the radar so I can show you what's going on here. We've got still a warning on that cell. Again, a history of baseball-sized hail, so be forewarned about that. This particular one, as we still track it on radar, severe thunderstorm warning for Inez and Warfield, these cities, until 4 o'clock local time.
And that area under a severe thunderstorm watch still until 6 o'clock local time.
And here's some of the reports. Teacup-sized hail, 3-inch hail, and baseball-sized hail as well. All right, let's go over to St. Louis, where this cell, and Mark showed this, this is very concerning for a number of reasons. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and for Crawford, Franklin, Washington County until 3:15. We're tracking this one and the one behind it. History of hail already in this area, and big hail, more than 2 inches in size in history. But you look at this particular cell right here, it almost looks like there's a little bit of a notch, Viv, and I want to...
a little bit of hook?
Yeah, well, we'll look at that. First, I want to show the hail history. I mean, look at all these reports already, and we're, you know, still tracking storms, the same storm through this area. Watching it move just to the south and east of St. Louis. It looks like it's turning a little bit to the right, so we're tracking it a little more south than we were before. But right there, we've been just south of Miramacqua, if I hope I pronounced that correctly. And here we're watching a little bit of rotation. And so this is indicated on the Doppler radar. there is no tornado warning, but I want to give a heads up to this area that, again, it's right in that little notch right here that we are watching. Then we have this other warning for the cell behind it, and that we're watching that until 3:15. Again, a lot of hail across this area. In Illinois, and we also have some storms with hail heading towards Vincennes. This goes until 3 o'clock. And then, Viv, we've got all of this activity that we are tracking.
And this is near the dry line, so we could be talking about some big-time hailstones as well in this area.
Yes, and we're seeing that right here. This one has the potential for some big hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds already reported out of this. So watching this cell as it tracks up here towards the northeast, it is racing. The storm itself is moving at about 60 miles per hour.
That is right. Okay, this area also suspect for a tornado watch later on. So we're watching this area as well for possible tornadoes.
I'll outline that in here. This is where the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, is expecting to issue a tornado watch here soon. There's about a 95% chance of it. And with the storms already popping, you know, expecting that to happen
So
soon.
heads up for you around the Joplin, Missouri area, eastern Oklahoma, and extreme southeastern Kansas for a good chance of tornadoes even.
All right, Mark, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, ladies. And of course, we want to go out to the field. We want to bring in our own Dave Malkoff live in Wichita. Dave, are you able to see the top of that anvil for the storm that's producing hail a few counties away from you, south and east from where you are?
No, we're pretty far west of there and a little bit north, so we're still watching for that area to come towards us, but we're on the very edge of this of this severe section of the country. But as you can see right now, as I speak, the sun is coming out and beaming down on us. It's been about 20 years since a devastating tornado event has happened here in the city of Wichita, but they are definitely prepared. Let's bring in Deputy Chief Brad Crisp. He is the fire marshal for the city. Now, what have you actually done? You've had a series of meetings.
Yeah, we get together with our emergency services partners in advance of these kinds of events. Starting yesterday, we started meeting with our friends in law enforcement, EMS, Public Works, Emergency Communications.
Even the electric company, right?
Yeah, the electric company, the school board, and others, so that we all know what each other's doing and we all know what to expect if something bad were to happen.
So your main goal is to get everyone in place in case something happens. You've been very lucky here for the last 20 years, right?
Yeah, but we have a lot of experience with these kinds of things. Tornadoes aren't foreign to us. We haven't had a big one for a while, but we want everybody to know what to expect from not only the fire department and the police department, but from the other people in our system so that we can respond appropriately in the event something bad happens.
People who live in Kansas definitely know that they are right in the path of this. So, so everybody kind of is on high alert today. I mean, do people that you've been talking to, people in the department, people in that meeting, what do they think about today versus any other event that they've gone through?
You know, we have a lot of different kinds of weather in Kansas, and tornadoes can obviously be very devastating, but everybody's really prepared for those kinds of things. We start talking about it early, and people who live in this community know what to expect when severe weather comes around, and they're good people, and they know what to do, and they know what to expect.
As you saw, severe thunderstorm warning down in the Sedan area. You were saying that was happening yesterday as well, too.
Yeah, they had some severe weather back to the east, about an hour east of Wichita last night, so they got quite a bit of weather last night. We're waiting to see how this weather system shifts east or west to see how it's going to impact Wichita.
And would you guys respond to something as far as even Joplin or the Pittsburgh area? Would you go that far?
Sure. If called for, we would send assistance. We don't send our entire units out. Obviously, we have to keep people at home to take care of emergencies that occur here because, you know, if we have a severe weather event, the other emergencies don't stop, the medical calls and the car wrecks, but we're prepared to send resources to places to help our neighbors out as well if we need to.
Perfect. Deputy Chief Brad Crisp, thank you so much.
Right.
And
thank you.
He'll get to another meeting coming up a little later on in the evening. As the evening progresses, we may have an elevated risk here. For right now, we've got the sun shining, and I probably have to take off the rain jacket because we don't have any rain coming down on us right now.
Yeah, Dave, that's true, although that sun helps to destabilize the atmosphere, setting the stage for your big storms later. Thanks so much. Viv, over to you.
Yes, self-destructive sunshine. Now, speaking of the threat of severe weather, not only are we talking about large hailstones, high winds, and possible tornadoes, but heavy downpours, too, on top of already very saturated grounds. Look at the saturated grounds that we've had the past 7 days, 5 to 8 inches in this area here. You see the orange, but then the area of yellow, 3 to 5 inches have fallen, so the ground is is very saturated in this area. So with more storms and heavy rain falling on these saturated grounds, flooding will be a huge concern across this region, and we'll keep you posted here. Mark, back to you.
And Viv, we are following the latest in regards to severe thunderstorm warnings. Check out this cell, 80-mile-per-hour winds headed. Just a little bit rainy out there, huh? Look at that. Heavy rain pounding down on the windshield, water ponding on the roadways there. This was intense rain in the Indianapolis area, and my goodness, you can just feel how difficult it was to drive when these storms rolled through. Unfortunately, heavy rain is just the beginning of the threats that we are going to be seeing. A multi-day severe weather outbreak has begun. Behind me, we've got the threat for Chicago, a 5 on the Torcon scale. That's not today, that's tomorrow. Let's go over some of this timing for you, because you have to know what's still to come for you in the Chicago area. Your greatest threat will be Thursday, and it could be all day Thursday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. A couple of different rounds of storms will come through. Damaging wind gusts and large hail looking likely in the Chicagoland area, but there is that threat for isolated tornadoes, and that's why the Torcon number is 5 here behind me. It means a 50% chance of seeing a tornado within any 50-mile radius within this zone, and Chicago is included within that Torcon of 5. So be wary tomorrow. Have a way to get your warnings and know where to go. Whether you're at home or school or work, you have to have those backup plans and those safety plans ready before the storm crashes your way. Viv, over to you.
All right, so today is the day for sure. Let's talk more about the severe weather outbreak, because the overall setup now, the upper air wind pattern is basically setting up like this. You can see the dip in the jet stream across the west, big ridge over the east, all of that moisture being pulled in from the surface, from the Gulf of Mexico, actually from the tropics, and being pulled all the way into the mid-Mississippi Valley. At the same time now, at the surface, we have very dry air coming across the southwest, and that's punching into the very warm, moist, unstable air mass. And this cold air, or this drier air, is basically lifting the moist air right out ahead of it, and that's causing those stronger updrafts to develop. And as we go deeper into the afternoon hours, we're talking about the large threat of severe weather and even tornadoes. Anywhere you see here the outlined area of red from the central parts of Oklahoma all the way into south central Ohio, we are watching this region for the rest of the afternoon into the overnight hours. Now, when severe weather strikes, it's important now to have a plan. But if you're on the highway, what do you do? Well, as KSNT reporter Tyler Carter reports, now motorists in parts of Kansas have a safe option during a storm.
When at home or traveling on the road, sometimes severe weather does hit. Oftentimes, you have to think quick. Do you keep driving or pull over and look for shelter?
I was traveling with my family, so I'd be a lot more comfortable in stopping at something that was designed to protect us while we're out on the road.
But is shelter easy to find? The Kansas Turnpike is not just a toll road, getting drivers from one side of Kansas to the other, but it also provides a place to take emergency shelter. It's not your average storm shelter.
Those shelters are for employees and for those people who are driving on the turnpike.
Built like a basement, this severe weather shelter is designed to protect motorists from blizzards, tornadoes, and thunderstorms. Just to give you an idea of the size of the shelter, it runs the entire length of the toll. It's more than 6 feet tall, and I can almost touch both sides by extending my arms. Severe weather shelter signs are posted at nearly every toll stop and are designed only for those who work at the toll booths or caught in the open.
If you can find somewhere around your house, your basement, we don't want you leaving your home if that tornado is getting close. We obviously don't want you leaving your home trying to drive somewhere to get there.
KHP says the last thing you want to do is hide under an overpass. They become traps for wind tunnels and flying debris.
It's good to have those tunnels there. That's very nice.
Yeah, and you know, you have to seek shelter now if you are well south and west of St. Louis. A huge storm producing giant hail, spiked hail that could measure 4 inches across.
Okay, that is larger, of course, than a tennis ball when you talk about going acrosswise there. But look at the hail tracker. We're noticing these as they move east or just south of the St. Louis area.
And although we have not had many reports of tornadoes today, we've had several reports of very large hail. Check out this view from Morgan County, Kentucky. Hail filling someone's palm there. And this is just one of many areas that has seen reports of hail like this. The storm in southern Missouri also reporting huge hail. Jen, hail, wind, and eventually tornadoes a potential as the storms roll on today into tonight.
Yeah, that hail actually up to 4 inches now reported southwest of St. Louis. Let me show you the radar. As you can imagine, there are warnings right here with this storm cell. Here's what we are tracking right here. This is the storm. We're going to zoom into it. It's crossing right over Interstate 44 right now. I bet right here around the town of Sullivan and down towards St. Cloud, a lot of cars are getting pummeled by hail right here at this time. Now, we are tracking this cell as it moves off to the south and east over towards Pea Ridge by 308 and Rich Woods at 326. You know, this storm cell certainly has had reports of hail. We're going to send it over to our Dr. Greg Forbes to get a look, Greg, at sort of the inside of this storm. How about an MRI of the storm, as you like to call it?
Yeah, indeed. And I certainly want to warn people that 4-inch hail coming down, even baseball-size hail coming down at the speed of the fastball major league pitcher throws it, could be deadly. And look at that core that's here, lavender core there, probably now mostly just east of I-44, probably has crossed there. I wanted to show you, I'll circle this area. We have a way with the dual pole radar now to show that these blue colors in there, that's all hail. That is not showing up as heavy rain. And I'll take a look here at what I'm going to show as an MRI. If you were just south of the storm here, I've made the outer part of the radar look like clouds. So there's the anvil, there's the overshooting top. But as I slide it around, if you were looking at this from the west, then you would see I've made the hail core show up in there. So hiding inside the cloud, a big core of hail that's falling down now in the area just east of I-44. So 3D structure, Jen, of a hailstorm.
Dr. Forbes, there's going to be more opportunity to look at that today. Unfortunately, we've got more storms we're tracking. One I need to point out real quick for you here in Kansas. We've been tracking this supercell thunderstorm with winds of over 80 miles per hour. It's racing off to the northeast. Independence, Coffeyville, heads up. The storm is coming in your direction. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jen. And of course, we want to watch those storms that are now just firing along the dry line in Oklahoma as well.
That's where we find our own Kate Parker. She's in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the skies are definitely getting darker, Kate.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the rumbles of thunder behind me, but it definitely is rumbling. The good news is not severe weather. We have positioned ourselves in a safe place. What we've got going on off toward my west, that's what direction we're looking here. Dark clouds. We definitely have rain. We have thunder. We have lightning. But we've also got the northwest direction here because as we go later into the evening, northwest of Tulsa, closer along the Kansas border, that's where we're going to be watching some of the stronger storms like Jen was just showing you there. The dynamics are a little bit better to support some larger hail and to see some of those stronger winds. Later today, you can see how the sky's a little bit lighter in places. If this breaks up a little bit, we're going to see some the instability increase. We're going to get a little bit more of that heating. So that's the direction we'll watch later today. Off to my west, 10 minutes from here, Sand Springs, Oklahoma, where if you remember just 2 weeks ago, we had a devastating tornado there. It was a fatal tornado. You're looking at video of it right now. This is obviously a city that's still on edge. Again, it was just 10 minutes to my west, right behind me, that we saw this happen. So in talking with folks here in the Tulsa area, they've definitely said that they're still on edge about this and that they're a little bit nervous going forward with this risk of severe weather, especially through the overnight hours here. That's always a major concern for us. We need you to be on alert overnight. That's our goal here. Mark, Viv, back to you.
Thanks, Kate. Good news that you're staying safe out there with that thunderstorm approaching.
We remember that Sand Spring tornado very, very well, unfortunately.
And we are all about today's storms, and the threat continues into the night. All day, all night coverage continuing right here.
Currently in our area, 83 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 66. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, more clouds than sun. High 83. Here's our 7-day outlook.
At least 20 states with the threat of severe weather today. So more damage like this is unfortunately looking more and more likely. Look at what 70-mile-an-hour winds did to the tractor trailer on the road here.
And our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, is issuing a Torcon value of 6 across some areas today, which means a 60% chance of tornadoes over the next few hours. Ahead, the areas that need to be on alert.
And today's other big threat that you need to know about is the heavy rain that could cause more flash flooding like this. Some areas that are already waterlogged could see 3 to 5 inches more rain.
We'll break it down for you, the timing, the locations of it all in this extended edition of Weather Center Live, tracking a multi-day severe weather outbreak. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Vivian Brown.
And I'm Mark Elliott. We have extended coverage. Dangerous storms have already started. In fact, our Dr. Greg Forbes has boosted his tornado condition index, the Torcon values, to 6 for portions of Missouri, a 60% chance of tornadoes within any 50-mile radius.
It will be somewhat associated with a part of a system that broke off yesterday in Northern California. It spawned at least 7 reported funnel clouds like you see here. This one caught on tape near Sacramento State's Hornet Stadium.
And you're absolutely right, Viv. It's this system that's now moving east. That jet energy is going through the plains, leading to more tornado potential today. We've already seen several rounds of thunderstorms, including ones now breaking out here in the center of the country. A severe thunderstorm watch, the newest one issued by the Storm Prediction Center, includes Tulsa, includes Springfield, and the southern suburbs of Kansas City throughout the rest of the day. That goes until 7 o'clock. Just off to the east, St. Louis, Evansville, Indianapolis, and everywhere in between. Severe thunderstorm watch until 6. And still following storms that started off last night in Iowa, still producing wind and hail now in Kentucky and West Virginia. Severe thunderstorm watch there until 6 o'clock as well.
And we do want to point out that these are severe thunderstorm watches. No tornado watches yet, but let's go to Jen Carfagno. She's in the weather lab tracking these storms with still the potential of tornadoes, Jen.
Certainly, and that's going to be a threat through the night. Now, we want to look at storms right now that have mainly been bringing a hail threat, and there's some storms with extreme winds across Kansas as well. Let's go into south of St. Louis. I want to zoom right into this morning. We've been tracking this storm cell with a history of very large hail, 4-inch size hail. We're talking grapefruit size hail, and you can't be outside with that, right? You're going to get hurt if you are hit by a hailstone that size. But not to mention, this storm is moving across some roads here. It's just leaving Interstate 44, but it's going to move over into the Richwoods area, and so we're concerned about some large hail coming out of this to cause some damage. Pea Ridge, Richwoods, you are in the mix 323 through Richwoods, DeSoto at 352. It should stay south of St. Louis Metro. Now, watching some showers pop here just out ahead of the dry line and around the Tulsa area where our Cape Parker is. There's some thunderstorms. There's one in the area right here, not at severe limits, but this one in southern Kansas, this one packs a punch with wind, and we are seeing reports of very strong winds up over 70 and 80 miles per hour coming out of this storm cell. This one over Independence right now, Neodacia, also we're tracking it towards you as well. This one until 3:30 under a warning. And what you're noticing as we take a look at our visible satellite, this shows us a picture of the cloud tops here. That's that big blow up of clouds that we're seeing in southeastern Kansas. Tulsa, we're getting some that storm as well overhead. Where we have this dry air punching in behind it, that's our dry air, and that's forming our dry line where it meets up with the warm, moist air ahead of it, and it really is sort of lining up with where we're seeing the showers and storms first start to form right now in this whole area that we're watching here today. Guys.
Jen, that was a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued, and we were thinking that that might be a tornado watch, but again, we need to stress the fact that there is still a big chance of tornadoes.
It certainly is, and I think that threat is going to increase as we get into the overnight as well, so that's something to keep in mind. You know, we look at this area right here, and the primary mode of severe weather so far has been hail today. There have also been some severe wind reports, but overall it's been hail, so I think maybe that's one of the things at play here. We take a look at, you know, we've got the warm moist air, we've got the dry air moving in. One thing you can't really see from this vantage point is that we've got some very strong winds at the upper levels. It's It's one of the things that's going to drive these thunderstorms and the possibility of these storms rotating. But also, it's going to keep them moving as well. And so we're going to be watching for some very fast-moving storms as we get into the evening and overnight. Southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri, right here. Watch for that. This is 11:30 tonight. We're going to start to see storms moving into this area, and that's an area that has a lot of instability and things working together, unfortunately, to create severe weather. Again, continuing overnight tonight. We want to make sure people, as they go to bed tonight, have a way to get their warnings.
Thanks, Jen. Definitely good advice there, as this is a threat that will continue through the night.
That is right. So let's go to our own Dave Malkoff. He's right there in the middle of the country. In fact, he's in Wichita, Kansas, and keeping us updated on the there.
Yeah, the weather keeps switching back from cold and a little bit rainy to bright and sunny. Let me just give you a look at the sky right now. It's been pretty covered all day, but now we've got a big break in all this. Not necessarily a good thing, because as that sun comes down and radiates and heats up the atmosphere, that can destabilize things around here. But we are generally outside of the severe threat area right now. We do have that other area that we just saw on radar over in Independence and pushing towards the Pittsburgh area. That is to our southeast. So we are here in Wichita. That's to our southeast, and it's popping over there. It's also popping down in Oklahoma. Right now, the fire department is on high alert. They've had several meetings throughout the day, not just with the fire department, but with all first responders, even with the school district and the electric company. They're all getting together to make sure they understand what the threat is and what it's going to be like going throughout the night. We've only got one cancellation to talk to you about. That's Wichita State had a softball game for tonight, and that's been canceled. That's the only thing that, as far as we can tell, that has been canceled around this area. So a lot of people who live here in Kansas know these storms, even though they haven't had a devastating event in some 2 decades here. They know that there is a threat here. No matter where you are and no matter where the zones are, you still have to be on high alert, you guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Dave. Thanks so much for that report. I mean, they haven't seen a lot of big storms so far this year, but an area well-versed in severe weather, they're going to be ready when the storms show up.
Absolutely, and that is the key to be weather ready. So as we head to break, let's check out the hour-by-hour timing of the severe weather, so you know if the storms are headed your way, how to be prepared. Okay, Springfield, Missouri, right on deeper into the evening hours to the overnight hours, the wee hours of the morning, looking at storms.
Yeah, even into tomorrow, storms still a potential. We'll update you next.
We've been tracking a thunderstorm near Sullivan, Missouri. This is south and west of St. Louis, Missouri. And that storm has had quite the history of very large hail, baseball-sized hail. Now it has a tornado warning on it. And we're tracking this tornado warning for Crawford County and Washington County until 3:30 local time. Closer view, you can see the area that we're watching right in here as that radar goes into motion. That's where some rotation has been indicated. Let's go over to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, as we track this cell moving to the east, Greg, and looking at the potential for rotation within it.
Indeed, and we've been following a supercell north and east of this one that has produced a large hail, but this one is on a flanking storm that now has formed down to the south and west. It has actually kind of an unusual position. The tornado circulation is back in this location, back in the area behind the main body of the storm. So right in about there is where the potential tornado is located, a little on the unusual side. We do, though, have a supercell thunderstorm that is forming here, so we may get yet a new location for a possibility of a tornado on the leading edge of that storm. And additionally, we're watching supercell thunderstorm that is pushing with the storm that's had the big hail off to its north and east. So, Jen, there's also a brand new tornado warning there in Indiana, Brown and Monroe County.
Yeah, we're tracking that one here, not too far from Bloomington. So let's zoom in and take a look at where we are tracking this latest potentially tornadic thunderstorm. So we're zooming into it, and we're going to be watching for that particular area, zoomed out of it. the concern for a tornado with a warning for Brown and Monroe County until 4:45. We're back in Crawford, though, on the radar right now, back in Crawford and Washington counties that Greg just looked at and talked about. It's this other storm that we're tracking as well over here near Bloomington. Again, this one includes Benton, Hamblin, and Salt Creek. This goes until 4:45 local time. Let's get a closer view in. You can see this storm heading towards the Nashville area of Indiana. Now, you know, we've been tracking these storms that have already been hail producers. We saw quarter-inch hail in Vincennes, Indiana. So concern certainly as we track these storms east that not only will they have the risk for hail and potentially strong winds, but in this case, there is the risk of a tornado with Doppler radar indicated rotation. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Jen. Well, one of the areas that will see severe and dangerous storms and even the possibility of tornadoes is Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Kate Parker there live. And Kate, we've been hearing the rumbles of thunder in the distance. That storm on top of you guys yet?
That thunderstorm has actually now gone ahead and moved on out of here. We're looking northwest behind me this direction. You can see a little bit of clearing. This is not good news for later in the day. Northwest is where our eyes will be later today. Now to the due west, that's where we've been watching a lot of the rain come in this afternoon, but it's not been severe. The dynamics are a little better to our north. That's where we've had some pretty significant hail reports and those severe thunderstorms that are moving right along the Oklahoma-Kansas border. That's where they're a little bit stronger. But in Oklahoma today, this is kind of the thing that puts you on edge because it was just a short time ago, 2 weeks ago, that we saw a tornado, an EF2 tornado, roll through Sand Springs. That's only 10 minutes west of here. So just right down the road. Now, we have been still hearing a lot of lightning and thunder, but I do want to let you guys know that we're in a safe position. We never recommend being out in a thunderstorm. We're at Fire Station number 2, Tulsa Fire Department, and so we've got inside-outside thing going right now to make sure we stay safe through the afternoon. Back to you guys.
Kate, thanks so much. Yeah, you got to stay safe out there when those storms are rolling in.
All right, we have another tornado warning to tell you about, too, in the southern parts of Indiana. Let's recap that for you on radar because Doppler radar is indicating a little twist and now a little rotation with a thunderstorm that's approaching just south of St. Louis, south and west of St. Louis. That's the one you're looking at here. You can see south of Interstate 44, south of Sullivan, Missouri. Again, Doppler radar is indicating some rotation, so if you're in Crawford or Washington counties, please be on the lookout. This particular thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado as we speak. Go to an interior room on the lowest floor of your home.
We also have a tornado warning going on right now in Indiana, Brown and Monroe counties, heading generally towards Nashville. Take shelter right now.
We are tracking 2 supercell thunderstorms with tornado warnings. Let's go to one of them in Indiana. So tracking this thunderstorm as it moves into Brown and Monroe County. It's northern Brown, it's east central Monroe. We're tracking this warning until 4:45 local time as we track it east, the towns of Unionville, where baseball-sized hail has just been reported. You are in the path of this storm. And again, we're tracking it over here towards the east. Large hail history. Concern that there'll be more hail and also that there'll be the concern of a tornado. It is Doppler radar indicated rotation. Now, Dr. Forbes is standing by here as well, tracking this one and tracking this storm in Missouri, Greg, that we've been tracking, which I believe there's a new tornado warning that's come out with that too.
Yeah, indeed. The Missouri storm is evolving pretty rapidly. I'm going to take a look first with a high definition radar to the Indiana storm. It really has turned into quite a hook echo, and it's heading with that hook. The tornado likes to form in there right toward Nashville, Indiana. This is off to the east of Bloomington. Take a quick look at the velocities. We have the red and green touching here, so that's the closest thing to a tornado vortex signature. It's not extremely strong rotation at this time, but I'll zoom you over then to the radar out of Missouri, and we did have a tornado warning for the west side of this storm, and I said that was a bit of an unusual position. If you watched this about 10 minutes ago, I said I thought that the storm might reorganize its rotation in the hook on the east side. That's more classic, and indeed a brand new tornado warning now for Jefferson and St. Francis counties there. And I'll take a look at the velocities on this one, and it is really cranking. Can you see how fast the greens are coming northbound, the yellows and reds are going southbound? So big tornado vortex signature right there. Let me see if we have any. We're already beginning to have in parts of that some blue, what we call the debris signature, the low correlation coefficients tumbling So the only issue about that is it's in relatively low return, so I wouldn't guarantee that that's a tornado at this point, but this is one going to go just to the north of Potosi that looks, Jen, very likely that is going to become the strongest rotation we've seen, and maybe the first real tornado that we've seen thus far today.
Well, really, with that area of convection of thunderstorms, we've been tracking some, slight rotation here through the last half hour or so. So it's certainly all coming together and tightening up there with that tornado warning that we're tracking there south and west of St. Louis. It's not in St. Louis, it's south of there. As we look at the tornado warnings, again, there are the two warnings that we are tracking for you. And again, it's out towards Potosi as that this hook right here, as this moves on in, this is where it's likely that we're going to see the tornado right inside that hook. And Greg showed you how on the velocity you've got the winds indicating where there is that tight rotation within the thunderstorm. Now we're going to track it for you based on the storm motion. And around 3:29, the town of Aptos, Old Mines at 3:37, Bellefontaine at 3:43, Blackwell at 3:52, and Melzo at 3:57. Again, tracking it on the move. And as we've seen with these storms, they have all seem to have a history of hail, and in some cases big hail. So that is going to be another concern as well. We urge folks to get to safety, to make sure you guys have your plan and ready to go for tonight, because again, these storms are approaching right now to the town of Potosi. Here's our hail tracker. And the hail tracker is not necessarily a given as to how big it's going to be, but we've been watching for storms throughout the last couple of hours that have produced some very big hail. This hail tracker would estimate a hail size of 3.1 inches. So we're talking, tennis ball size hail. We've had reports of that already today. We've had baseball size hail. So a big concern about large hail, which would cause significant damage. Certainly would affect some cars and some windshields if anyone gets stuck out there in this hailstorm. A little farther to the north, the forecast hail size is 1.6 north of Potosi, just south of the Richwoods area. We're getting into that time of day where people are trying to rush home after work and they're out on the roads. Again, there is likely to be hail within these thunderstorms, but the big concern right now is with this risk of a tornado. The warning continues until 3:45. Heads up in the town of Potosi.
Welcome back into Weather Center Live. We are following dangerous storms, including tornadoes. I'm Mark Elliott.
I'm Vivian Brown. Let's go out to the lab with Jen Carfagno with more on these storms. Jen.
Yeah, the warnings keep coming out right now, guys, and we have a couple of tornado warnings to track. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with hail potential out there today as well. Let's focus on the storms, though, right now that have that tornado potential. We are going south and west of St. Louis, Missouri. This is the cell we're tracking. This one really has organized, as you can see on radar, and in the reflectivity, you can see what we refer to as a hook echo, just like this. And you can just imagine, right, the air getting inflow right in here into that crook of the hook, and this would be the area that we would likely see a tornado. We've been watching it not just in the reflectivity and the hook echo, but in the velocity, which shows us any rotation. We've seen it there as well. Tracking it, Bellefontaine 3:45, Blackwell 3:53, Silver Springs 4:02, and Kester 4:15. You need to get to your safe shelter right now as this storm tracks to the east. I want to bring in Dr. Greg Forbes, and Dr. Forbes, you've been tracking this cell and looking at the potential of this tornado, which really has been tightening up.
It really has. It's formed into really what I would call now a classic supercell thunderstorm. That means the storm itself has a strong rotating updraft, and of course when that happens, there's a strong chance of it having a tornado. Here's what I mean by that supercell structure. The whole storm is rotating. It draws the precipitation into this spiral, a couple of bird wings, if you will, coming together, and then as Jen was showing, this weaker precipitation area, the weak inflow region, is where the warm air is coming in, and then it rises up and heads out in the parent thunderstorm. Now, the tornado likes to sit right inside or very close to the edge, the interface between that rain-cooled rear flank downdraft that spirals around in the hook and then the inflow. So taking a look there, that is, well, we've had a brand new scan come in. Right in here, right about over Potosi at this point, we have all of this flow coming in from the north and northwest. We have this green flow that's coming in from the south and east. So very strong rotation there. In fact, if I asked the radar to quantify how strong that rotation is, you see that there's a spot there that it goes blue, green, there's a spot of yellow. So that's up to the third level of intensity with that. if I ask the radar, are we seeing any debris with this? There are some specks of blue inside of that. There could be some debris either from wind or maybe a chance of a tornado that has formed, that is have begun to form in there. But
Funnel cloud halfway to ground.
funnel cloud now is being seen with this near the Potosi area, going about halfway down to the ground, just to the east side of Potosi. And so that will be heading over here to the area near and just to the north, probably about a mile north of Bonne Terre and 2 or 3 miles to the south of DeSoto. We're talking about southeast, east parts of Missouri, Jen. And there's additional storms. This one has big hail. There's storms with tornado and hail also in Indiana.
Yes, we are watching another thunderstorm in Indiana where there's a tornado warning and has a history of large hail as well. In fact, baseball-sized hail out of this one. So let's go here east of Bloomington, Indiana, south of Indianapolis. This is in Monroe County, and we're tracking this, and also, Brown County, and we're tracking this particular storm. We're able to see the rotation on the Doppler radar as well. Nashville at 434, Clarksdale 447, 455, Stony Lonesome, Columbus 513, and Clifford 524. All of these locations, if you are in this location, you need to get to your safe room, get to your basement if you have it, if not, interior room, and away from walls and windows of the outside. All right, so we're tracking this storm cell. Greg, this is another one where it doesn't look as impressive from the reflectivity standpoint, Greg, but certainly when you look at the rotation, it's there.
It is there. It's not as organized, not as impressive as the Missouri storm. About 10 minutes ago, it had quite a hook on it, but now at this point, it has gotten a little less organized. There is the main body of what had been the supercell, but what has happened now is some of the hook area has really surged forward. Some of the rain-cooled air, maybe even some hail-cooled air. There's a spot of hail there real close to the Nashville, Indiana area. So I'll take a look here at the velocities. It is, and I think the velocities have not quite kept up with the precipitation pattern. The strongest rotation there is showing up right around this location. So this one is getting a little bit disorganized compared to the one that's near Potosi, Missouri, but still the possibility perhaps of a rain-wrapped tornado partly enshrouded in rain around the Nashville area, or maybe another circulation that could be coming toward Nashville, Indiana. But this one seems to be having gotten maybe a little bit interfered with by its own precipitation. We call this one a high precipitation supercell. The one in Missouri may be a little bit more classic, might turn high precipitation though, and maybe it will choke itself off, we hope.
And those HP supercells, high precipitation supercells, always make me worried because people may not see the tornado if it's there. So you can't rely on, on viewing it. You need to get to your safe place if you are under a warning. Another storm cell that I'm tracking right now is actually up in Kansas, and we've been watching this one as it moved from Oklahoma and crossed over the state line into Kansas. Very strong winds reported with this cell right up here. Reports of 70 to 80 mile-per-hour winds about a half hour ago. That storm cell was a little further to the south and west before. Right now it's over Chanute, Kansas, over down towards Parsons. You're certainly in the storm as well, but the worst of it seems to be right up here. Chanute, Humboldt, and Parsons, all places under the severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. Watching this one, there's also the risk for hail within this as well, and certainly watching the radar to see if any rotation is exhibited by this particular cell. There's no tornado warning on this one. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Here's the hail tracker. It has a history of reports of large hail. The hail tracker would estimate that we've got hail at about 1.5 inches or so, which could cause some minor damage to your roof or maybe to your vehicle. Lots of reports of hail, Viv and Mark, have come out from the storms that we've tracked all day today.
Oh yes, and we've been tracking them very closely. In fact, we have pictures of some of the baseball-sized hailstones that fell out of Missouri.
Yeah, this is from the town of Sullivan. Check that out. Filling the cup holder there in the car. Daring move to run out of the car to try to grab that one. Hannah Finley sending in this photo.
That's at least the size of a tennis ball, it looks like.
And how about this one out of Kentucky?
Okay, this is Morgan County, Kentucky, the hail from Amy Key. And again, you can see that's about the size of a tennis ball as well, which is about 2.5, 3 inches in diameter.
And of course, we have been following storms moving out of Ohio into West Virginia. Look at that, covering the grounds. Video of hail here, smacking against the truck. covering the ground, making it for difficult travel there. The street just off to the left side of the screen. And my goodness, you talk about driving on sleet or snow. Hail, when it covers the ground, can be dangerous too.
Yeah, and a testament to say, you know, when we say hail and we show those pictures of 1 or 2 hailstones, but when you get like 50 to 100, you know, hailstones like this, that's where the danger really lies.
And Jen, a great example of the different types of hailstones, whether the cylindrical and solid or kind of the spiky. It's always amazing what the atmosphere can do.
It's always amazing, and that picture you showed of that one from Sullivan, guys, was amazing because that looked pretty cylindrical, but I've saw reports coming in from some spotters in the area that there was some spiky hail as well. Sullivan, Missouri is right along Interstate 44 right here, and so I bet there are a lot of people in their cars on I-44 just not knowing what to do with that big hail pounding their cars. If you can imagine, it must have been a real tough ride. Luckily, for Sullivan anyway, that storm has moved to their south and east.
Yeah, there were reports that some chasers had their front windows blown out because of 2-inch hail. So a dangerous go today on the roads, that's for sure.
Okay, watching out for hail, high winds, heavy rain, and definitely keeping you updated on the tornado threat. There is a new tornado advisory that has just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is a tornado watch. Now, this is out until midnight tonight for the south central parts there of Kansas through west central Oklahoma and a little small area there, the Panhandle of Texas.
Yeah, Dave Malkoff in Wichita, Kate Parker in Tulsa. So we are covering this watch for you as that threat continues into the night. Meanwhile, the current tornado warning south of St. Louis, heading generally towards St. Francis. Taking a live look from a storm chaser, Tyler Constantini, out in the field right now near Fredonia, Kansas. Ominous clouds.
Oh, very ominous, but rightfully so. We're watching this area. We've had severe storms all afternoon for the most part over parts of Kansas into Missouri and Oklahoma, and we continue to watch this area at this hour.
The storms off in the distance there have been giving us estimated winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour, so that's one of the biggest threats with the storm as they continue to roll slowly towards the Missouri border.
So we will definitely keep you updated on this as we will show you the live shots from our storm chasers out in the field.
Of course, we want to get the latest now on the storms that are happening. We want to go to the lab. Jen Carfagno standing by, following some nasty storms, including some with tornado warnings. Jen.
Yeah, we've got 2 storm cells that we're tracking with tornado warnings. One to the south of St. Louis, the other one in Indiana. Let's look at the one south of St. Louis. We're tracking this one with a new tornado warning that now extends the warning into Jefferson and Genevieve counties. Now we're tracking this. You can see the hook right here like this. You can get a sense of the rotation. It's moving. The storm cell itself is moving pretty much due east. So we're tracking it to Mineral Point, Bona Terra 356, French Village 408, around Lawrencetown at 414 as well, and also right around Deloge, watching the storm track in that direction as well. So again, tracking it east, there is certainly rotation. On radar, we have seen some damage reports starting to come in as well, including around the town of Potosi, where the Lion's Den has reported roof damage there. Also, some strong winds have come out of the town of Potosi as well. You're taking a closer look right now, as you can see where we're looking at the rotation right here, right to the east of Mineral Point. We are likely seeing some of that. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Forbes for some more analysis, detailed analysis on what the storm is doing and how it's moving.
And Jen, it does look like the storm is trying to go high precipitation on us, maybe kicking out a gust front just a little bit. But that said, there's probably several rotation centers in there right now. I think the gust front has come out about this far as the rain-cooled air is wrapped around the hook. The inflow, the warm inflow is coming in here. These lavender symbols, those are multiple reports of funnel clouds. And as Jen has reported, there has been some wind damage in Potosi. If I show you the storm relative velocities, there are several places in here. One right in here, the red and greens touch. There's another here, another down in here. So those are circulations. Probably the northern of the 3 is the one that is most likely to have the tornado. If I ask the radar to quantify that rotation, that one has a 2nd level rotation intensity on that. So going back to the normal way we look at that. That's the classic location for a tornado, just to the north edge of the hook, where you have that rain-cooled air wrapping east, colliding with and just adjacent to the warm air coming in. So at this point, the tornado's just off now to the east of Potosi, going to be heading just to the north, within a mile of the location of the center of Bonne Terre, and continuing off toward the east. Jen, has accelerated now to about 45 miles per hour. So if you're in the path of this tornado, you need to be seeking shelter. Lowest innermost portion of a sturdy building. If you have a helmet, put that on. Try to protect your head.
That is fantastic advice, Dr. Forbes. A lot of folks here get injured by debris, right? And so that's why you put the helmet on your head. Now, we want to show you the large area that we're watching for thunderstorms. We're watching this not just today and this evening, but through the overnight hours. And it includes the same area that we're tracking right now, but all the way down into Texas, Oklahoma, into Kansas, the full state of Missouri, and also parts of southern Illinois or southern Iowa. So this broad area of thunderstorms, there's going to be damaging winds and hail, but the tornado threat in north central Texas is a 4 on the Torcon. It's a 5 in Oklahoma. It's a 6 in southern and especially southwestern Missouri. If you look at the Torcon, this number, and multiply it by 10, that gives you your risk of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. So right here, it's a 6 in southwestern Missouri and also southeastern Kansas, a 6 out of 10, which is a 60% chance of a tornado developing. We've been tracking it all day already, and we're going to keep on with the latest radar updates right here on the Weather Channel. Up next, we're going to look at some timings for storms developing.
We've been following 2 storms producing tornadoes. One of the newest warnings is here in Indiana. Davies and Martin counties. Tornado warning continues until 5:15. The storm really wrapping up again. There was a time where this tornado warning was done, now reissued here in Indiana.
And we do want you to know that this is well south of the Indianapolis area, but Indianapolis, we're still watching you for the threat of severe weather. As we progress deeper into the evening hours, we're honing out a little bit so you can see exactly where it is. There you can see over the south central part of the state.
You know, we will have more on these storms from Indianapolis to Evansville, as well as outside St. Louis in just a bit. Jen Carfagno and Dr. Greg Forbes will weigh in with this, these severe storms. We do want to transition now to Kansas. Some big storms rolling through Kansas with very gusty winds.
Yeah, and someone who has been out following these storms is storm chaser Tyler Constantini, and he's near the Fredonia, Kansas area. Tyler, tell us more.
Yeah, we're here in on US 400 near Savory, Kansas right now, and we have been here for a while this afternoon as the first round of storm is pushed through, and kind of waiting for the second round, the more tornadic round, to fire later on this afternoon down in Oklahoma.
We were seeing reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with that first round of storms going through. Did you experience anything like that?
No, at that time when those were reported, we were north of the storm, so we didn't see that where we were.
So you're going to stay put as we progress deeper into the evening hours with the threat of possibly more severe weather so that you can catch some of those storms for us?
Yeah, we're going to stay in this area, maybe drop a little bit more further south towards the Kansas-Oklahoma border, but basically in this general vicinity until the bigger round of storms fires later this afternoon and evening.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much for the update. Stay safe out there as you are on the roads. Of course, big storms happening right now, several tornado warnings in place.
All right, so let's go back to the lab and get more details on the tornado warnings. There are 2 of them now, one in southern Indiana and the other just south of St. Louis, Jen.
And that one south of St. Louis is the one that we've had more visible confirmations on when it comes to damage. We've seen reports coming in from the town of Potosi, and the Lion's Den there has had the roof blown off. There have been some reports of very strong winds as well. So we're taking a closer view on the radar where this tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15 local time. Bonne Terre, Park Hills, St. Francois. These are all places under the tornado warning. Now, one thing you'll notice as we track the reflectivity on the radar, it doesn't have that classic hook anymore, but it certainly has the indication that, you know, we're getting that inflow into the storm. When it comes to the velocity or any rotation within the storm, you know, you can certainly see some areas that we're tracking right along this region. Bonne-Terre, Saint-François. These are two towns I want to make sure that you know you need to get to your safe room, to your shelter, to your basement if you have it. If you don't have a basement, an interior room like an interior bathroom or a closet would be the next best place. So we track this storm east, French Village, also towards Copper Mine. 427, the storm cell tracks over towards Copper Mine. Bonne-Terre, it's on your doorstep. French Village, here we're several minutes away. Get to your safe place. The other threat with this supercell has been the hail, and there is certainly quite the history of hail with this storm already. We've had reports of baseball-sized hail earlier with this storm. Radar estimating more than 3.5-inch size hail. I mean, that's almost grapefruit-sized hail. So we're talking about hail that is going to create significant damage to your home or to your vehicle if it is out and caught in this here. So again, seek shelter and into your safe place. Now, the other tornado warning right now is in Indiana. This is different than the previous Indiana tornado warning that we had been tracking. This one is in Daviess and Martin counties. This one also goes until 5:15 local time, Lost River, Reeve, and Rutherford, right under this warning. Now, it is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. I want to point out that these counties are also under a flash flood warning. So there's going to be a lot of heavy rain. You won't see this tornado coming if there is one. You need to seek shelter immediately. Our coverage continues here in just 60 seconds.
Our active afternoon continues to ramp on up. Severe weather, including tornadoes, right now.
Yeah, we're watching right in the middle of the country, anywhere from Texas and Oklahoma through Missouri, even over parts of Illinois and Indiana. I'm Vivian Brown.
And I'm Mark Elliott. Severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes is in place watching these storms. The Torcon values as high as 6, the highest we've seen all year.
And that means a 60% chance of tornadoes. So let's go to the weather lab. Our own Jen Carfagno is tracking some of these storms. Well, actually, let's go to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, with the latest.
Jen has done a wonderful job. I'm going to take over now for a while here this afternoon. We have 2 tornado warnings that are ongoing, one in Missouri, one in Indiana. Here's the big picture. We have thunderstorms here and there. It's not a big solid line, but there's the one supercell well to the south of St. Louis. The other in Indiana here well to the north and east of Evansville. We'll take a look at these individually. This one has had possibly a spotters reported a tornado around the Potosi area, and now that storm is warned just a little bit farther now to the south and east. It's a supercell that keeps turning to the right, indicating that the whole thunderstorm is getting better rotation. So now St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties with that tornado warning. It is a supercell. It has produced a large hail, baseball size or larger at times, and the tornado will like to be on this little appendage right down about here. So we'll zoom in and track that appendage area. St. Francis, probably just slightly to the south of French Village, but heading toward Copper Mine and the Chester areas. Chester would be in Illinois about 5:04 if this holds together, and maybe it'll turn even a little more to the south toward the Perryville area. Here's the high definition radar of this one. I mentioned that it has large hail, so the hail would be up here in these red and especially the purple colors. The inflow, though, pretty broad now coming in here. There has been some rain-cooled air wrapped around it, at times has choked off when it was back near the Potosi area with the funnel clouds and tornado and wind damage, but it has reopened an appendage here. So if we take a look, see how intense the rotation is at this point. They're probably the strongest rotation here, but there is some rotation all along there. So it is one where we don't have a tremendously strong or tremendously identifiable rotation signature at this point, but that Bonne-Terre area to Park Hills and then heading toward Rocky Ridge and Weingarten, that's the most likely area of the possible tornado. Then we have over into the area that had previously a tornado warning south of Indianapolis around Nashville. That one has gone severe. It's heading toward Columbus, Indiana. But farther down to the south, look at that, how it wraps around into a hook echo. So a brand new strong supercell thunderstorm, Davies, Martin counties in Indiana with the possibility of a tornado. And that one heading toward the Reeve area right around now, Lost River in Paoli, Indiana. Paoli about 550 there as this heads east at about 45 miles per hour. Here's the high definition radar of this one. It has gone, let me back it up a couple of steps here. Look how quickly it has evolved from 10 minutes ago, having this well-defined hook echo with the inflow coming in. This may be one that would be a rain-wrapped tornado. If you can see it coming, I'll step it back forward there. and you'll see now that it has got itself, still, if you knew where the hook was, you could still see it, but it has a rear flank downdraft, a gust front coming out of that, and I'll ask it to show us the velocities on this. And the strongest rotation here, the red's going eastbound, the green's going westbound, just to the south of Alfredsville, and heading off toward the French Lick, Indiana area. So let me ask the radar what the intensity is, quantify that. It's up into the second level, the blues, and then into the greens near the Alfredsville area. So certainly possibility of a tornado there. And the debris signatures, not seeing it yet, not seeing a blue circle there. So at this point, tornado seems to be radar indicated, but maybe tornado threat has maybe gone down just a little bit over the last couple minutes as that rain air seems to have wrapped around that. Here's the big picture weather factor-wise. Tremendous amounts of warm, moist air coming all the way up into the central parts of the U.S., all the way westbound to this dry line that shows up here as the scallop line. Little wave of low pressure running along a warm front. Along that warm front earlier today, thunderstorms formed in Indiana. They've propagated down into southern parts of West Virginia and have had large hail. They're getting a little spottier now in terms of the hail and damaging winds, but they're in the West Virginia about ready to head into southwestern Virginia with some severe thunderstorm warnings. The big picture for the rest of the evening, though, is likely to be this one. You can see the jet stream blasting in. You can see a little bit of a surge of upper air cold pocket. The main cold pocket is still to the west, but the area where the upper air forcing is where a brand new tornado watch has been issued. Not extreme amounts of thunderstorm activity in this yet, but you see one storm there in the Texas-Oklahoma border back along that dry line. The other cluster of storms is out in the midst of that real deepest moisture well to the south of Kansas City, north and east of Chanute. A number of counties with warnings there, including Bourbon County. Big picture of things, here and there, everywhere along this red shaded area, it's already gone across and mostly moving out now the eastern edge, but back across the warm front there into Missouri and then down along and ahead of the dry line into Oklahoma with that severe threat. This is through about 10 o'clock tonight. It will continue in many of these areas overnight. I've given a 6 for central and southern Missouri. Up for the next few hours, a 5 in southeast Kansas and north central Oklahoma, and then 4s down into southwest Oklahoma. But as we head into the nighttime hours, I'm thinking that the tornado threat is going to go up a little bit into the southeast Kansas area, and we'll lose some of that threat there farther east in the Ohio Valley. Similar pattern of threat areas overnight, including more of Iowa than during the evening hours here. But Turcon's a 4 there, north central parts of Texas. But now we're getting up to 5 for Oklahoma, and we're going to be getting a 6 now that includes parts of southeast Kansas and continuing to have central and southwest Missouri. So the 6 value is certainly the highest I've given this year. 60% of a tornado within 50 miles. Let's go back now to Viv and Mark in the studio.
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Forbes. It's a very busy afternoon for sure as these storms are really starting to ramp up as we speak with the threat of tornadoes. We've had large hailstone reports, including baseball-sized hailstones.
Yeah, in the town of Sullivan. Check that out. That's in Missouri. Sent in from Hannah Finley. Lots of people right along I-44 got stuck with these storms, and they were just pelting the cars along the highway.
Yes, thank you so much, Helen, for sending us the proof of these pictures. Now, look at this one out of Morgan County, Kentucky. We've had reports now, but we officially see that the hailstones were very large in this area as well.
Yeah, that one from Twitter, Amy Key 77, showing us the scope of that hail. And then how about this? Hail covering the roads in West Virginia. Storms that started in Iowa last night moved across Ohio into West Virginia, still packing a punch.
I mean, raining hailstones there. Very, very dangerous in the area. And look at these clouds. These are live pictures now out of Enid, Oklahoma, as we continue to look to the skies for severe weather for the rest of the afternoon.
New tornado watch, Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. On your screen right now, we have 2 separate images, both from storm chasers working their way through Oklahoma. Enid, Oklahoma on the left, Fredonia, Kansas on the right. Both watching for the potential for big storms as the day goes on.
And we are watching these areas as well. In fact, our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, has a tornado index value of 6. That means a 60% chance of tornadoes in Missouri. But look at this tornado watch that stretches from south central Kansas down through west central Oklahoma, even a little smither there of the panhandle of Texas.
Yeah, and our newest tornado watch, replacing some areas that were in a severe thunderstorm watch, but until 10, the south side of St. Louis to Evansville to Louisville, tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening.
All right, we're watching both of these areas again with the potential for tornadoes. Let's bring in Police Chief Roger LaChange with the Potosi Police Department. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we had reports of damage in your community in the wake of the tornado. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's a fire chief, not police, though.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had some damage, lines down, strong winds, heavy rain. We've been trying to take the most emergencies calls first. We've got a lot of power lines down, alarms sounding, and stuff like that. We've just been, like I said, taking what we could on the emergency line first.
So with reports of those trees and power lines down, are you guys going around trying to close down roads to keep people safe in the area?
We're trying, but we're limited manpower. We've had too many, so like I said, we're taking what we feel is most emergency before, you know, if it's out on the rural area, we've been taking it in town, where there's more pedestrians and stuff that can get hurt.
Do you have any reports of injuries?
No, not at this time. We've we've got some roofs blown off and stuff like that. We've got some trucks out now checking the area for damage and stuff.
We heard some reports of a roof off at a building or a restaurant in the area. Can you give us any more details about that?
It's just a store that's been closed. There's nobody in the building at this time. It's not rented or under lease. It's empty. The front of the building did come off of it.
That's good news that nobody was inside at the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So with regards to next steps, what are your plans now that these storms have come through, but there is that potential for more as the day goes on?
Well, the rain's starting to slack up, so now we're going to try to get out a little bit more, get into the areas and check the damage, make sure everybody's safe, and then get everybody safer from this one and wait on the next one, I guess.
All right.
All right, Fire Chief LaChange, thanks so much for spending the time with us. I know it's a busy afternoon, and thanks so much for your hard work keeping everybody safe out there.
And let's follow more of the severe weather threat because it's a pretty large area that we're watching for you right on through the evening hours. Let's go back to the weather lab now and our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. Dr. Forbes?
Thanks, Vivian. We do still have 2 storms with tornado warnings, one extreme southeast Missouri, the other southern parts of Indiana. There's the Indiana storm well to the north and east of Evansville. Here's the southeast Missouri storm well to the south of the St. Louis area. We'll start with that one. That one's had, in fact, the damage that we just heard about in Potosi. Now it's moved over to around the St. Francis area, St. Francis County, St. Genevieve counties with tornado warnings. You can see that this is a hook echo. Tornado is right near that hook, heading down the east-southeast toward Perryville as it moves east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Here's the a little bit higher zoom in, and you can see that hook there. So the tornado likes to sit right inside of that, and that would take it toward just south of Hazel Run right now, heading toward Copper Mine, and then ultimately over toward the Kincaid area. Then we take a look here at the high definition radar. There's been a funnel cloud at the Park Hills area when this part of the hook was coming across there. So there's the inflow, there's the hook, the rear flank downdraft. So still some pretty strong rotation on this at times with a couple of possible tornado circulations. And then over into parts of Indiana. We also have, well, now just a severe thunderstorm warning to Boise County.
Thank you for joining us on the Weather Channel as we continue to follow the threat of severe weather. Right now, new video coming in out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, showing just how intense the dangerous lightning strikes have been. We've had some large hailstones with some of the storms, too, as they plowed across many areas of the middle of the country, and we'll continue to follow this whole area throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, quite the burst of lightning right there in the center of the screen. Watch for the camera to pan over, then right now in the center. My goodness, look at that bolt. Crowd to ground lightning, so dangerous. That is just one of many threats that we are following today with the severe weather rolling from as far south as Texas to as far north and east as the Midwest. Right now, a live look in Oklahoma. This is near Burlington, just south of the Kansas border, looking towards the rain-producing thunderstorms there. You can see the striations, those lines of gray rain lines. That is not a cloud or a tornado all the way to the ground. That is actually rain that you are seeing off in the distance.
Very heavy rain between that shaft there, and you can see it's covering a pretty large area.
Yeah.
So for miles and miles traveling across that region, and you encounter the heavier downpours.
We need you to stay safe today. There's lots of storms that are ongoing. If you can safely send us any images that you take, we'd love to show them here at the Weather Channel. But safety is going to be the key here as we go through the next several hours, including into tonight.
Absolutely. So let's go live now to Burlington, Oklahoma, where we find storm chaser Ken. Well, actually not. We're going to go to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, in the Weather Lab with the latest. Dr. Forbes.
And we still do have the one tornado warning, extreme southeast parts of Missouri there. We've had several funnel clouds with that, some damage when it was in Potosi, Missouri, and some large golf ball or larger hail at times. Take a look. I'll show you first here the big picture. So here's Illinois. We're just west of the Illinois border there, well to the south of St. Louis and Missouri with a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorms rolling across southern Indiana. No longer tornado warnings on those. And there had been one farther to the north earlier had tornado warning, but storms north of Louisville in Indiana, storms west of Lexington in Kentucky. Let's start and take a look here in depth at the tornado warning. This storm at times has wrapped itself up and choked off its warm inflow. The inflow comes into that little notch there where their heavy rain wraps around in red. So this is a supercell thunderstorm that is rotating aloft. Taking a look at this one with the tornado warning. The tornado won't be in here, heading toward the area near or maybe just south of Sprott, over toward the area just to the north of Perryville, heading toward 509, say the Lithium area. If I zoom in on this into the high definition radar, it has some pretty substantial hail areas with it now. The main body of the storm, the storm wraps around into this Hook Echo. Even the Hook Echo area now, back around Park Hills, has some large hail with that. The inflow, the warm inflow is coming in right into there. So there's been funnel clouds around the Park Hills area and just to the south of Park Hills. Right now we'll take a look and ask where the velocity is strongest. And it's showing right near that Park Hills area. You see some greens going eastbound, some reds going westbound. So there's a counterclockwise circulation. There's another up here, greens northbound, reds southbound. And so there are some places along here. One that's up in sort of a classic location that could be a little bit of a rain-wrapped tornado if it exists, and the other it's down sort of on a gust front of this supercell thunderstorm. So the area east of Park Hills, over heading up toward the Weingarten area north of Farmington in southeast Missouri, possibility of tornadoes there. So dangerous storms, and we'll see a lot more of them. Just right now, just the one tornado warning, but as we go through the evening, we do have tornado watches for parts of the Midwest and down into the Central Plains. So stay tuned to the Weather Channel. We'll give you all of those tornado warnings. Mark, Viv?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. And of course, a lot of warnings still to come as we go through the rest of the day into the nighttime hours.
Yeah, it's mainly in the middle of the country where we're watching for the threat of the severe weather. Oklahoma City in an area at risk, of course, for tornadoes. And we're extending this over into Kansas as well. These are live shots now from our storm chasers in the area. Definitely, we're keeping you updated on the latest.
Well, take a look at this. Near Burlington, Oklahoma, a live look from a storm chaser in the area, almost without a doubt looking towards the west as storms are firing up in western Oklahoma along that dry line as they move towards the east.
And when we say dry line, we're talking about very dry air clashing with very warm, moist, unstable air. And it is the clash of the air masses that's creating scenes like this, very ominous clouds, but rightfully so, capable of producing large hailstones, very heavy rain, and or tornadoes.
Yeah, so no warning on this storm yet, but it is definitely in a favorable zone. Quick development to these thunderstorms, and there is a tornado watch across this area. Here's Moline, in the Moline area.
Moline, Kansas.
Check this out. Images coming in from there as well.
And you can see that things look okay right now. The atmosphere looks fairly stable, but what you don't see, that little sunshine actually can destabilize the atmosphere and kind of mix things up here. And before you know it, you can blow up with stronger to severe storms. And that's why we're watching this area very closely.
If you look way out in the distance, you can see some of those cumulus clouds starting to bubble up. That is a sign that the atmosphere is getting primed to give us more stormy weather. It's half past the hour here. We're following these storms. I'm Mark Elliott.
And I'm Vivian Brown. Let's go to the weather lab. That's where we find our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, to tell us more about these storms. Dr. Forbes?
And Vivian, still that one tornado warning in southeast Missouri. It has slowed down to about half its former speed. So you'll see here on the radar that it's not making very much net progress. Just west of the Illinois border there, well to the south of St. Louis. Other severe thunderstorms, no longer tornadic, coming across southern parts of Indiana and up near the Indianapolis area and Lexington, Kentucky. So we'll take a look at a few of these, starting with the tornado warn storm. It is a supercell thunderstorm. No doubt that it's rotating at mid-levels because it's wrapped itself into that hook shape. When that happens, the tornado is on the southwest flank, and this one's heading a little bit to the south of east there. St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties with the tornado warning has had multiple reports of funnel clouds with this, and hail recently to golf ball size or larger. So with that hook echo area, the tornado would be down in this part, probably just near and just to the south of Millers at about 440, Kaufman, and then over toward the Giboney, and maybe getting close to the Illinois border there near Belgique as it's heading, but it's slowed down to 20 to 25 miles per hour at this point. Looking at the high definition radar, it has some at least golf ball size hail in it in these lavender cores, and then you see how I talked about the supercell with a hook echo. There's the hook wrapping around. Warm moist air has a big broad area of warm inflow coming in out ahead of that, and down around this Farmington area along the leading edge of the heavier rain probably has a gust front associated with that, and we'll take a look at the velocities on this, see what it's showing. It is not showing extremely strong rotation at this point. We do see down along that gust front some shifting winds from red to green, and a little bit behind there some red and green. So I'll go back to the normal way we look at the radar, and you see there that the hook, this little hook, has had some of the rain wrap around it. So if there is a tornado in here, in this one, you may not see that one coming. That would be the one that would be coming into the area just to the south of Weingarten. So at times, these are becoming high precipitation supercell thunderstorms, and sometimes you cannot see the tornado. It gets a little rain curtain out ahead of that. This is one of the storms that earlier had a tornado warning. You can still see some broad rotation. That's up at the mid-levels as it gets toward Paoli, Indiana. Orange County, you have severe thunderstorm with that one. And then off to the east and east-southeast now of Indianapolis, we have severe thunderstorm warning there for parts of Hancock, Marion, and Shelby counties. Big picture here, a lot of warm, moist air all the way west to this dry line in the Oklahoma-Texas Panhandle border area, warm front out into the Midwest area. So along that, we have severe thunderstorms rolling along. This cluster produced hail to baseball size and damaging winds. It now is rolling along the West Virginia border and off to the east of Roanoke, Virginia, becoming much spottier. This is the situation we're seeing, though, where the action is likely to start up again. An upper air disturbance, one piece of the cold pocket rolling into this Kansas and western Oklahoma area with the jet stream on its flanks, really increasing the wind speed across the Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle areas. At the moment now, just beginning to get a few severe thunderstorms firing up there in northwest parts of Oklahoma. Earlier, we had some severe thunderstorms that now have gone non-severe up in the Kansas, Missouri, Nevada, Missouri area. So we'll continue to monitor that through the nighttime hours. And here's the red shaded severe threat area, gets up even into southern Iowa and continues across the Ohio Valley with a Torcon of 4 down in parts of the Texas area. A 5 as you go a little bit higher up on the 10-point scale up into Oklahoma, much of Oklahoma, and then I think probably the highest of all, southeast Kansas and up into central southwest Missouri, a 6. And then 3s to 4s even farther to the east, where we continue to have a tornado watch across that area. So Vivian and Mark, it's going to get stormier before it gets quieter as we go through the evening hours.
Yes, a very busy afternoon and evening. Thanks very much, Dr. Forbes.
Yeah, and as you just heard, even into tonight in the center of the country in Oklahoma City, there is a Torcon value of 5 tonight. We want to go out live now to Scott Newell, who's been tracking the threat for us today. Scott, what can you tell us from Oklahoma City now?
Right now it's 77 degrees, and you can really feel the moisture in the air. The humidity is in the mid-60s. It does feel muggy right now, and you can tell the air's got all that moisture in it. And you've been looking at the radar. You can see where the system is coming from, how it's coming up from the south. Now, I'm going to give you a perfect illustration. This is Sheridan Avenue. We're looking due west right there, and if you look at those flags, you can see they're coming right from the south. That wind, 25-mile-an-hour winds, pretty stiff right there, and that's what's setting this whole thing up. You guys have been talking about the clash of air masses, and that's, you can see all that happening there. Now, you can really see it in Burlington. We've got our storm chaser, Ken Inquest, there. You can take a look at the picture. You see all that rain coming down. You can see those clouds. That's what's moving in, that possibility of severe weather, a little bit higher according to some models there in north and central Oklahoma. But you've got to be ready for anything. You talk to people in Oklahoma City. They know just how volatile the weather here can be. I talked to one man named Lawrence Hurst, and here's what his philosophy is.
You never know out here in Oklahoma, man. You never know about how it's going to change, if it's going to be a tornado tonight, it's going to be sunny, it's going to be windy. You never know what's going on out here. So, I mean, I hope for the best because I know the weather can get pretty damaging out here. So, you know.
You gotta hope for the best, but plan for the worst, of course, as they always say. Be next to a weather radio or perhaps a television set, or have the Weather Channel app pushed to your phone so you can know what's going on, especially through the evening hours as well. You just got to be ready for those things. Again, the possibility of big hail here. Tennis ball size, maybe baseball size hail here. Also a possibility of damaging winds, those severe thunderstorms, and of course the possibility of tornadoes, because that's the situation right here in Oklahoma City. Back to you.
All right, Scott, thanks so much for that update. And you're right, all kinds of threats will continue into the night. Hail, wind, tornadoes, all a potential.
Now, we will be here, of course, throughout the evening, keeping you updated on the latest in terms of any tornado watches or warnings. We will be the first to let you know. We're looking live now at Burlington, Oklahoma. This is north of Oklahoma City, near the Kansas border. But look how dark the skies are becoming. We even have a pretty large rain shaft there in the distance. Very heavy downpours with some of these storms, even the potential for some large hailstones as we go deeper into the afternoon and evening hours. And we're watching for the threat of even tornadoes in the area. So definitely we will keep you updated. Here's a look at the latest radar of the area.
Yeah, the storm chaser was looking west at these very storms. Warnings over Woods and Woodward counties for those severe thunderstorms. Maybe even a bit of a lowering starting to happen there. We'll have to watch these storms carefully.
We've been following the threat of severe weather all afternoon here on the Weather Channel, and you've been helping us to tell everyone about the threat of the severe weather, including Joe Adizito here from Farmington, Missouri. This is just south of the St. Louis area. Look how dark and ominous the skies look in the area, but rightfully so. We had reports of baseball-sized hailstones on the north side here of Farmington.
Yeah, Joe told us this was the backside of the storm, so that cloud, that ominous sky moving away from him in that image, but still an amazing shot, and he did exactly right, waited for it to be safe before sending in that photo.
Exactly, and that's what we want you to do. Do not put yourself in harm's way if you want to get some pictures of the severe weather. Let's head over now to the Weather Lab.
Yeah, Dr. Greg Forbes standing by, and Doc, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings and even a few tornado warnings so far today.
Yeah, indeed, and most of them have been on that storm now that's near the Farmington, Missouri area. Let's take a look. Here's the big picture. So that's the storm moving very slowly now, half of what it had been, say an hour ago, well to the south of St. Louis, getting close to the Illinois border. Additional severe thunderstorms across parts of Indiana and down into parts of Kentucky. We'll focus for the time being on this particular storm that's had that baseball-sized hail now and supercell thunderstorm, still with a tornado warning on it for St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties. It's a supercell thunderstorm, and the hook now wraps around there and has closed itself off. I'll show you a little bit of a zoom in a moment. Tornado could be rain wrapped in there. There's some hail very close to that hook echo. So there's what I'm talking about. Tornado probably near and just to the south of Millers, heading toward the area near and just north of Clearwater, and over toward near and probably just north of the Perryville area. Zooming into the high definition radar, look at the size of the hail now, likely in this lavender and white. That could be bigger than baseball size hail, because we're getting baseball size hail with a lavender color near Farmington, so could be maybe getting close to softball size hail here. Here's the hook echo that is wrapped around. A lot of the inflow that had been coming in here now is getting rainfall into that, so it's gone into a period here. There's this very strong inflow, but it's inflow in rain now. The rotation is back in here a little bit on a gust front. I think we've wrapped some rain-cooled air around the storm. It has undergone transitions at times from being rain-wrapped and outflow dominant to having new inflow develop. But it could be a new inflow develop in this little notch area here that could cause it to make a right turn over toward the Kaufman area. So we'll continue to monitor this dangerous storm for you. New tornado warning for Bollinger and Perry counties in Missouri. Vivian?
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Forbes.
And back towards the west a bit, another area that we're watching carefully is in Oklahoma. We're live in Tulsa with Kate Parker. Kate, reports out of Tulsa of lightning well in the distance. Have you cleared out at all right over you?
Yeah, we're definitely clear here in Tulsa right now, but that does not mean you are in the clear. In fact, you're now under a tornado watch here and off toward the west. Now, we're looking northwest, and the reason we're looking northwest is that's the area that the dry line is really going to develop, and we're going to see some of these thunderstorms start to become a little more potent as we go into the afternoon. We've got the dynamics there up near the Kansas border. In fact, near there in Burlington, Oklahoma, we actually have some storm chasers on the ground. They are just looking off toward their west there. You can see on your screen, that's where there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. These thunderstorms, as they develop, will grow incredibly quickly. We're going to see them contain large hail. We've already seen some of that hail across the country today. It can be baseball size or higher. That's damaging, that's dangerous in and of itself. But as we go into the evening and that low-level jet kicks in, that's where we could really see these thunderstorms produce possibly a tornado. So that's obviously why we're here in Tulsa out ahead of it. You guys, that's where we're going to stay through the evening. We do have a safe spot to go and things in case things turn dangerous out west. Back to you.
Thanks, Kate. And then, of course, east of there into Joplin, Missouri, we are going to be stationed there tonight as well.
Yes, and we want you to be safe if you're in the Joplin vicinity because you're still vulnerable. Look at these live scenes now from the area. We will definitely keep you updated.
Our newest tornado warning is in Missouri. We've got Bollinger and Perry County following that same cell that Dr. Forbes is telling us about. Updates on this next.
We're in the midst of a severe weather outbreak, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better in terms of the number of tornado warnings. Right now, one tornado warning, a lot of combination of watches here. Tornado watches in red, gold, severe thunderstorm watches. Some of these go until midnight tonight. So this whole area outlined by these watches is likely to fill in as we get through the evening hours. Right now, one tornado warning. It's moving even slower than it had been southeast parts of Missouri, well to the south of St. Louis. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings east of Indianapolis, southeast Indiana, and over into the area west of Lexington, Kentucky. Let's take a look at this tornado warned storm. It has had baseball size hail. It's had a number of funnel clouds. Have not had any confirmed. There was one spotter chasers reported a tornado, but no reports of tornado damage, but some wind damage at least has been reported in Potosi, maybe from a tornado. It seems to be gusting out a little bit. St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties with that. And now a little bit south and east of that, Bollinger and Perry counties as well. But it's now only moving just a little over 20 miles per hour. Tracking that out at about 5:59 or so, 5:44 would be coming to the Perryville area unless it slows down a little bit more. At the moment, it seems maybe it has gone into another one of these phases where it's rain-cooled and hail-cooled air has dominated and gusted out. You can see this arc that's coming out the southwest side of the storm. Some big hail here. All these lavender areas could have baseball-size hail or larger. Baseball-size hail was over the Farmington area. So at this point, probably going to try to reform a new circulation somewhere right around there. What you're basically seeing is very strong inflow coming in here, and then some of that rain-cooled air wrapping around with just a broad circulation left behind, trying to have a new circulation there, going back to the normal way we look at the storm. And so maybe something that's left behind, maybe something new will form here in terms of a tornado threat, maybe something along its gust front, but a little less likely to be producing a tornado now than it had been when it was, say, back around the Potosi area. Then we take a look over here, Indiana, up into the area around Salem, Indiana. This storm at one point had a tornado warning. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings off to the east of Indianapolis, including Hancock County, and then additional storms rolling across Kentucky. Here's the big picture. A lot of warm, moist air all the way back to this dry line. That's the leading edge of the drier air to the west. Here, the jet stream. This is a new player. A bit of stronger winds beginning to work its way now across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and up into Missouri. Stronger than we've had. So that could increase as we go into the evening hours the number of tornado threats. Back along that dry line, several severe thunderstorm warnings have begun to pop up where we've broken through some warm, dry air, what we call a cap aloft. Looking at some of these storms, south and east of Kansas City and Missouri, Bates, Cass, and Henry counties, we've had some lightning come down there pretty impressively. Woods County, one of the number of storms up in northwest Oklahoma, and off to the north and west of Elk City there, south of Woodward, severe thunderstorm warnings. Taking a look at the big picture, before the night is over, we'll probably have severe weather all the way to the southern Iowa, continuing across Kentucky here, and building at least spotty down across parts of Texas. I'm thinking now for the rest of the evening, biggest tornado threat, southwest Kansas, central and southwest Missouri, Torcon's a 6, 5 down into much of Oklahoma, 4s into parts of Texas, and 3 to 4 values out across the Ohio Valley area there. So going to be a very active night, maybe continuing all night, and again in some of these same areas tomorrow. Mark and Vivian.
That's right. At least a dozen states under the threat of severe weather for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and of course we heard about that potential for tornadoes, but gusty winds and large hail have been a constant theme with these storms today.
How large, you ask? Well, at least the size of baseballs. That's what we've seen so far. This is out of southwestern Missouri.
Yeah, right along I-44, so you had to know that cars were getting pelted here. This is inside Hannah's car. Thanks for sending that one in. Hopefully you only ran out to grab that after the big storm moved on. How about this? Morgan County, Kentucky filling the palm. That's a huge hailstorm.
Oh, absolutely. That's about the size of a tennis ball at least. And if you just go crosswise, even longer than that.
Yeah, Amy Key sent that one in. And of course, when hail covers the ground, it can get dangerous. Look at this scene in West Virginia. We're not going anywhere. Alex and Dave coming up next.
Well, here at the top of the hour, this is the region at risk of severe thunderstorms tonight. We've got the areas in gold under severe thunderstorm watches until 6 or 7 o'clock Central Time, depending on which zone you're in. Then we have tornado watches. Those are the areas shaded in red. The western one goes until midnight Central Time. The one off to the east extends until 10 p.m. Central Time.
Thanks for joining us. On Weather Center Live, I'm Dave Schwartz, along with Alex Wilson.
You know, this is going to be a really busy, dangerous night ahead with storms going well into the overnight hours. So we are here to keep you prepared and protected. Millions of people in the threat area tonight, including cities like Wichita, St. Louis, Tulsa. We've got live team coverage. They're spread out across the midsection of the country, and we're going to be with them throughout the night.
Let's begin with severe weather expert Forbes. He is live in the lab.
Thanks,
Dr.
Dave.
Forbes.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it has been busy enough already. I think it's going to get even busier as we go through the evening hours as we begin to get more and more storms now in parts of Kansas and Oklahoma. Thus far, they've mostly been up in the Midwest. We've had, for quite a while now, one tornado-warned storm down in southeast Missouri, well to the south of St. Louis, just west of the Illinois border. Big cluster of thunderstorms, severe there, southern Indiana and into parts of Kentucky. At times, those have had tornado warnings on them. We've at times had hail to 4 inches in diameter in some of these storms. At the moment, recently baseball-sized hail with this storm coming across St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties into parts of Bollinger County in Missouri as well as it moves slower, ever so slowly here toward the east-southeast with a storm that at the moment seems to maybe have gusted out a little bit. You see it getting this big backward C shape to it, but it could generate a new circulation perhaps around the Avon area and perhaps generate tornadoes that comes down toward the Parker Lake and Perryville areas. You see in that white box there some of the timeline for that. Here's the look of it. It certainly has one arm coming in, then this big elongated gust front where some of the baseball-sized hail that occurred over Farmington has likely generated some rain-cooled air. Another pocket of large hail there up in the midst of the storm. Taking a look at the velocities on this, it is showing an attempt at a new circulation right around there. What you're seeing here in green are all these bright, and then the reds in here, all these strong inflows. So if I go back to the way that we're used to looking at this, at times it tries to keep generating new tornadoes in the shifting winds between the gust front and the rain-cooled air coming in from the northwest and this southerly flow coming in from the south and east. So a little bit harder in these kind of situations to pinpoint exactly where the tornado is located. Off to the east of Indianapolis, we have had severe thunderstorm warnings. Those have expired for the time being, and lots of severe thunderstorm warnings down in Kentucky, east of Louisville, just to the west of Lexington there, around the Frankfort, Lawrenceburg area. And these are areas that have had a lot of rain in recent week and a half, and so flash flood warnings for some of these areas. Here's part of the ingredients: a lot of warm, moist air all the way back to this scalloped line here that we call a dry line. Thunderstorms firing on that surface low up in heading toward the Kansas City area. So it's going to be mostly this area from Missouri down to southeast Kansas and Oklahoma that will fire up. And it's getting another ingredient coming in. You see some of these streaking clouds coming in. That's a little bit of an increase in the wind aloft. And back on the north edge of that, a little bit of a cool pocket. The main cold pocket still back in Nevada and Utah. That will get more involved into the severe storms tomorrow. So in some of these areas, additional storms are firing up now on the dry line in the Kansas, northwest Oklahoma area, and up along that into Missouri. Some of the storms here are severe in western Missouri now, so we'll probably fill in central Missouri, Bates, Cass, and Henry counties with severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Sedalia. A number of counties there, including Woods County, Oklahoma, up on the Kansas-Oklahoma border, and a storm that has some rotation. Some of these have had a $half size hail with them. Dewey, Ellis, and Roger Mills counties with severe warnings. So the storms may be a little bit scattered, probably filling in coverage as we go through the night in these areas: Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and spotty in Texas, and then spotty storms all the way out into parts of Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. I think the tornado threat is going to be greatest in this area where the jet stream is running into that warm, moist air, and then near the surface low, southeast Kansas and parts of Missouri. Torcons of 6, 5s for much of the state of Oklahoma except for the Panhandle, 4 down into north central Texas, and 3s to 4s out into the Ohio Valley there. Tomorrow, many of the same areas, including Milwaukee and Detroit, Chicago, over to Cleveland, all of these red shaded areas with Torcons of 5 there for the Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana areas of that red shaded area. So yet another day tomorrow of a lot of severe thunderstorms and potentially a lot of tornadoes. And each of these days there could be a couple of tornadoes that could be strong ones. You're going to want to pay real close attention to the weather. Dave, Alex?
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. Dr. Greg Forbes, our severe weather expert, your severe weather expert right here on the Weather Channel.
Absolutely. Now we want to go to one of our crews out in the field. Our own Mike Bettis is live this afternoon in Joplin, Missouri.
Mike, you've got a dying thunder shower over you, just some light rain in Joplin, but things are going to get worse there, according to Dr. Forbes. What is your plan if you need to go to a safe place if severe weather hits you?
We'll always try to find a safe place when we set up in cities when we know severe weather is coming. So we've got multiple options around us. Where we are is in Cunningham Park. You may recall this is an area that was basically ground zero for the big tornado that we had 4 years ago here in Joplin. We look back to our south and our west. You're looking back across the whole landscape there of Joplin, and you can see the dark skies back behind us there. Winds are starting to increase right now. I have my digital anemometer with us. Been measuring winds anywhere at the surface here between 15 and 20 miles per hour. So we've got surface winds that are generally coming in from the southwest. The upper level winds, they're coming in from the southwest or maybe even a little bit more from the west. There could be a little bit of wind shear. It's not ideal wind shear for tornadoes or a large supercell formation here in Joplin. That's okay. Having said that, though, we still are in that moderate risk area here in a Torcon of 6 here in southern Missouri. Just light rain force right now, as you mentioned, Dave, with that thunderstorm that didn't have much oomph to it, but we do have that severe thunderstorm watch that extends until 7 o'clock this evening Central Time, and watch for more storms to develop and roll their way in from really Kansas as well as Oklahoma. We actually, by the way, have a storm directly to our west over near Moline and Independence, and there's a storm chaser on that right now. We can give it a live view of that, and this is kind of the MO of these storms for the remainder of the evening. Hail, wind, lightning, the possibility of tornadoes as well, with multiple watches that line up back to our west, Dave and Alex. So it could be a very rough time for us here in southwest Missouri. Of course, here in Joplin, we're all too familiar with severe weather, but having gone through it, they know what to do, Dave and Alex, and that's first thing first is safety.
Absolutely. I would imagine those families have their action plan in place and they're ready to go should the alerts be issued.
And I hope you have your action plan. If you live south of St. Louis, for these storms, there is still a tornado warning in effect for Madison County, Missouri, also St. Genevieve County. This is a dangerous one. Today's tornado threat around St. Louis and parts of Illinois, a 6, meaning there's a 60% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of a spot near St. Louis. And wouldn't you know, tornado warnings are in effect south of St. Louis. Let's check it out. There have been reports, I understand, of baseball-sized hail, and it may be even larger. Now, this storm does not appear to be causing a tornado right now, but it could.
And there's a tornado warning, so that's why we tell you to get to that safe spot. Don't go out and look for it. Don't go out and try to take pictures. You know, we've seen very heavy rainfall and very large hail with storms today, so you might not be able to see it even if there is a tornado.
We're going to time out the storm that's just south of St. Francois and zoom in on that. Take a look at the times, and there you have it, Junction City and Alliance. So if you live in that area, we're straight south of St. Louis, south of Festus. In southeastern Missouri, a tornado warning is in effect. You've got to get to your safe place right now if your county is under a warning.
Absolutely. Great advice. And, you know, looking further off towards the east, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings into parts of Kentucky. Also flash flood warnings. You know, parts of Kentucky, Ohio, really Ohio into West Virginia saw some strong storms earlier today. So this kind of round 2 into that part of the country with these storms rolling through the Frankfort and Lexington areas. Really north of Frankfort, man, you are getting rocked right now. Franklin, Henry, and Shelby counties, including Christiansburg, under that warning until 6:20.
Weather was rocking there yesterday, too.
Absolutely.
And it will be again tomorrow.
Man.
Until the cold front slides through.
We are not getting a break there. Another spot that we're watching is Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah, Dave Malkoff is there, and he files. Oh, Dave, you're there live. What's it feel like out there, man?
It's 80 degrees right now. We've got a lot of sun breaking the clouds, and it's coming down. As you know, that can destabilize the atmosphere, but we had a little bit of rain earlier. Let's go directly out to a storm chaser. Brian Davidson is 40 miles south of us in Oxford, Kansas, and you can see on his camera what's going on. Take a look at that. You can see it looks like the sky looks a lot like our sky looks. It's very bright, little cloud cover, but it's nothing like a storm that would produce a severe thunderstorm looking from that camera, or a tornado. At this point, all of that stuff is to our southeast. So that has pushed down into either Oklahoma or over into the Missouri area. And right now we got very bright skies, and we were earlier in the day in the very edge of that severe coverage area. We did have a heightened tornado risk in our southeast corner of town, but right now, as you can see, it's blue skies, beautiful, even from Brian Davidson's camera down there in Oxford, Kansas, 40 miles south from us. You can see that it does look pretty stable there for right now, you guys.
Wonderful. Dave Malkoff, thank you so much for that report. We're going to be sticking with you through the afternoon, as well as our other live crews. We want to talk about the severe weather threats and the latest information that we've got for you. Of course, we've got warnings out there, but other areas like Wichita, where we expect storms to develop. You get the sunshine, you get the heat of the day, and that does provide the opportunity for those storms to fire up. So let's take a look at the thunderstorm forecast for tonight. These are all the areas that could see the chance of hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes during the overnight hours. Very important that you got those weather radios or those apps ready to go once you head to bed. San Angelo to Oklahoma City to Kansas City, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Louisville, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, Ohio will be areas that we have to watch as we go into the evening. Torcon values for tonight, 6 out of 10 for central and southwest Missouri, also southeast Kansas. And as we go further off to the south and west, stays high, 5 out of 10 for much of the state of Oklahoma, 4 out of 10 for north central Texas. We'll have much more on the severe weather threats and warnings coming up. I want to show you live pictures from the St. Louis area. This is near Potosi, and you can see the dark skies. Storms rolling through really off towards the south and west of the St. Louis area. And we have seen some reports of enormous hail working in to places like Farmington. Reports of busted windshields, broken skylights at a school, and I mean, we're seeing some of these photos of hail the size of baseballs, and no wonder that we're dealing with a lot of broken glass in that area.
And this storm is not done.
No.
It's at least as strong as it's ever been right now.
And it's tornado warned for Madison, St. Francois, St. Genevieve counties, including the city of Junction City. Our Dr. Greg Forbes, severe weather expert, is tracking this storm. Let's head out to the lab.
And Alex and Dave, the storm may be changing character a little bit. When it was back around the Potosi area, it was really a well-defined spiraling supercell thunderstorm. It's changed character a little bit right now. Let's set the big stage here. We're down near the Illinois border, extreme southeast Missouri, south of St. Louis area with this particular storm. And then I'll zoom in a little bit here and show you that now it's beginning to, there's several individual thunderstorms in there that are sort of trying to merge into a line. And so there's some tornado threat with the rotating head of that line coming toward the Perryville area, and then additional storms that are down along the flank. So Bollinger, Perry counties, you have one tornado warning. And then down into Madison, St. Francois, and St. Genevieve counties, down along the line, you have a tornado warning as well. Zooming in here, the main tornado threat seems like it's going to be circulations along this line that would be heading down toward the Yount area, the Apple Creek area. You see up in the upper right there some of the times when it would get to those areas. If I go to a high definition radar of this, you see that a lot of big hail. These lavenders probably going to be up to baseball size hail here. And so the whole storm has put out a bit of a gust front. It's become a little bit outflow dominant, as we sometimes say. Rain cooled air coming this way, the warm air coming in like this. So there is a wind shift along that gust front, and there can be little tornado circulations there. I'll look and see if any of those show up particularly well at this time. I'll take off all my scribbling there and show that we do have shifting winds here, shifting winds getting close together there, and then this broad rotation back in the old, what had been part of the supercell rotating thunderstorm. So at the moment, sort of I think what I said there could be tornadoes coming toward Perryville and areas to the south and west along that gust front. I took a slice through the storm. The northwest is to the left, southeast is to the right, and height is up. The top of the storm is up over 50,000 feet, so it's more than 10 miles tall. The inflow comes in here, goes up to this high top. The strengthening winds aloft are pushing out the anvil here at an altitude of about 30 to 40,000 feet. So it's a bumpy jet aircraft flight. If they go through that, that's a typical altitude. See how the updraft, I have it tilting? So it forms the big hail up here 20 to 30,000 feet. But it begins to fall and gets away from the center of that updraft, and so it crashes to the ground there, whereas the hail on the other side can't come down, and that becomes a new growth area because it's suspended up. So that's how the hail on one side of that tilted updraft can't fall. It bounces around there, grows until it's big enough to fall out. Dave, Alex?
Forbes getting reports of teacup-size hail out of that storm. So if you're in the path of this, get your car inside now. There's already been tons of damage. Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes.
And here's a look at the threat for tomorrow and then into Friday. This is going to include Chicago and Detroit as that warm, humid air comes back. And then tomorrow night and Friday heading toward the East Coast. Torque odds tomorrow, Indianapolis, Springfield, Chicago, 5.
We are taking you live to Potosi, Missouri, where the chopper crews have been out looking for damage. Looks like they found some there. Reports of siding off of buildings, wind damage due to storms that have been moving through that area. We're also getting plenty of hail reports on the south side of St. Louis. This would be well south and southwest of the metro area for St. Louis. Hail the size of teacups and baseballs. So that's been doing all sorts of damage to skylights, also windshields. But here we're getting a look at some wind damage as well. In that one area, it looked like some of that siding had been ripped off of that structure.
And for this area, there still is a tornado watch in effect till 10 o'clock. For that part of southeastern Missouri, it creeps up the Ohio River past Evansville toward Louisville. And then a relatively new tornado watch is in effect for Wichita, Tulsa, just north of Oklahoma City, down to Childress, Texas at this hour. So it's right in the middle of the country again. And you know there's going to be more severe weather there again tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a very active week for this part of the country. Very important to stay weather alert. Let's get to the Torcon values for tonight. So we're talking about the overnight hours as well. As you head to bed, make sure you've got a way to get those alerts should they be issued. Torcon's up to 6 out of 10 for central and southwest Missouri. Much of Oklahoma has a 5 out of 10 or a 50% chance of a tornado within 50 miles. And a 4 out of 10 is your Torcon value for north central Texas. So we are talking about some high risks of tornadoes and severe weather as we head into the overnight hours.
That's why you have to have a weather radio with an alarm.
Absolutely.
That's perfect. A weather radio with an alarm will wake you up so that you and the kids or whoever you live with can get down to the basement and get away from these damaging winds.
Absolutely. You know where your family is while they're sleeping, know where your pets are. So if you are woken up by one of those alerts, you can get everybody and get to that safe spot very quickly.
Good point about the pets.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot of people, they get the alerts, they're issued, and they're looking for their pets. A lot of times they're hiding under beds or something.
Sure.
So have them in a crate near you so you can move them as well.
Let's check on the severe weather right now, where it is, where it's heading, what the threat is. Dr. Greg Forbes in the lab.
Thanks, Dave. And some good news. The tornado warnings that we've been watching on a storm for so long in southeast Missouri have now been canceled. They've been made severe thunderstorm warnings. Still, though, the threat of damaging winds and large hail with that storm. That's the cluster down in here. Getting very close to I-55. It is slowed down from, say, an hour ago, about half of what it had been. 45 miles per hour. It's down now to only about 20. Other severe thunderstorms north of Louisville and over in between the Louisville and north of the Lexington, Kentucky area. We'll take a look at this one. About 10 minutes ago, I was talking to you that it looked like this cluster of thunderstorms had begun to turn into more of a bow echo, has a rotating head. At one point, this main storm here was a supercell thunderstorm, but now perhaps wind damage will be the main threat here. Severe thunderstorms for a number of counties, including Bollinger and Perry counties. St. Francis, St. Genevieve, I think, are also included there. Yeah, there you go. Madison, St. Francis, and St. Genevieve counties. Here's the big picture now turning into backward C bow echo. Probably not widespread wind damage at the moment. It's not moving real fast, but hail in that. So tracking hail and a chance for damaging winds here. Coming into the Perryville area about 5:53, coming down toward Apple Creek about 6:18 as it's heading off slowly toward the east-southeast. Off to the north and east of Louisville, Kentucky here. A number of severe thunderstorms east of I-65 now, north of Newcastle, and flash flood warnings for some of these, as well as severe thunderstorm warnings as these storms give more rain over saturated ground that's had flooding in the past week or week and a half. Here's the big picture. Dry line, that's the western edge of the Gulf of Mexico, warm, moist air. A little bit of a wave of low pressure along a warm front that runs up into the Midwest. And with the still warm temperatures coming up into Kentucky and Missouri, still getting severe thunderstorms in those areas. Here's a visible satellite picture of that dry line just exploding. With the sun now off to the west, you can see a shadow being cast from the overshooting top down onto the anvil of these thunderstorms here. And this is probably going to be the main event as we head through the evening hours, because in the water vapor image, we're beginning to see some streaking take place here. That streaking of the clouds, that's jet stream, faster winds coming in, increasing the wind shear. And so an increasing number of severe thunderstorms along that dry line and up along that warm front into central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm heading towards Sedalia, Missouri. Additional severe thunderstorms down into areas including Barber County in Kansas, along the Oklahoma border, and then down near Woodward and down into Dewey, Ellis, and Woodward County. So severe thunderstorms likely to continue well into the nighttime hours with a chance of tornadoes, probably the highest chance in southeast Kansas and parts of Missouri, but still a pretty high threat in parts of Oklahoma as well. Dave, Alex?
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. We'll be watching. Now, one city that's known for the tornado that hit it is Joplin, Missouri.
Absolutely. Our own Mike Bettis is there. He says he knows where his safe spot is, and I would imagine a pretty weather-ready community. Mike.
Oh, absolutely. You know, considering what they went through, this is a town that has weather first and foremost on their mind. If you take a look behind me, this is Cunningham Park. A lot of new buildings have gone up here, but take a look at the skies. there's a shade of gray out there, folks, so we'll have some showers here this evening, and really a lot of the activity may get going later on this evening. There will be a nighttime threat, and that will include southwest Missouri. But let's talk a little bit more about how this town has recovered, what they're doing. We bring in this evening the mayor of Joplin, Mike Seibert. Mayor, thanks for being with us. You know,
My pleasure.
You take a look at this town. I see every time we come here, I see more and more and more buildings. You've made a lot of progress in the last few years.
We really have. We've worked very hard. We've had a lot of great support. The volunteers that came to this community after our disaster is just unprecedented. We're so humbled and honored to have those people come and give of their free time to come help us in our recovery.
And a lot of the buildings that we see here, homes, businesses, they are fortified against the weather now.
They are. We made a few minor changes to our city code that in our new construction is going to make these new home constructions better fortified against a typical storm. We've had a lot of homes retroed with storm shelters. Our public schools, all that have been built back, all have large public storm shelters in them, and a lot of the existing schools have had FEMA-provided storm shelters added to them. So we take storm threats very seriously here, and our citizens are very keenly aware of what can happen, and because of that, I think they're very prepared.
On a day like today, what's your MO? What's your office's MO or the county's MO on a day like today?
Well, obviously, we stay very attuned to the threats, and when they reach the level that we're at right now, communication is key. And the one thing we really strive to do is to say over and over for people to make their plans in advance. When they hear the sirens, that's not the time to go outside and start moving around. When those sirens are sounding, we want people sheltering in place. We saw firsthand that automobiles are not safe things to be in a major storm. So, and I think we get that message out. We have such great local coverage here, and it really helps the information.
Well, Mayor, appreciate your time. The city's looking better than ever. Stay safe this evening.
You bet.
Sure, I know you will.
Thank you.
We're going to follow the weather for you very, very closely here in southwest Missouri. We'll be under the gun for the remainder of the evening. We're not the only place. Let's take you over to Oklahoma, check in with meteorologist Kate Parker. She's in Tulsa. Kate.
Yeah, Mike, just to your south here. We're looking out toward the northwest, kind of looking your direction, and westward in general into the north, because that's the area that we're really going to see some of these thunderstorms develop. Our concern is getting you out ahead of these. That's why we're here. We're out ahead of these thunderstorms. You're under a tornado watch for much of central Oklahoma, stretching into south central Kansas. That goes until midnight. That means after the sun sets. It doesn't mean that just because it's fairly decent outside right now, you're safe through the evening hours. Get your plan in place now. If you live in one of these watch areas, we'll keep you updated all night long here on the Weather Channel.
All right, thanks for staying with us. We want to take you to Potosi, Missouri. You're looking at aerial footage of storm damage. We've seen wind damage like this, reports of structures seeing siding ripped off. In this case, it looks like some roofing or scaffolding on this building was taken off, as well as some of the roofing panels themselves ripped right off of that. We've also seen flooding around this area. This is off towards the southwest of St. Louis. You can see around these homes and businesses, there's some debris littered, and again, other areas reporting high water. So flooding has been another issue with some of those parking lots under some standing water due to heavy rain from these storms. Now, we still have a lot of action on the radar. There's the aftermath of one of these storms. We are seeing some of those severe storms continue off to the south of St. Louis. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect.
We do. Bollinger and Perry County still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Notice no tornado warnings at this point. I guess that's some hope, but still a severe thunderstorm with large hail can do a lot of damage to your head too. So everybody get inside here in southeast Missouri. If you see dark clouds, there's probably hail coming out of them around Ironton, Fredericktown, and Oak Ridge. The storm is moving slowly to the southeast. St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties also. Now on the other side of the state, check this out, under Kansas City, right in here. What size hail did we get?
We had hen egg size hail, or a little bigger, so maybe like the size of an extra large egg. You know, when you get the big ones, up to tennis ball size hail will be possible.
And that was on the northwest side of town. As you can see, the northern sub I-29, don't head out on that road just yet. Also 35 out toward Kearney. There could be some hail coming down here too shortly.
And the Royals have a game. They've been doing batting practice out there, so you got to watch. If you are heading to that game, make sure you stay severe weather savvy, know what's going on so you can get to a safe place within that stadium if one of those storms does roll over you.
Now here we are in southeastern Kansas. That's Sedalia, south of Concordia, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Cooper, Johnson, and Pettis counties, including the cities of Knob Noster, Montserrat, and Sedalia. Okay, this storm is producing some hail, damaging winds, certainly a possibility. And this is only the beginning, my friend. Southeastern parts of Kansas now under a severe thunderstorm watch. South central parts of Kansas, including Wichita, a tornado watch is in effect.
Yep, I'm looking at reports of power lines down and wind gusts of up to or over 60 miles an hour. So not just hail, but prolific wind makers as well. Now we want to head to Oklahoma City, where the Weather Channel's Scott Newell is standing by.
I can tell you we have felt the change in the air here over the last hour. The temperature has dropped 3 degrees. You can definitely feel it. The humidity is up a little bit, close to 70%, so you can tell the air is really saturated right here. Now, if you look back there, that is directly west. You can see blue sky. How's that? That's the first time we've seen the blue sky here since we've been here all day. So that's what it's looking like there. Now let's take a look at Lookout, Oklahoma, thanks to KFOR. This is a camera that our affiliate has up, and you can see there some ominous looking clouds and a little weather moving in there as well. Again, there are severe weather alerts right now, tornado watches in several counties here in Oklahoma, so you have to be very alert and be aware of what's going on. I talked to a woman named Sherry Sanders who lives here in Oklahoma City, and hear how she is preparing for things.
And I don't know what to expect. The Oklahoma City weather is, it's unpredictable.
You preparing for tonight?
Yeah, I'm preparing for tonight. Pray to God and keep going.
Well, a lot of people are going to keep going. A lot of people are going to be right by their weather radios. They're going to be right next to their television sets. They're going to have maybe the Weather Channel app and get those push notifications so you know in case something happens here in the next few hours. And I also wanted to tell you about one other danger from all this weather, and that is wildfires in the extreme western part of Oklahoma. A really bad drought there, and you've got these dry air moving in here. The hot winds are going to be coming in. Actually, they're cool winds, but the winds coming in, and you have the possibility of lightning strikes out there. So the chance of wildfires in the western part of the state. That's it from here in Oklahoma City. Now back to you.
Great point. We've been monitoring those winds, and they are gusting. You've got that dry air in place, so definitely a possibility as well. We're really talking about all sorts of wild weather.
And if you're driving across this area, also know there'll be dangerous crosswinds. Severe thunderstorms now well northwest of Oklahoma City, right there, and then northward into south central Kansas. This show is only beginning. This is live from Potosi in southeast Missouri. Thanks to KSDK TV for this shot. This is their helicopter looking at wind damage that occurred here from severe thunderstorms earlier this afternoon. This is well south of St. Louis, fortunately for us in St. Louis, but not here in Potosi. There have been no reports of any injuries, but you can see why we urge you to stay away from windows and the roof, because once this debris starts flying around, you could be in trouble. Anything could be flying through that window, and the window, of course, shatters, and we have glass shattering. So this is just some of the wind damage that's occurred. The severe threat continues. So we're going to have a look at radar with Alex.
All right, let's take a look at the storms that are still active, those south of St. Louis. In addition to bringing the strong winds that have produced damage, big hail reported there. We've also seen some hail north and northeast of Kansas City. Could see head egg-sized hail out of this one, and we're watching for the potential for some gusty winds as well. This severe thunderstorm warning is for Clay County until 6 o'clock Central Time and extending into Caldwell and Clinton counties until 6:30 Central Time. So if you're in the path of this one, get inside. Further north, you still have time to move the car inside. And look at all the lightning with this storm right around the Sedalia area. Cooper and Pettis counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 Central Time. That storm will cross 70 west of Columbia, so expect very heavy rainfall, the lightning, and that potential for gusty winds and hail.
And in northeast Oklahoma, we could have problems later on today. Tulsa is split by a severe thunderstorm watch on the right and a tornado watch on the west side of town. Either way, it doesn't look good later on as these thunderstorms move through.
Absolutely. Let's go to our Kate Parker, who is standing by in Tulsa with telling us what the action's like there now and what you're expecting later on this evening.
Well, you know, Alex, what happened earlier today was that we had some rain move through, and it was a thunderstorm. You had rumbles of thunder, you had lightning with it, you had some pretty brief, heavy downpours. But the problem is that's kind of put people in a mindset that it's over, but it's not. What's happening is that low-level jet is kicking in, and off toward our west in central Oklahoma, what we're seeing happen are these thunderstorms starting to fire up, and we do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. The reason that that kind of strikes a bit of fear in the Tulsa community is not 10 minutes west of here is Sand Springs, where we saw an EF2 tornado just 2 weeks ago. So obviously this is a community that's on edge, especially whenever you're under a tornado watch like they are here until midnight tonight. That's how long that tornado watch goes. That means well after you've gone to bed, well after you've gotten the kids into bed, which means that you need to have something to wake you up in the middle of the night. That's going to be key here in Tulsa and central Oklahoma, stretching up into south central Kansas as well. Now we're kind of looking off toward the northwest here because I think that that's going to be a more likely scenario for some of the severe weather. That does not mean that Tulsa's out of it, but I do think that our better chances are going to be off toward our northwest. That's where our eyes are pointed, and we're watching this evening for any possible development. Large hail going to be a possibility. We've already seen numerous accounts of that today. As that jet kicks in, we get that shear in the atmosphere. Those thunderstorms will be able to support much larger hailstones and possibly even tornadoes, and some of this could be long-lived and significant. So we're watching that closely, Dave and Alex.
Kate Parker, you made the call. We have a new tornado warning, and where is it? North and west of where she is right now.
Absolutely. It's in the western part of the state of Oklahoma. That tornado warning for Dewey County, Ellis County, and Roger Mills County. You can see that little notch on the storm. That's the area that they're going to be watching. This storm headed towards Camargo and Taloga and Vichy. Goes until 6:45 Central Time. So if you are in the path of this storm, Vichy, you've got a couple minutes before it works your way. Get to that lowest level, most interior room. We are looking at KFOR TV's stream out of Lookout, Oklahoma. We're looking at some storm clouds there and blue sky juxtaposed on the other side of the screen. So you can see into western Oklahoma, we've got those discrete cells.
Once again, tornado warning for Dewey, Ellis, and Woodward counties in northwestern Oklahoma. We'll be back with more severe weather coverage next.
Currently in our area, 82 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 66. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, cloudy skies, high 83. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, showers and scattered thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe, low 63. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Here at the top of the hour, this is the region at risk of severe thunderstorms tonight. We have tornado watches. Those are the areas shaded in red. Severe thunderstorm watches in the gold color, including the St. Louis area, getting close to the Kansas City area, down towards Joplin, Wichita, Tulsa, Oklahoma. And depending on where you are, those extend until 10 o'clock Central Time, midnight Central Time for the tornado watches, and the severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock Central Time for parts of South, the West, and south central Missouri, and then getting into a little bit of Oklahoma as well.
This is a big, severe weather outbreak. We're going to be here all night, and we want you to consider us one of your information sources. The Weather Channel app will let you know immediately when there's a warning issued. The National Weather Service Radio with an alarm. perfect. Thanks for joining us. I'm Dave Schwartz, along with Alex Wilson.
And as you said, this is going to be a very busy, dangerous night ahead because storms are going into the overnight hours.
Right.
So we, again, want to be one of your sources to keep you prepared and also protected. We want to start by getting expert analysis on the storms out there now and what's ahead. Our Carl Parker is out in the lab.
All right, thank you so much. And let's take a look at where all these warnings are first of all. And they're now lining up from Oklahoma across into Kansas and into parts of Missouri and then over through the Ohio Valley. We want to begin with a look at what's happening in western Oklahoma. A brand new tornado warning here just north of Interstate 40. That is a tornado warning in effect for Dewey, Ellis, and Woodward counties going until 6:45. And I want to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Greg, not a great position in terms of radar coverage there, but we are seeing a lot of rotation in that cell.
Yeah, it is pretty far from the radar, but we certainly are beginning to see some rotation. Take a look. In fact, I have shown there the rotation showing up on this particular thunderstorm. I'll go back and show the way that the radar, we typically look at that, and you see that we have a hook echo that is showing up here. There is some pretty strong rotation that's showing up on that, with the greens going toward the radar that's off toward the north and west, the reds going westbound. And one other thing I wanted to show was the echo tops here. There are big tops right near the southwest edge of this storm, so the biggest echo tops are often up near the body of the storm to the northeast. In this case, I think there's a flanking storm that is in the area just to the north and west of Leedy and just south and west of Camargo. So that rotation is very close to some very strong updraft. So we'll continue to monitor this storm, Carl, to see as it heads toward the Camargo area if it really begins to rotate even more strongly.
Greg, there's a new warning now also right along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. That is for Comanche County, beast of a storm here that produced hail that covered the ground in Avila. That's going until the top of the hour, so another hour there for a warning for wind and hail. Another warning up near Kingman. That is for Kingman, Reno counties going until 6:30 Central Time. And then we get up into Missouri, a whole string of warnings here. We've been watching this cell that is passed to the north and east now of Kansas City, but along with that, we did have a report earlier of some very large hail, very nearly tennis ball size hail. Still a warning now for Caldwell and Clinton counties until 6:30. And there's a look at that very large hail, 2.3-inch hail north and west of Kansas City. Another warning here now just south of 70 for Cooper and Pettis counties. Movement on this cell is northeast at 50 miles per hour. Watching out for 1-inch hail and damaging wind. We did get some of that already. Power lines down in the town of Lamont. That's behind the Casey gas station. And then down here into southeastern parts of Missouri, looking at another cell. This one did have a tornado warning on it earlier. Now more of a damaging wind threat. Dr. Greg, what are you seeing on the Gibson Ridge with this cell right now?
Well, Carl, this one mostly has turned into a line that probably is beginning to accelerate with a threat for damaging wind gusts. You can see here now from Perryville down to, and then a second storm has formed along that line down just to the north of Fredericktown. So the winds beginning to gust in here. The low-level winds come in from the south, and so you can never totally rule out a chance of a brief tornado along that, what we call a gust front, where the rain-cooled air intersects with the ambient air. What I have done is to take what I call an MRI of this particular storm. If you were looking at this from the south, you would be seeing this dark, high anvil cloud, this dark, tall cloud coming your way. But if you were in a small aircraft flying low down and then were able to fly around the south side, and I've chopped the south side of the storm off, the clouds off, so that we could look inside. That's why I call it an MRI of some of the hail that's hiding inside of the cloud there, and heavy rain up to about 30,000 feet or so. And then right down at the ground, you see the lavender. That's the hail falling to the ground. So that's a slice or an MRI, if you like, Carl, of this what's becoming a bit of a bow echo type storm complex.
All right, Dr. Greg, thank you. And that's a warning for Madison, St. Francois, St. Genevieve counties. Also warning here for Bollinger and Perry counties with that cell as it continues to drive down 55 and to the south and east. Then a whole nother collection of warnings, flash flood warnings, in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings. These are to the south of Cincinnati and right along the 75 corridor there, Grant, Owen, Pendleton counties until 7:15. Then off to the east of that, also a warning here for Bracken, Claremont, and Pendleton. That going until 7:30. So a lot of weather today. Here is a look at our Torcon index. 6. It is a 6 out of 10 in central and southwest Missouri, southeast Kansas. It is a 5 for much of Oklahoma. And then off to the south, it is going to be a 4 in north central Texas. Now, slightly different setup for tomorrow. Dr. Greg, once again, we're looking at some very warm air coming up from the south here, but we're also going to see much stronger winds in the mid-levels, low levels of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, the couple of days ago, Carl, we were watching, in fact, yesterday even, we were watching that cold pocket that was over California. That is going to be catching up. Today it's over Utah and Nevada, but that's going to be catching up to this weather system a little more closely tomorrow. So we'll have more jet stream energy and a pretty strong surface low running up toward the Milwaukee area. That's why I've given a highest tornado threat up near the Great Lakes there, southern Wisconsin, southern Michigan, Illinois, and Indiana. Torcons of 5.
All right, Dr. Greg, certainly a damaging wind threat that's going to be widespread tomorrow. Dave, Alex, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Carl. We're going to be checking back in with our experts shortly, but right now I want to get back to our teams in the field. We've got several of them. Mike Bettis is in Joplin, Missouri.
Yeah, good afternoon to you guys. Just watching the weather very, very closely, especially back to our south and west, and just keeping a very close eye on what could be happening here in southwest Missouri. We know what happened a couple of years ago when they had a devastating tornado here in Joplin, so they're very weather ready here in Joplin. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 7 o'clock local time. The skies have cleared just slightly. The cloud bases have lifted some. We had a little bit of a rain shower early on, and I've been noticing here when I measure the wind speed, they've been right around 15, 20 miles an hour. So you've got a surface wind that's generally coming out of the west-southwest right now. We're definitely going to be watching here over the next couple of hours, and even through the nighttime hours, of the threat for strong storms, hail, wind, isolated tornadoes as well. And I think wind could really be a big issue here as we get low-level, mid-level, and upper-level winds that kind of line up, guys. And that may increase our chances for a big wind event here. And they're very aware here in Joplin what's going on. It's been the talk of town today. You better believe they are ready.
Absolutely, I'm sure it is. That's got to be a very weather alert community. Thank you, Mike. We'll check back in with you. And we've got some safety tips for you, and stay informed, number 1.
These are live aerial shots from Potosi, Missouri. This is well south of St. Louis, and it was also one of the places hit by large hail, damaging and damaging wind. So KSDK is flying over. They're looking around for signs of flooding or more wind damage. We might be seeing some of that. It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but this is just one scene. There's more being reported south of there. There have been reports of baseball-sized hail, so you can imagine the damage that's been done here.
And you know, when we talk about our thunderstorm forecast moving forward, this isn't the only area that has that chance. You can see that water moving quickly, assuming because of those storms that dropped a lot of rain. And look at the Torcon for St. Louis, 6 out of 10, or a 60% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of that location. Let's take it to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, we've got a tornado watch in effect for Oklahoma City. That goes all the way to midnight. This is what the sky looks like now. Just some high clouds blown off, maybe some thunderstorms off to the west of the city. But there's no severe threat immediately here in Oklahoma City. The watch means that severe thunderstorms are possible and probable later on tonight.
All right, let's take you up the state line into Kansas to Wichita, where our own Dave Malkoff is standing by looking at the severe threat there. And have you talked to folks, Dave? Is everybody staying weather aware? Are they ready?
Oh, yeah, this is Kansas, so they know what's coming, and they keep their eye on the sky all the time. So people who've grown up here understand what it is here in Tornado Alley. Let's take you to the sky so we can see what's going on here. This is the front end of the anvil here. It's the high clouds being blown off the top of the thunderstorms coming from our southwest. But to get a real expert opinion on this, what you're seeing here in the sky, let's bring in Carl Parker. So, Carl, I'll be the dumb guy who doesn't know anything about meteorology, and you know everything about meteorology. So kind of explain to me what this is. What are we seeing here?
Well, so what you're looking at is the cloud material that is spread out. You've got a big towering thunderstorm that comes up, and the air in that thunderstorm is going to rise up through the atmosphere as long as it's warmer than the surrounding environment. But there's a point at which that stops being the case. That's called equilibrium. And once that happens, then and that rising motion stops, and the cloud then begins to spread out as if though there's sort of glass up there, like a glass ceiling up there. And where you're seeing that pouchy area, that's where it's not only stopping and spreading out, it's actually sort of bouncing back down because there's such forceful motion up past that equilibrium point, and that rapidly takes the motion back downward again and creates those pouchy clouds, those mammatus clouds on the underside of the anvil. But certainly all of that is an indication of a very, very strong thunderstorm. Dave?
Thank you, Carl.
So, Mike, if our photographer, Mike, if he can show the edge right here, we're seeing the edge back here, but the pouchiness that you're talking about created by that energy is over here with these kind of wave forms right over here. And this is a massive, massive area that spans the entire western sky. So from over here where you're looking, this is southwest, and as Mike moves back here, we're moving to the northwest. So this is a big area of clouds that we're seeing here. Dave and Alex, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Dave Malkoff will be checking back in with you. Want to take you to the radar right now as we do have a tornado warning into parts of Oklahoma. And this one, we have seen a few reports from National Weather Service chat of a few funnel clouds, at least a few reports of a funnel cloud coming into the area. Dewey, Ellis, and Woodward counties, you guys are under that tornado warning. It goes until 6:45. This storm is moving east at 30 miles an hour. In addition to a radar indicated tornado, the chance for hail up to 2.5 inches. That's when you get into tennis ball sized hail, and we're likely seeing that right in that deepest red shaded area south of Vichy. We'll be right back.
The Weather Channel's severe weather coverage continues. This is live near Sharon, Kansas. One of our storm chasers is on this storm. There is a tornado warning for this county, Barber County, right now.
Right, and we're looking at just off towards the east of Medicine Lodge, Kansas, for those of you who are familiar with the area. This particular part of Barber County, not under that warning. It's the far western part of Barber County and then into Comanche County, where they've seen hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So some large hail possible with this storm. And again, getting a look likely off towards the west at that rain and hail falling off in the distance.
Certainly on the right side of the screen is where that would be coming out of the sky. Absolutely. The show has just begun here in Kansas and Oklahoma, where tornado watches, in fact, till midnight tonight. And it's time to go into the lab. Carl Parker is in the lab, keeping a close eye on these storms and letting us know who's under siege.
Yeah, Dave, as you mentioned, very large hail there with this particular cell that's just over the line in southern parts of Kansas, and hail actually covering the ground, and now a tornado warning. So let's take a look at that on the radar picture and show you where this is and where it's headed. There are 2 tornado warnings now, one in western Oklahoma. The newest of them is the one off to the north. We'll start there, and that is the tornado warning that is now in effect for Barber, Comanche counties. So we're watching that appendage on the southwest side. There is a hook echo, as we call it there, but that alone is not sufficient for a tornado warning. So let's go to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, to interrogate this a little bit more. What are you seeing on the radar right now?
Well, now this is pretty far from the radar, Carl, but we're about 11,000 feet up, but it has some pretty strong rotation at mid-levels there. It's an interesting storm. Look how long the tail is to this before it comes to that hook echo that Carl was talking about. Then a couple little bird wings that come in there. So this is a supercell thunderstorm. Might be very interesting for the chasers to see this one. We take a look at the velocities on this, and it's pretty impressive, albeit it's up at about 11,000 feet. The greens strong toward the northeast, the yellows and reds strong toward the southwest. So we do have, at that altitude, a tornado vortex signature there. Interestingly, up at this altitude, you always talk about, you always see us talking about the dual pole showing correlation coefficient, the scattering of tumbling debris. So there's a lot of blue in there that we often think is tornado debris signatures, but it's not a little ball in this case, so not sure. This is pretty high. The brand new scan has just come in, Carl, and we have a little donut hole there that if there is a tornado, likely be in that. Ultimately heading its way probably to the areas, Carl, just to the south of Medicine Lodge. It's west and southwest of there now.
So you've got a vigorous circulation well up into the atmosphere. That doesn't necessarily mean that you've got a tornado on the ground in that case, right?
No, not necessarily, and we do know that there's some chases on this. I think you'll be seeing a lowering wall cloud with this, And if we get any tornadoes on this, we'll let you know.
All right, Dr. Greg, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and time that out. And so looking at that part of that storm, the southwest part of the storm and the motion off to the north and to the east, that's going to take it up to near Deer Head and up to Lake City at about 7:08 p.m. So let's take a look farther south at the other warning. And there's a live look, and this is in Burlington, Oklahoma. Is that correct? Burlington. And Dr. Greg, looks like we are seeing a little bit of a funnel developing there along with that lowering.
Just left the center.
Yep, just a little bit of a funnel cloud dropping down there. And sometimes you'll see these little perturbations that drop down for a second, but they may not necessarily be a tornado forming, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it looks to me as if I see some rotation in that. Oh, look, look there. It's building downward. It's getting, that means it's getting more intense rotation, so the pressure is dropping. We're about ready to see here a tornado. It's close enough to the ground now that I think we do have at least a brief tornado that we would sort of say touch down. Interestingly, Carl, the funnel comes downward, so it looks as if the tornado rotation is coming down from the cloud, but really it's just the rotation increasing. That makes the pressure drop. That allows the cloud to come there. The funnel cloud is no longer a funnel when it gets down to the ground. We call that a tornado. I think we've had at least a brief tornado that has reached the ground. The wind circulation has reached the ground there, Carl.
All right, so you are looking at a live tornado near Burlington, Oklahoma. We're going to have much more on this coming up in just a couple of minutes. And welcome back to our live coverage. Just moments ago, we watched a tornado drop out of this cloud. This is near Alva, Oklahoma, just north of, or right along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line there. And there you see a lowering. We're not looking at a tornado right now, but just moments ago, we saw circulation developing. And Dr. Greg joining me now. And Dr. Greg, these features can be very transient. In fact, that's probably usually the case.
Indeed, they can. It's a little bit capped out there. There's a little bit of a warm layer aloft. And so sometimes the cloud bases get pretty high in that case. So the circulation we were showing on radar was real strong at 11,000 feet above sea level, but it sometimes doesn't get to the ground real strongly, real quickly.
And we also want to talk to Kelly Williamson, the chaser on the ground there. Kelly, are you with us?
Yes.
So can you tell us what you're looking at right now?
Well, right now we're looking at a pretty good lowering, but it looks like the funnels kind of went back up. It went to the ground, it looked like maybe 4 or 5 times. It just kind of kept bouncing a little bit, but right now it looks like it's kind of receded, and maybe we'll get something back here in just a little bit.
Kelly, it looks like we might be seeing some vestige of that funnel there, sort of in the left central part of the screen. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, yeah, that's kind of where it's been building at, just kind of right in that area right there. I just kind of zoomed in on it.
Okay, all right. And have you seen anything else? Have you seen any large hail?
No, we haven't had any hail. We haven't had any hail at all. But we experienced it the southeast of the storm.
Okay, okay. Well, Kelly, thanks very much. We do appreciate your pictures here, and we'll get back to you if we get another tornado developing. And we're going to be watching this very closely. Again, what you're looking at there, that larger lowering is what is called the wall cloud. And Dr. Greg, this is sort of the bottom of the larger cylinder or tube that's within this rotating thunderstorm.
Yeah, indeed. The wall cloud, it sort of hangs down a little bit below the prevailing cloud base. And that essentially, I often say it looks like a layer cake hanging down one extra layer. That's the rotating part of where the updraft is entering the cloud base. And because it has rotation, counterclockwise rotation gives it a little bit lower pressure. The air is able to condense into a cloud base a little bit closer to the ground because it's that change of pressure from the surfaces and lowering as you go up that allows the air to cool and condense. So the base of the rotating updraft is where you get this cloud that's able to form closer to the ground. We call that a wall cloud, and you can often see it rotating because the updraft is rotating.
So you get this larger area of air that's rotating going up through the cloud, but then you need some additional spin, don't you, to get a tornado going from that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the case, and usually that involves the rear flank downdraft wrapping around the southwest side of the storm to bring some of that rotation aloft down to the ground, where then it can get concentrated like the skater pulling arms together into a tight tornado down at the ground level. I think today we're so far missing that rear flank downdraft wrapping around. We're seeing the air coming in pretty well, but it's developing the rotation up in the cloud rather than right down at the ground.
And you often talk about the sort of Goldilocks effect with these severe storms, where if you've got too much inflow and not enough of a downdraft, you're not going to get a tornado. You need an exact combination of the two to get that going. And if you're just joining us right now, we are looking live at a storm that produced a tornado just moments ago there in Oklahoma. This is in right along the state line there, Kansas and Oklahoma, in the northern part of Oklahoma. And from that lowering of clouds, we watched live as a tornado dropped out of there. We're continuing to keep an eye on this very closely. And let's go ahead and take a look at the radar picture and sort of track this out and see where this may be headed. This is fairly open country, and so the storm is now moving off towards the north and towards the east. That's going to take it into Sun City at about 7:05, and then about 7:12 it's going to get up into Lake City. And now obviously, because this is wide open country, as you can see, it's a fairly good chase territory. We've been talking to Kelly Williamson, the chaser out there, and Kelly, looks like you've got a really good view of this thing. Were we to get another tornado dropping down, I see a little bit of a funnel there. What's your view?
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe trying to cycle again. We're seeing just a little bit, and on the radar it looks like it's starting to look like it might be intensifying just a little bit.
And Dr. Greg, what's your sense of that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case, and we have definitely got a very well-defined storm that's on radar. If we want to take a look at the high definition radar, I can sort of put some of this in perspective. I've drawn the white line across here. That's the state line. So they are down just to the south and southeast of the storm, safely away from where the tornado is. They're right at that blue little square is where the tornado was reported. And so we do have rotation. You can see the two arms coming in. The southwest side of that storm is where the rotation is. And I'll show you that rotation, albeit it's up pretty high because we're seeing it pretty high. There's the reds going eastbound, the greens going westbound. We're seeing this from the radar up here at about, now about 14,000 feet up as I'm showing it. So certainly could rotate again. We aren't getting the lowest portrayal of this on radar.
I think we might be getting more of a funnel there. Looks like certainly something's starting to protrude. Although, again, these features are sometimes so transient, it's hard to tell.
Maybe right just slightly to the right of center of the screen. Yeah. It looks like a little bit of an attempted funnel. I think we maybe have a little bit of rain curtain maybe that is coming in around that. If that's the case, that rain curtain, if it did indeed wrap around, that could be what I was talking about. Some of the little bit of rear flank downdraft comes down from the rotation in mid-cloud to bring that down to the ground. And if that were the case, we might get an increased tornado likelihood out of that.
And Dr. Greg, it's interesting that, this cell, obviously, as we look at this, it's not moving that quickly. The motion is to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. A lot of times when you've got big tornado days, you've got cells that are just racing along. In this case, it's not that the environmental winds are on the high end, but there's a tremendous amount of buoyant energy allowing these storms to really tap into what wind there is.
Yeah, it really is. This is a situation that has tremendous amount of warm, moist air at low levels, but coming in sort of at mid levels, there's been this warm layer, dry layer, what we call a cap. This storm that has formed right along the dry line, where there's been a little bit of collision of the moist air from the Gulf of Mexico from the south with dry air from the southwest. And I think there again, just left of center, we're getting, we're trying to, in the live feed, getting a possible tornado. Here we're seeing the tornado that a few moments ago, when we were talking to you live, came down from this same storm. So it may be wrapping some rain around enough now that it may be able to get that circulation down to the ground, and we may get a live tornado yet once again.
All right, we've still got eyes on this storm that's out here very close to the Kansas and Oklahoma state line right now. And let's sort of reset and show you where this is and talk about where the warnings are now. So there is a warning in effect for Barber and Comanche counties. That includes the city of Etna, though actually this is well off to the west of Etna, and most likely is going to pass well off to the north of Etna as well, north and northwest. So here's a look at the cell, and look at that tornado reported there in Buttermilk, observed by Severe Studio. So that is, I believe, the very same tornado that we saw moments ago live here on the Weather Channel. A lot of reports of large hail. In fact, this storm actually produced hail that covered the ground, and 2-inch hail at that. And there, we're timing it out. We're watching that southwest side of the cell moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. That's going to take it into Sun City near the top of the hour, Lake City at about 9 minutes after the hour, and McAdoo at about 7:14. Now, as we continue to keep our eyes on this, and there's a look at the hail that we've seen already, plenty of that very large hail there, especially around Avila. That's where we had that hail actually covering the ground. Now, we still do, I believe, have a tornado warning off to the south here in Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. And as we get a closer look at this cell, this is now well off to the west of Oklahoma City. Dewey and Woodward counties under tornado warning here. And Dr. Greg, as we've been watching this cell, it's been a little harder to get a sense of what's going on down low because we're looking so high up at the cloud. Yes?
Yeah, that's exactly the case, Carl. And indeed, we still do have a tornado warning there. It does not have the hook shape that it did a little while ago. If I can show that here, we have there it is. We have a storm that, if it has a tornado, it would be down on the southwest flank, but it's not quite as well hooked. Let me take a look at the velocities here. We're so far up. Let me try one scan up, see if I can pick something up. We're far enough away from the radar, we're having trouble getting that low-level circulation, but there is some rotation right about at that altitude, and that altitude is up at about 8,500 feet. And so no confirmation yet of tornadoes with this. There has been at least some 1-inch hail. That one is heading off to the area around Sestos and the Sealing area of Oklahoma. Carl, on the previous storm, the motion that you were showing was off to the northeast, which would carry that tornado, if it were there, into some of the rain and hail cooled air that's preceded it to the northeast. So that too may be making it harder for the tornado to get to the ground. It's moving into air that's a little bit stabilized, so the rotation has trouble churning downward through that heavier air.
Right, exactly right. Okay, so we're going to go and take a look at a feed now coming from KFOR, and it's been coming in and out, but we're looking at, I believe, Woodward County, Oklahoma, and there very clearly, Dr. Greg, we're seeing that lowering there. We're seeing a wall cloud, but no evidence of a tornado, at least from this vantage point.
Yeah, right behind that, the cluster of trees is definitely that low-hanging wall cloud that Carl is talking about, and the higher cloud base, you can see the whiter skies there. Another view of that, you have the higher cloud base off to the left, and then just slightly now to the right of center. There we go. Very well defined wall cloud there. Even slightly to the right of that low-hanging, what we are calling a wall cloud, a little bit of a tail cloud coming in. So there's definitely some rotation, some spiraling of this with the storm. Probably cloud base is up at 5,000 or 6,000 feet perhaps in this case, except in that wall cloud area where they're a little bit lower. So very interesting storm structure that are taking place here. A little bit at this side, maybe what we would call a little bit of low precipitation supercells, Carl, with a little bit of dry air, low levels. By contrast, earlier we were looking at those storms that were constantly getting wrapped in rain in southeast Missouri that we were calling high precipitation supercells. So different storms out here near the dry line with a dry environment versus a deep moist environment.
Now, when we're watching the tail cloud and we see that it's going along very linearly and then begins to turn upward, what's going on in that case?
That's some inflow. It's probably coming from what we call the forward flank downdraft that's out ahead. It's that rain area that's out ahead, north and east of where the inflow to the storm comes in, where the tornado would be. And that is being drawn back toward the southwest, and some of that then has been being pulled up into the updraft. And sometimes that helps because there's some wind shift along that and some turning of the winds, some horizontal rolling of the winds. Sometimes that roll gets turned up into the vertical, and it helps develop some of the mid-level storm rotation. So that tail cloud that comes in and then gets tilted upward is a source of rotation for the parent thunderstorm. And we call that rotating thunderstorm a supercell thunderstorm.
Dr. Gregg, I wanted to go back to this, and we've been watching this cell that's in Woodward there in Oklahoma, or in Woodward County and Dewey County. And looking at the radar trend here, Dr. Gregg, looks to me like this thing is on the downswing at this point. Would you say so?
Yeah, I would say so. I want to make sure here that that I'm looking at the right storm. But National Weather Service in the chat suggests that they're not going to reissue that tornado warning. It seems to be flattening out, losing some of its hook echo.
We just had a new tornado warning in Kansas. Let me double check to see where this is. This may be a reissue.
I think it's the new tornado warning in Kansas, Barber, Comanche counties, is that same storm that we were watching that earlier had produced the tornado that you saw in the live chaser video as we were speaking to you.
Okay, folks, so that's a new tornado warning for Barber and Comanche County. There is a live feed from Barber County, and we're looking for possibility of a tornado or a funnel cloud dropping from that wall cloud there. And we saw that earlier. Again, there's a reissue on the tornado warning, and this is moving off to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. This is going to be near Deerhead at 6:53, 7:07 Lake City, Elm Mills at about 7:24, and then 7:36 is going to be making its way into Isabel. And Dr. Gregg, still looking at kind of the same thing here. As you mentioned, we saw that brief spin up, but this cell does not seem inclined to produce a big tornado, or at least not right now.
Not at this time, but there's certainly some signals in there that the chasers are looking at, including these chasers. Off to the left of their photograph, you see a brighter skies down near the ground and then a higher cloud base. And then off to the right half of the screen, you see some darker background. So that's where the rain is coming to the ground. And so it's that interface between where there's a rain-free cloud base and then off to the right, rain shafts coming all the way to the ground. That interface area is usually where the wall cloud will, I think in this case, would probably have to reform or at least get better formed. And that would be where the tornado would likely to be. So that would be just slightly to the right of that hill and back behind that. Right now, as they're panning around, right about at the center of the photograph would be where I would be looking, maybe slightly to the right of the photograph for any new tornado development.
And Dr. Gregg, this is
right
really
there. They just zoomed into it.
Yeah, and this is really in the right place for tornado development here. As you've got some mid-level winds that are coming out of the southwest, and though most of the winds across Oklahoma have been coming out of the south, there's actually just a little bit of a bending back more towards the southeast in this northwest part of the state, right?
Yeah, there is. The surface winds are a little bit backed around toward the southeast, while at the same time, the water vapor type of satellite imagery suggests that there is some stronger winds that are coming in from the southwest, as Carl, as you're saying. So we are getting some wind shear turning the winds with height in this area. The downside of all this is that with some of the lower part of those southwest winds coming in, the winds that are at, say, 5,000 to 10,000 feet, there's some dry air coming in with that. So that is sort of tending to counteract a little bit the effects of the increasing wind shear trying to make the storms rotate. The dry air is trying to not allow some of that rotation to get down to the ground.
All right, so we want to go back out there and talk to storm chaser Kelly Williamson. Kelly, are you there?
Yes.
Kelly, so what does it look like? Looks like this thing's been trying for a while now. We've seen a couple of little areas that we thought they might be funnels. What are you seeing?
Right now, everything looks like it's pretty well slowed down. It may be recycling. We may get something back here in a little bit, but right now, it looks like it's weakened a lot to what it was just about 30 minutes ago.
Now, has your position changed at all? Are you in the same place that you were in when we first started talking to you?
We moved just a little bit closer. We got over on a hilltop just a little ways from that. This road, actually, if we stay on this road, I think we can intercept it again.
Okay, and that's one good thing about the storm motion being at about 35 miles per hour, unlike a lot of tornado days where they can be moving a lot more quickly. So about how far are you from the wall cloud at this point, would you estimate?
I'd say about 8 to 10 miles.
8 to 10 miles. Okay. Well, Kelly, thank you so much. We appreciate you being on with us. And again, there is an ongoing tornado warning right now in far south Kansas. It's just over the Oklahoma state line. So this is Barber and Comanche counties under warning. We've been seeing a lot of rotation in this cell. What we have not seen so far is anything more than a brief tornado touchdown. But certainly there's going to be an ongoing concern there. That was in Buttermilk, observed by Severe Studios, and we saw it here live on the Weather Channel. A lot of reports of hail with this storm as well, including hail covering the ground in Avila. And we want to show you the video of this tornado as it occurred live on the Weather Channel earlier. And Dr. Greg, we watched this little suction spot begin to come down here, this little funnel begin to come down, and a little suction spot developing, I should say, and the pressure getting lower as it was developing.
Yeah, that's why the funnel comes downward, is that the spin is increasing, and that counterclockwise spin then makes the low pressure intensify in the center of the tornado, and that is allowing the air to condense. So the funnel cloud comes down, but the wind is already circulating to allow it to come down. So the myth of the tornado touching down is not quite right. The funnel does come down, but the wind is already spinning down at the ground to allow it to do that.
And in a lot of cases, for example, in a very dry environment, you might very well have a tornado that's occurring, and you won't see much of a funnel at all.
Yeah, and in this case, as we were describing it, about the time that funnel got halfway to the ground, I started to say, I think we probably have a tornado at this time, and then it dropped right down to the ground before I got a chance to make your point there, that sometimes it's so dry at low levels that there could be a wind circulation right down at the ground, meaning the tornado is in progress, but the funnel does not reach all the way to the ground. In this case, it did, at least momentarily.
And this was in Alva, Oklahoma, not very long ago. This is probably about 10, 15 minutes ago, and we've got a live picture from the same area, and we're still not seeing a tornado there, but there is an ongoing tornado warning for Barber and Comanche counties.
And this has quite a radar signature on it at this time.
And this is the Woodward. Okay, this is the Woodward County, and wow, look at that lowering, Dr. Greg. That's a heck of a wall cloud there.
This is the storm that's down south into western parts of Oklahoma. Definitely a wall cloud that's showing up there. Even a little bit of bluish tint maybe in behind that. So you're seeing sort of some clouds at the lower right that sort of arc their way up to the top center. So there's sort of some striations around this suggesting that it is a rotating wall cloud. And if we had some time lapse on this, or if we were really focusing in on it with our own eyes, we could probably see that rotation. Look at it now just to the right of center, hanging down even a little bit closer to the ground there. So definitely, again, one of these cases where the storm is rotating aloft. Interestingly, though, the tornado warning for this storm has expired, and it still is severe thunderstorm warned, with a storm around the Sestos and the Sealing area of western Oklahoma. But still, it definitely has some low-hanging clouds there that are either a rotating wall cloud or some type of a shelf cloud, maybe a little rain-cooled protrusion that's forcing the cloud to work its way down closer to the ground than the prevailing cloud base.
And Dr. Greg, looking right there on the right side of the wall cloud, you can really see where there's upward motion in there. There's that inflow that's occurring just to the right of that.
Yeah, indeed there is. So, and that is characteristic of what happens on these wall clouds, that you get one side of the wall cloud that's really rotating, well, that's going upward as well as it's rotating, and sometimes a little bit of a dip there just to the trying to come down. Sometimes there's a rear flank downdraft that's on the other side of it, so the wall cloud can sometimes not only have a horizontal spin, but sometimes it's getting a little bit of a spin with one side going up and the other side going down a little bit as well.
And we also like to point out that this is one of those cases where we can, watch a storm developing without the usual dread, because as you can see, this is in very open country. And Dr. Greg, it's just generally difficult to be hit by a tornado when you're in such a rural area.
Yeah, that's certainly the case, and we hope that continues to stay that way. That said, once in a while you'll come to a farmstead, once in a while you'll come to a small, what are most of these farming communities out in these rural areas, and so when these get toward a community, if you're in these path of these tornadoes, you certainly need to be seeking shelter in the lowest, innermost portion of a sturdy building. And if you have a helmet, put that on. And just in case you're in the damage, if you have shoes there, put them on before you go into your safe place, in case you have to come out and go through nails and broken glass and debris. You don't want to get, if you've come out of the tornado safely, you don't want to get injured with your feet injuries coming out through debris.
And Dr. Gregg, I'd like to follow up on that, because I think that most people are well aware of the idea about getting into the basement. I think most people are aware of getting into a lower interior room and putting as many walls between themselves and the outside as possible. But one of the things that I think is not as well known is this idea of having gear handy, having actual football helmets or something like that, anything that you can get. And it makes a lot of sense. If a wall were to collapse, you'd be so much better off if you had that.
Yeah, a lot of the fatal injuries are due to head injuries, blows to the head, things falling on you from the upper floor, or the wall caving in and falling on you. Sometimes, your entire body is damaged, but the most vulnerable area is the head. And so if you have a helmet, if you have bicycle helmet, if you have motorcycle helmet, any kind of a helmet, it certainly can't hurt to put that on. It's an extra layer of protection that the walls and closets and ceilings and we often say to get under a piece of heavy furniture or something like that as well, to just break the fall of anything that may be falling or blowing in onto you that may hit you.
Absolutely. All right, so once again, that storm that we were watching in western Oklahoma no longer being warned on for a tornado. Right now there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that cell very close to Richmond now, coming up towards Cheyenne Valley, we think by about 7:33. We're still watching a cell that is off to the north of that, and I believe still being tornado warned here.
Yes.
And let's go ahead and take a look at the latest on that. And Dr. Gregg, maybe we can get into some of the radars here and see what's going on with the circulation. So that is a tornado warning that continues for Barber County, and that is for another 25 minutes. That includes Deer Head, Lake City, and we're still seeing a pronounced hook echo on there. Dr. Gregg, what does it look like on velocity data?
Carl, it has a very strong velocity signature, but the lowest that we can see it with our radars is up at about 8,500 feet. If we go here to my Max 7, I'll show you the high definition. Thank you. There's the high definition radar. So down in the lower left there is where we were showing you the tornado formed in live, and now it's been replayed in video. Since then, the storm has moved off toward the north and east. You see it has a well-defined hook echo. This is a supercell thunderstorm spiraling around with the tornado down in this area. A little bit of a fish hook shape to that, and very strong velocity showing up. I'll show you the velocities here. If I can hit the right button. There it is. Very strong. I drew that circle around it. Greens going off toward the northeast, reds to the southwest. So that is what we call a tornado vortex signature. While most of this area is open area, it's moving itself slowly toward Medicine Lodge and a highway that goes west of Medicine Lodge there. So this is working its way gradually at about 30 miles per hour or so toward a little more populated area. I wanted to go back to the radar beam here, normal precipitation pattern, and show you a couple scans back. I guess it was this one. If you look carefully enough, you can maybe see a little bit of an evidence of a wee little tiny lower return donut hole in there. This is one that we were talking a while back about, maybe a little rain curtain had wrapped around that. And maybe that's fanning it a little bit, like a basketball player hitting one side of the basketball to make it spin faster. And so it's in that area where we're maybe getting a little bit of that rear flank downdraft fanning that is causing certainly a pretty strong rotation. That said, though, the lowest we're able to see this here is at about 9,000 feet. So we're not right down to the ground with what we're seeing. And the chasers that have been following this have not been seeing a tornado recently. So far, the rotation seems to be staying aloft, Carl.
And we've got one of those chasers on the phone right now. Kelly Williamson has been talking to us. And Kelly, are you there right now?
Yes.
So as we are looking at your pictures, we see the advantages of chasing there in the plains, that being that you've got very little in the way of obstructions. You can see everything. You've got a wide open view. One of the disadvantages is that sometimes you've got to be on dirt roads, and that does not lend itself towards easy escape, does it?
No, and it's pretty slick. slick out here right now. We've got a real pretty rainbow in front of us.
I see that. So you are in a good position. We see that it looks like you're approaching from the south. Is that right?
Yes, we're coming straight into it from the south, and it looks like it might be intensifying again just a little bit.
Okay, and Dr. Greg, you see, I don't know if you can make out that there is a rainbow right in there.
I see the rainbow. It's just
Isn't that
above
something?
our tornado. Well, it was just above our tornado alert symbol there. Right now, it's right about at the center of the screen. A definite rainbow there. Of course, rainbows are caused by reflection and bending of the light beams within the raindrop, and basically you have the sun behind you, and the sun is reflecting off of the raindrops and then coming back toward you.
And oftentimes your tornado is going to be at the very southwest side of the cell, so it's not that surprising that we do occasionally see tornadoes and rainbows in the same place.
That's exactly right. It's an interesting vantage point here for that, but certainly in this case, the orientation between him and the sun and where the storm is, probably the tornado, if it were to drop down, would be pretty close to, and maybe just slightly to the right of that rainbow position. I think that existence of the rainbow there, though, probably does verify what I was saying, that I think there might be a little bit of a rain curtain that is wrapped around the area that would have the tornado in that, and that's why we're able to see the rainbow there in this case.
And that moisture-laden air is going to be very cool, and if there's a little bit too much of it, then it's going to choke off that warm air coming into the storm, and that is most likely going to make it very difficult for a tornado to develop, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And Kelly, what are you seeing right now?
Well, from where we're at right now, it's a little bit hard to see. It's getting a little bit off to our east. We're going to have to reposition ourselves to get a little better look at it. Unless it drops right on the back side of this, we're not going to be able to see it very well.
All right, just remarkable pictures out there. You know, weather is, as long as it's not hurting anybody, can be amazing and beautiful, and that's certainly what we're seeing right there. Just a beautiful shot of a supercell storm that dropped a tornado earlier. We had it live on the Weather Channel as it dropped a very narrow little funnel for a short period of time. It has not done that since, but it has produced a lot of very large hail. And there is a look at the tornado as we saw it live right here on the Weather Channel, dropping down in a very sparsely populated area of southwestern Kansas and northern parts of Oklahoma, and just a thin little funnel there that we saw for moments. As is often the case, tornadoes can be fleeting in nature, and in fact, on average, they last for only about 20 minutes. They can last anywhere from just a couple of seconds to as much as a few hours in the most extreme cases.
And Carl, right now, to put this in perspective, the tornado, if there would be another one form, would be about 15 to 20 miles west-southwest of Medicine Lodge, Kansas, and it is heading that way. So you are under tornado warning in these vicinities still.
And we've got another look at this very same cell from another chaser, and there's a live picture right there. And Dr. Greg, pretty much the same thing that we've been watching, where you see a lowering there. Oh, it's a very nice wide shot, and oh, look at the structure there. My goodness.
Yeah, look up at the top there. You're seeing the part of the whole anvil of the storm. He's panned out now down to the south and west. Maybe he's trying to see that other storm. Yeah, he's trying to get down to the other storm that's over in west central parts of Oklahoma, I guess. But for a while there, you saw the very well-defined, you saw the low-level cloud, the wall cloud, and the tail cloud coming into that. Up above that, you saw the anvil. That's the high cloud, where the air rises up and then spreads out as it hits up into what we call the stratosphere, the warm layer high up there at around 50,000 feet up in the atmosphere.
Dr. Greg, we're getting a report now that there was a tornado with that storm north of Etna, rain-wrapped, and that certainly would confirm what we're looking at right there. There's the latest on the warning. That's Barber County, and that does include Deer Head, Lake City, Nipawalla. We could go back to the live picture and show you this is a highly, a lot of rain being produced by this storm, very wet storm there, and you can see that rain curtain wrapping around the backside. And again, Dr. Greg, a report of possibly a rain-wrapped tornado.
Yeah, indeed. We're getting reports of a tornado. We had the one that we saw earlier, and we're getting a report of a funnel cloud, at least, possibly a tornado around the Sealing area. If about rotating wall cloud about 4 miles south of Sealing, on Highway 183, and I believe I saw that there was a well-defined funnel showing up west of Sealing, a cone-shaped funnel showing up west of Sealing as well. So that's the storm that we're talking about Kansas here. That's the storm that we were showing you. And I just showed you a few moments ago about the that it had some very well-defined rotation showing up on there, and that's the storm that's west-southwest of Medicine Lodge. So we're talking about a tornado that has been seen, or at least a funnel and well-defined wall cloud that is here. Medicine Lodge is over in here, and it is heading that way.
All right, we want to go now, Dr. Greg, to Dave Malkoff. He's been in Wichita, well off to the west of where all these storms are. Dave, you were looking at some of those amazing anvils, those very high clouds coming in ahead of these storms. What do you have right now?
Well, it may look like an isolated field there in Medicine Lodge, Kansas, but just over 2,000 people actually call Medicine Lodge home. Where is it from where we are in Wichita? Well, it is due southwest, and that would be about an hour and a half if you were to drive. But if you're going as the crow flies, the way that the clouds go, it's right here. So if you follow my hands and you go to this sky, Carl, let me bring you in so we can talk about what we're seeing. This is the backside of the storm that created that tornado just about a half an hour ago in Medicine Lodge, an hour and a half southwest. What are you seeing with your expert eye? You maybe even use the telestrator. You can show me what's going on with these clouds.
Well, you know, I'll be honest with you, it looks fairly featureless from my perspective, but I need to see it in a bigger monitor, actually. But you know, maybe if we were to pan around a little bit, I know that earlier we were looking at an anvil. We were looking at
Mike,
some,
if you could pan around a little.
Okay, and we were looking at some mammatus clouds as well, and mammatus are those pouchy clouds that you see on the underside of anvils. It's a really good indication of a strong storm. Doesn't necessarily mean that the strong storm is occurring right now, because oftentimes those mammatus clouds can develop, and then long after the storm is over, they will linger in that upper part of the sky. But certainly we're seeing some turbulence in the clouds there, but fairly featureless looking clouds. A little more there, a little more turbulence showing up just overhead. Dr. Greg, what are you seeing?
Well, I thought maybe what I would show, I've taken a slice from some of the storms out to the west of Wichita, and then coming into the Wichita area. So this is what we're seeing here. This is what I call a slice. Height goes up. So this is about 40,000 feet, and then from west to east, east is over at the right. So this is above the Wichita area. So what we're getting is a deck of clouds. There's some showers and thunder showers over here, and then with the west winds or west-southwest winds aloft, they're pushing the anvil and some of the low deck of the clouds over ahead of Dave, and he's seeing some of the up and down. I'll take my white line. You can see there's some up and down little bulges in there, and here's one where a little rain shower is coming all the way down to the ground. So this is what Dave is seeing coming toward him. Now, as he gets later on this evening, he may get something that has a little bit more of a thunderstorm roots to it that will be coming his way. Sometimes you might get some electrification in this layer of clouds that's coming his way. He may be seeing some in-cloud lightning come up in the next half hour or so. But these up and down protrusions are sort of little up and down motions in the underside of that big long cloud deck that I just showed you that's coming at him from the west-southwest, out from the bigger storms that are over in the south central part of the state.
So, Dr. Greg, when you've got this anvil developing and it's stretching out ahead of the storm, and you've got very strong vertical motion in the updraft itself, that actually creates a little bit of a bouncing motion that occurs in that anvil as it goes out, yes?
It does indeed. If there's just a little bit of a stable layer underneath that, it can bounce up and down, sort of like the waves on a string or a rubber band if you stretched it out, or a rope, jump rope, and made it fluctuate up and down. It's kind of like water waves that bounce up and down there. That's what you're seeing in the up and down motions of the clouds.
All right, Dave, so you're still looking at the anvil at this point. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just occurs to me that this is basically what makes the Weather Channel great. You are basically reading what's just a foreign language to a lot of people. that you see something in these clouds that you can describe to everybody, that I just look up and I see clouds, but we've got the best minds in the world looking at this, and you can tell me exactly what you're seeing, show it on the telestrator, and that's really useful to folks at home.
To be a little bit facetious, but not totally, we often, if you watch us long enough, we often teach an introductory meteorology class, or even an advanced meteorology class in radar and sky interpretation that students at universities pay for. So keep watching the Weather Channel. We try to teach you so you can read the skies yourself.
Yeah, and as we say, we love this stuff. I mean, you'll see us looking outside every single time there's a thunderstorm overhead. In fact, half the building clears out when there's a thunderstorm that hits the Weather Channel and goes upstairs. All right, so things are looking a little bit quieter right now. We're going to turn it back over to Dave and Alex for the latest. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, we've been monitoring storms, and the watch box is still in play for the threat of severe weather. These are tornado watches. You've got southern Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, parts of Kansas and Oklahoma, a little bit of Texas as well, going till 10 Central Time for the eastern watch, the western watch going until midnight.
Lexington, Kentucky also being hit by big storms, so take cover there. This area of severe weather threat moves north to Chicago and Detroit tomorrow. We'll have more on that next. Severe weather in Oklahoma and Kansas. Now a tornado warning has been extended in Barber County, Kansas till 7:45 local time. Storm chasers are out watching this one. You can see the wall cloud lowering right there, just off to the left. There it is. And he's panning. There are actually storms down in Oklahoma and one in Kansas. This storm chaser can see them both. He's going back and forth.
Absolutely. And, you know, Medicine Lodge in the path of this storm. It's the county seat of Barber County, so a good population there. So if you are watching us from the Medicine Lodge area, now is the time to prepare. There has been a tornado reported with this storm earlier as it was off towards the northeast of the Etna area. That's just under that tornado alert icon that you see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. So this storm continues to move off towards the east. We're watching not just Medicine Lodge, but also Lake City and Sharon in the path of this one. Let's go out to the lab as we look at this live feed from Barber County, Kansas, with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Alex. And the part of the storm that I'm most concerned about is sort of the part that's back behind, farthest away and just left to the center there. I think that would be the place where the tornado would come down. Can we put this in my telestrator? This one's a little bit hard to say visually, perhaps. If I can get it in the telestrator, I'll draw. So it's this area back in here. See, this feature here has my interest. This whole feature in here is, I believe, where the wall cloud is. Now, what is this then? Well, this is some of the rain-cooled air. I've been talking about some rain wrapping around. And so this is part of a broader rotation about this parent storm. But I think, and I'll draw this in red, coming in behind that part and underneath that part is this part of the rotation, and that, I think, is where the wall cloud is. And so if we're going to get a tornado, it would be coming down probably somewhere back in here, not coming directly out of this lead and closest in. That said, we need to keep an eye on this one as well, but this is a storm that has some interesting structure to it. Certainly they're keeping an eye on this feature also. You can see here what we would call a rain foot. There's some rain coming out at an angle into there. There's no rain at all in here. So this is the rain-free versus rain interface that we sometimes talk about. And so in there at the moment, there may have been an attempt and maybe still be an attempt at a funnel cloud to form. I'm still thinking, though, that if there is a tornado, it's probably going to form, a long-lived tornado at least, it probably would form right about in there. So we're continuing to monitor that. There's one of these tail clouds that we talked about coming into this corkscrewing wall cloud. The updraft goes up like this and higher up probably 50,000 feet into the storm. And then out closer to us, some rain-cooled air has wrapped around, and this is sort of back to the west-southwest that is a little bit itself has oh, look at all that. Probably is even some rain or some dust being kicked up there down near the ground by some of this rear flank downdraft that is wrapped around. So this is a storm that maybe has its wall cloud that is maybe a little bit partly wrapped around with rain at this time. Let's take a look at some radars. We'll see where this is going. It is getting close to some highways into the Medicine Lodge area. So we'll go back to radar, I guess. Let me see if I'll hit the... And Barber County, you're under tornado warning at this time. This storm moving about 20 miles per hour off toward the north and east. It's north and east of Deer Head. There was a tornado near Etna and then one prior to that, north of Etna, and one prior to that. So the circulation is heading up to the area just to the west of Medicine Lodge along Highway 160. Let's go ahead, Sarah, and track this out. And tracking up toward the Forest City, the Mingona area, the Nashville area, probably just to the west of the Medicine Lodge area. And if we have time here, we have like 20 seconds, we can go to the Gibson Ridge. Big hail core here. There's Medicine Lodge. I'll take a quick look at the velocities as we're about ready to go to break. Some rotation showing up here, but we're still up at about 8,000 feet. We're a little bit lower, weaker rotation than we had a while back. Stay tuned. We'll keep an eye on this after you come return.
20 past the hour now. Keeping an eye for tornadoes in Kansas and Oklahoma.
Absolutely. This is a look at a storm in Barber County, Texas, Kansas, where we are under a tornado warning. This would include the Medicine Lodge area, possibility for some very large hail with this one as well, up to 2.5 inches. We've been watching the lowering of the cloud base. Our Dr. Forbes has been diagnosing this photo showing us where he would expect those severe storms to fire, as we do have some chasers on this storm.
And this is just 2 counties west of Wichita. So you guys in Sedgwick County need to be heads up. Dr. Greg Forbes is live in the lab with expert analysis for us.
With Carl Parker as well.
Hey guys, so we're watching this remarkable live feed here, and just a reminder that when weather is not hurting people, it can be incredible. And Dr. Greg, just a remarkable shot of the RFD, as we call it, coming down and really clearing things out off to the left there, and it's that interface that gets the tornado going.
Yeah, it really is. Just before we went to commercial, I said I thought we might get a tornado there, and I believe we did. Right now, it's interesting. This is a very interesting shot. I think the viewers can probably see it easier than I can see it to draw on the telestrator, but we're getting some what we call crepuscular rays. Those are alternating dark and light that are coming off from the sun off the edges of some of these clouds. So in this case, we may be obscuring some of the tornado by crepuscular rays like that. I think there's a tornado still, and they just moved the camera a little bit. I think there's a tornado hiding right about in there, but I can't guarantee it. What I can guarantee is this dark cloud that I was talking about being part of the rear flank downdraft. That is definitely the case. We've had clearing skies come around in front of closer to us than the tornado. And then back in behind, we have this tail cloud that goes up into the wall cloud. There's the part of that tail cloud that we were talking about. So very interesting storm structure with possibly, and here's sort of another one of these low-hanging. This is sort of low-hanging areas down under what I believe is the gust front that's out on the leading edge of that rear flank downdraft that has come around. I think the tornado would be back right at that sunny interface. Back where they were looking previously. So they're going to pan back that way again. Heavier rain in here, a little bit of less rain, and a low cloud that is, I think, part of the outflow that has come back. I think maybe the tornado has lifted. It had been back right in about underneath there. So I think that's the main wall cloud. Sometimes you get secondary developments on this. And it may be, and just taking a quick look at my radar, this may be a new attempt at a formation of a wall cloud, with this one now so wrapped in rain that it has, yeah, it's the same storm. This is the one that has produced the tornado. I think we're beginning to get a new wall cloud form a little bit closer to the Medicine Lodge area because we've had so much rain wrap around this one and cool air wrap around the original wall cloud that it is having trouble holding itself together. But probably 2 updrafts here coming in and rising now in this storm. Very interesting storm.
Dr. Greg, we're still looking at that bright area when they pan back to the left, that bright area off to the left there. We often talk about tornadoes being obscured by rain, but this is a case where the tornado may actually have been obscured by sun for a time there because it was so bright coming in ahead of that.
Yeah, a little bit of obscured by sun and then hard to see because of the crepuscular rays, the alternating brightness and darkness coming in off of the edges of that cloud deck as it came into the area. I think we probably have lifted the tornado. We see a couple couple of these tail clouds coming in. The tornado had been, I think, right in about there. This is an interesting feature here, kind of a horizontal roll as they pan by that. There is upward motion out ahead of this going into this cloud, and then some downward motion in behind that. So I think we're getting a horizontal rolling motion. Maybe even there we're seeing a little bit of a curlicue. This part rising, this part in behind sinking a little bit. You can even see some of these little cloud filaments, scud filaments rising up. So we're getting a little bit of a horizontal roll there at this gust front, along this gust front that has come out in front of what had been originally where, and that would be south and east of where I think the tornado had been originally.
And Dr. Greg, a lot of times people see that scud and think it might be a tornado, hence the term scud-nado. They can masquerade as tornadoes, but one telltale sign is that you're not going to see a lot of motion within those clouds.
Yeah, that's the case, and often they're ragged edged as opposed to, you saw previously when we were showing you that funnel, it was a pretty solid edge to it when it developed there, and that's usually the way that one way that you can tell the tornado from some of these little just scud filaments of cloud that are rising.
And so there is a definitive lowering there. And moments ago, and you know, maybe hopefully we were rolling on this and we can give you the picture, but maybe about 7 minutes ago we saw what looked like a tornado developing. So I think at least for a short time, wouldn't you agree, there was a tornado there?
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that about 3 minutes before we came back to break, and we'll replay that for you. What we're replaying for you now is what we think is the first of now 4 at least brief tornadoes that have occurred from this same thunderstorm. This one we showed you live. We were talking about this when we saw the funnel cloud, and then we began to see the funnel extend its way to the ground, and right about in there, I guess, we're seeing it reach the ground, or pretty soon reach the ground. It did so only for about a minute or so, and then lifted back up. So that funnel descending was as the rotation was increasing. That makes the pressure drop in the middle of that rotation, and the cloud or the funnel, like there, extends its way to the ground during these most intense phases. The other way that that can happen, Carl, is that if it would happen to move over a stream or a river and get moisture, that too will mean moisture air is rising up, and you can get the cloud drop that way that had been just apparently a funnel cloud aloft. But usually a rule of thumb for chasers is if the funnel gets halfway to the ground, there's a pretty good chance, and you need to look down and see if you see any dust whirl down at the ground. But if it's halfway down, there's a pretty good chance that the wind circulation is down at the ground. And if the wind circulation's at the ground, that's what makes it a tornado, not whether or not the funnel drops all the way to the ground.
All right, Mark Farnick is a storm chaser, Dr. Greg, and he was the one who was shooting these pictures that we were looking at moments ago. I think we've still got that live feed. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
So, Mark, moments ago when we were looking at that really beautiful shot of the sun coming in with the RFD, it looked to us like there was a tornado, sort of a cone-shaped tornado for a short period of time. Did you see that as well?
Yes, sir. There was a cone tornado that lasted probably about 70 or 80 seconds, and then it lifted back up. This storm has been sporadically producing tornadoes. What we're looking at right now in the live shot is a new wall cloud organizing about 2 miles west of the town of Medicine Lodge. The rotation is fairly loose at the moment, but this storm has been cycling up and down for the last hour and a half. And the low-level jet is just starting to crank, so the show is far from over, folks.
Absolutely, and we're looking at Mark's live feed on the left there. You see that lowering?
You see that funnel there, Dr. Greg?
Yes.
Kind of coming in there on the left side, starting to get a little tighter rotation.
Yes. I do see very little, a weak funnel there that was trying to form. Yes, indeed.
And the overall rotation is still pretty broad, but I think that at some point this is probably going to tighten back up again. Right now, the inflow winds into this part of the storm anyway are fairly weak, but this storm is moving into a more favorable environment as it rides this warm front up towards the Wichita metro area.
All right, and you know, Dr. Greg, you mentioned that the low-level jet is just starting to crank up. That's an interesting thing about the weather in the plains, that even as you are starting to lose some of the daytime heating, you're actually getting stronger winds in the lowest levels of the atmosphere developing because of that loss of daytime heating.
Yeah, a large part of that is that you begin to cool down the layer right near the surface, and of course that layer closest to the surface is the one that has the trees and the buildings, and it has had typically the slowest of the speed. So once what we say you decouple that 50 or 100 feet nearest the ground with all the objects in it, then the air above that can accelerate, and it does so at night. Often 3 a.m. is when it reaches its peak, and if there's unstable air just above that very shallow cooled layer, you can still get tornadoes, sometimes strong tornadoes overnight, feeding on that intensified low-level jet. So
even as storms are losing some of their buoyancy from the daytime heating, you increase those wind fields and increase the shear that is necessary to produce rotating storms. We've still got a tornado warning here for Barber County. That's in southern Kansas, not very far away from Medicine Lodge, home to about 2,000 people. Pretty good long way from Wichita. And Sarah, maybe we could widen the shot and just give people a sense of what type of severe weather is occurring overall right now. We watched some cells in western parts of Oklahoma, and we've also been looking at cells in parts of Missouri and in Kansas. So I'm going to go ahead and back out a little bit and show you the larger picture. And so there, you notice that there is that one warning that we're watching in southern parts of Kansas. Then you've got a severe warning to the north of 70 in Missouri, and then also flash flood warnings there south of St. Louis, then a whole slew of flash flood warnings right around the Ohio Valley. And now we're watching new development right along the dry line there in West Texas, and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings along 27, Lubbock, and on southward and now west of San Angelo. So the coverage is not tremendous, but we do think, Dr. Greg, that the coverage is going to increase quite a bit tomorrow. Yes?
Yes, indeed. As a whole, upper air forcing gets east of this area that has this dry air aloft, there won't be as much inhibiting the storm, so the coverage will be a lot higher tomorrow as I'm seeing it.
And here is a look at the Torcon for tomorrow. We are talking about Torcon values on the order of about 4 to 5. It's going to be a 5 in Illinois and Indiana, and then also up to the north of that, a 5 in southern Wisconsin and southern Michigan. Dave, Alex, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to head back out to you guys shortly, but we want to give you an idea of some of the other storms that are happening right now, including the Lubbock area, where a dust storm is working into the area. At the Lubbock Airport, or the National Weather Service office, they clocked a 76-mile-per-hour gust, according to their Twitter feed.
Yeah, some strong winds came down with some precipitation from a thundercloud. Boom, spread out across the countryside, and Lubbock reports 64 miles an hour at the airport.
Yeah.
So it's really cranking, and even in places where they've had no thunderstorms, it's been very windy in the southwest. That's going to ease up tomorrow as the storm center, located in Colorado, heads up toward the Great Lakes.
All right, let's give you a look at where we've got watches currently in play. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch, now a new one. This is for parts of west central Texas until 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. That would include the Midland area up towards Childress. And then we've got our tornado watch into Oklahoma, parts of North Texas, and also Kansas. This goes until midnight Central Time. Still watching our other tornado watch box until 10 o'clock Central Time. So I guess just over about two and a half hours.
Yeah.
For parts of Illinois and Indiana, getting into Missouri.
These are the storms coming across West Texas. This is the dry line that people talk so much about. Very dry air moving in from New Mexico. It's humid air out to the east. That dry air actually undercuts the humid air, just like a cold front would, and we end up with thunderstorms. We've got some upper level support too, and there are your storms and the blowing dust.
Absolutely. This warning for Ector, Martin, and Midland counties, including Odessa and West Odessa, as well as Midland, goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. So you're watching those storms really roll over you right now. They'll continue off towards the east and northeast around Big Spring. La Mesa, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning, although really it's moving away from you right now. Borden, Dawson, and Gaines County continue with that warning until 8 o'clock.
And since the sun's going to be going down here in about an hour or so, just know that you're not going to be able to be helped by your vision. You're going to need a weather radio. You're going to need the weather.com app also to keep you apprised of all the warnings. And then that's that storm west of Wichita.
That's the tornado warned storm that we have been watching in Barber County, Kansas. You see this is off towards the west-southwest of Wichita. So still a ways away, a few counties away, but it has been moving closer to the Medicine Lodge area, the county seat of Barber County, where about 2,000 people we've heard live. 7:45 Central Time is when this tornado warning expires. If you are in this county, if you're in the path of this storm, get to that lowest level, most interior room. And now as this storm moves towards at least some more populated areas.
Right, and one of those more populated areas is Wichita, Kansas. And we've got our own Dave Malkoff standing by live. Dave, what's it look like out there now?
Yeah, an hour and a half northeast of that area. That is Medicine Lodge, which is directly this way. And you can see the ominous clouds that are pushing over towards us. This is the first real rain of the day that we've got. It just started a couple minutes ago, and now it's coming down throughout the city here. Now, we had 80 degrees earlier today. It was 80. Yesterday, it was 84. And today it's 80, and so you have that real high temperature coming down and poking through the clouds. It had a long time to poke through and heat the temperature up in this part of the atmosphere, and that does destabilize things. What you're looking at right now is the clouds that are rolling in through that system. It is the exact same system that produced the storm, the tornado that you saw in Medicine Lodge, which is an hour and a half southwest of us from Wichita. Just looking at the sky, I don't see anything that looks quite threatening just yet. But you guys, you got to keep an eye on the Weather Channel, keep an eye on what's happening here, keep an eye on your weather radios as well. The ham radio operators are out there taking a look at the sky. We also have several storm chasers both here and in Oklahoma going around. Those folks are on the internet and providing live streaming video. But for right now, we're taking a look at the sky and just seeing the first real rain we've seen of the day, other than a few just marks of drizzle that we had a little bit earlier, Dave and Alex.
So now you are seeing the storms off towards the west, or you're hearing about the storms off to the west. This gives folks in Wichita time to prepare. We see you guys out in a field. Do you know where your safe spot is should the tornado warnings come into your area?
Yeah, actually, we just did a video with the city of Wichita where we actually show our live shot location. We're actually, I don't know if you can pan the camera up, Mike, you can see that we are underneath a concrete awning here, and then we've got a staircase that we can jump into if need be. That is a staircase that is halfway made of sheetrock, but then there is a large section that is made of cinder block, and it's a concrete staircase that we know to go to if it does go south on us here. So we've got a protection plan. Hey, if you want to see a time-lapse video of this rolling in, it's very cool. We just produced it. We just put it on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Dave News. That's facebook.com/Dave News. We'll tweet that out on the Weather Channel as well, so you can see the time-lapse of this rolling through. It's amazing out here.
Thank you so much, Dave. We'll be checking back in with you. Want to talk now more about the storms. They have reissued that warning for Barber County. So
the tornado warning, right?
Right. So moving further off towards the north and east, you're going to be in the path of this one, eventually working into the next county over and towards the Rochester area, but not right now. You're not under that warning. Isabel, though, Medicine Lodge, we are still watching these areas for the threat of a tornado. There have been reports of a touchdown with this storm as it was off towards the west. So we've seen it. We've been looking at the cloud cover. You know, Dr. Forbes has mentioned that it is rain wrapped at times, so you might not be able to see the tornado. And just because you can't see it in the video doesn't mean that you shouldn't take precautions, take necessary action if this storm is in your path, or if you're in this storm's path.
And as you see the radar line go by, you can see just to the north of the word Medicine, that's where hail is probably coming out of those clouds. So just north of Medicine Lodge in Barber County. The next county up would be Kingman County. Right now, just rain being reported there. All the lightning is back to the north of Medicine Lodge, and that seems to be diminishing. I'm feeling hopeful about this storm, and maybe the rain out ahead of it will help to stabilize the atmosphere before it gets to the Wichita area and causes any problems. But right now, well, now we are. Kingman has been warned.
Right, they've got a severe thunderstorm warning now, and that would include Cunningham, Kingman, and White. This goes until 8:15 Central Time, so you're going to be watching for the gusty winds, the hail possibility. I know earlier that storm into Barber County, possibility of hail up to 2.5 inches. So we're talking about tennis ball sized hail with that storm, likely where you said off to the north of the Medicine Lodge area would be where we're watching. Up in Wichita, it's just some light rain showers, but off towards the west, plenty of action with the heavy rain, the hail, and that tornado warning storm, as well as the severe thunderstorm warning. Here is the Wichita area. Notice up to the north, around Newton, we have seen some heavier rain showers. No warnings, though, in the area, but you did mention, you know, maybe that would help to stabilize the atmosphere if you get some of that rain cooling down the atmosphere and helping your severe chances later on. We'll have to see if that does in fact happen.
So far today, there have been 2 tornadoes sighted, one in Missouri, Potosi, Missouri, and another one right here in Kansas from that cell right there south of Pratt, and it's on the southwest flank of it, just to the north of Medicine Lodge. That's where the tornado, if there is one, would form or is right now. It's hard to actually tell. And those are the 2 most intense storms that we've seen so far today, though there have been over 200 severe weather reports into the Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma City, and 2/3 of them have been for large hail.
Yeah.
We saw rough weather south of St. Louis. That's what the flood warnings are about. And now coming into St. Louis, scattered thunder showers, one of which has been warned on.
Absolutely, and plenty of flash flood warnings to the south of St. Louis, where we have seen visual proof of some flooding issues down off into those southern suburbs. Now, Audrain, Monroe, and Shelby counties, you're under the severe thunderstorm warning. This goes till 7:45. You're going to be watching for not just heavy rain and frequent lightning, but also that potential for the large hail that we've seen so far today and the strong winds. You know, south of St. Louis, there were plenty of reports and visual confirmation of siding and roofing just torn from buildings due to those strong winds in excess of 60 miles an hour.
On the left side of the screen is the southwest corner of that storm in Medicine Lodge, Kansas, that's generally heading toward Wichita, Kansas. It would be under there where if there were a tornado, it would form. And as we've seen earlier tonight, that can drop out of a tornado and be on the ground in seconds.
Absolutely. We were watching a storm earlier from Oklahoma northward. This is a look at that. This was just over an hour ago. They were looking from the north of Alva, but I believe it was this same storm that we're still tracking into Barber County that did briefly drop a funnel in the town of Buttermilk, Kansas.
Right.
So,
there it is, and then count to 10, and it's virtually gone here. So you can see how quick these are. Some people think, oh, they skip.
Right.
Well, you know, they go up, they go down, depending on the intensity of low pressure right underneath that wall cloud.
and this would
Very
be when
awesome.
you hear us talk about a brief tornado touchdown. You just saw it.
Right. Well, Dr. Forbes and Carl Parker have been in the lab all night. Dr. Forbes is with us with his latest analysis. Dr. Forbes.
And we'll take a look at some of those storms. There's still the tornado warned storm there west of Medicine Lodge, Kansas. And we'll go down and take a look at some of the storms in the Texas Panhandle. Let's start with the tornado warned storm. Still, Barber County has a tornado warning on there as the storm moves off toward the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. It has produced at least 4 brief tornadoes that we know of at this point, and now it's just off to the north and west of Medicine Lodge would be where the tornado would be located. Tracking this out, heading up toward Nashville, Kansas at about 7:57. St. Leo, St. Peter's areas, 8:04, 8:10 p.m. Some of that is taking it up into areas that have already been rained into. And here is Medicine Lodge down at the lower center of the screen here. So the storm is heading this way. It doesn't have the kind of rotation that it did a while back. It's still a supercell thunderstorm. It has a couple wings coming into it. Has those lavender hail cores showing up there. But if I can find where my mouse is, there it is. I'll show you that the red and green that we had is lost. There's still a little bit of a circulation that is showing up there. Taking a look at the screen here, we still have a lowered cloud base that's showing up on this storm, maybe trying to lower again a little bit, but certainly at least up at the altitude where we're seeing it on Doppler radar, it does not look as intense as it once did. But certainly, again, a new lowering there that the chasers are zooming in and monitoring very closely. Taking a look here down into the Texas Panhandle then, we're looking at quite a line of storms. Some of them have given gusts to 80 miles per hour, and that line of storms continues from just east of Lubbock down into the La Mesa, Texas area, and a number of counties there. And I'm going to try to pull up on the next, when we get to it, Sarah, I'll pull up onto the Gibson Ridge, the 19 one. I'll pull up a slice through. I took a slice through the line here, and you can see with the high-level winds coming in up at the altitudes 30,000 feet or so, this whole storm is leaning off to the east. This is a west to east slice. West is at the left, east is at the right. This is about 40,000 feet, so these storms go up just under 8 miles tall. There's the rain and hail core. There's the anvil shooting out ahead of the storm. So let's go back now to the studio.
All right, thank you, Dr. Forbes. That video that we've been looking at now, you are looking at full on the screen, brought to us by Mark Farnick, one of the storm chasers that's out in the plains today and has a visual of the storm. Mark, can you tell us, have you seen the funnel? There have been some reports of touchdowns with this storm. Have you been able to get any visuals on that?
Yes, the first two tornadoes, I was a little bit too far to the east to visually confirm those. I know that other chasers from Severe Studios had those live. I finally got up to the storm, Southwest Medicine Lodge. I did witness two separate instances of touchdowns. It was fairly heavily precipitation wrapped, but the sun kind of came down just enough to where it backlit it to where you could see the edges of it. The tornadoes lasted no longer than about probably 70, 80 seconds at the most, but there was one that was kind of a elephant trunk type, and there was another that was a fairly stout cone. They were pretty, but they were quick. They didn't last too long. And now the storm is kind of a little bit more on the elevated side. It doesn't seem to be have the low-level rotation that it once had. It's a really beautiful storm, but I don't think at the moment that it's any significant threat to Kingman County, except for perhaps some hail. Now, that may change. But at the moment, I think that the severe threat has diminished with this supercell.
And can you give us a little idea of where you are? We've been talking about Medicine Lodge being probably the most populated area around this storm. Where is that in relation to where you're shooting from?
If I point my camera this way and I zoom in, that is the grain elevator of Medicine Lodge right there. Okay. And then if I pan back and pan back on the storm is now, this is the updraft of it, and it is really quite beautiful. Look at that motion on that. Yeah. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes.
So it's still turning. It's still got rotation, but it's just not really doing anything at the low level. It's all mid and upper level rotation. For sure, it's a pretty storm. Still looks to have about 1.5 inches hail on it, so nothing to trifle with, but I think the overall immediate severe threat is greatly diminished from what it was about half an hour ago. The storm seems to be cycling down a bit at the moment.
So now, what's your plan moving forward? Do you want to stay on this one as far as the chase for the rest of your day? Do you have an intention to move or go somewhere else?
Well, this storm at the moment is kind of the only game in town. It seems a lot of subsidence has kind of set in, and this storm is the one that's kind of won the fight. The tornadic supercell that was down near Leedy, Oklahoma, kind of fell apart, and this is currently the only supercell and the only tornado-warned supercell in a good probably 300-mile radius of this location. Now, there are more storms developing back from the Panhandle, as Dr. Forbes elaborated on, but I'm not so sure as to the tornadic potential of those. Hail and wind, absolutely. Tornadic potential, I'm not quite so sold on that.
All right, Mark.
Okay, Mark. Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Mark, and the beautiful pictures that you're showing us on television. Gorgeous. Let's take a look at this storm on radar now. And where Mark is would be, what, near Nippawalla at the bottom of the screen?
Likely.
Because he's looking north to Medicine Lodge. And this storm itself is just on the north side of Medicine Lodge.
Absolutely. You said some large hail possible. Earlier on that warning, hail up to 2.5 inches. That has gone down a little bit, but still you get ping-pong-sized hail out of this. We've got the severe warning also into the northern Kingman County. Yeah. That includes the city of Kingman. Now, this just off towards the west-southwest of Wichita, where they have been seeing some steadier but light rain.
And some heavier showers are developing in eastern Kingman County. That could clip Sedgwick County, which is Wichita's county. We're watching this whole area because the tornado watch is in effect till midnight tonight.
Absolutely. You're looking at the sky over Wichita, Kansas, where Dave Malkoff said that was the first real rain they've seen of the day. The severe weather still off towards the west, but as you mentioned, that storm could clip parts of the county in which Wichita is in. We're going to track more storms. This is our only tornado warning at this point. We'll be right back.
The Weather Channel's extended coverage of severe weather continues. This is Potosi, Missouri. Now, there's no rough weather here now, but there was a report of a tornado, one of 2 in the United States today. We're looking at some wind damage. There was also very heavy rain and damaging hail. Apparently, this is wind damage. Part of that roof is gone, and you can see how high the water was in the wake of this storm. The rain and hail were coming down hard.
Absolutely, and you know, the winds have been ripping things up. Hail, also tons of large hail reports coming in, not just in this area, but then back into Kansas and even as far east as North Carolina right now.
That's right, just east of Raleigh, we've got some rough weather. So let's get to it. Let's check on the severe weather. Carl Parker is our storm specialist, and he's standing by live in the lab for you.
Hey, Dave, we're going to take a look at what's going on in the east, though most of the action has been in the middle of the country. We want to move into Raleigh, North Carolina and the surrounding area and show you the warning that is ongoing for a cell that has already produced golf ball size hail. This thing has been quite a hail producer. There is the warning as it's dropping down to 264 and towards the 95 corridor, not very far away from Wilson. It's going to be coming into Fraser Crossroads. Very short order here. Middlesex about 9 after, Sims at 9:17, and then 9:28 it'll be getting into Wilton. And there's a look at the hail size, a golf ball size hail that's 1.75 inches reported near Franklinton, excuse me, and that is not very far away from Wake Forest. And this storm has actually been producing large hail and damaging wind for quite some time. We want to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, to talk more about that.
Yeah, indeed, Carl. In fact, the history of this storm goes way back to this morning, probably around dawn in Indiana. We'll take a look here at the storm reports over the past 24 hours. And all of these reports right through about here were a huge bow echo, the storm that was blasting east-southeast across from Indiana, then it really got going Ohio, northeast Kentucky, hit the mountains of West Virginia, broke up into a couple little pieces, went down across the Roanoke area. But this storm that Carl just showed, the one storm there, is still a little bit of a remnant, a regeneration, if you will, of that big cluster that, about 12 hours or so ago was up in the Indiana and Ohio area. So the atmosphere has a memory. Sometimes things just keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny, Carl.
And sometimes these complexes will develop their own little mid-level disturbances, right, that can actually be the formation basis for new storms.
They can be either mid-level disturbances or there can be a little miniature, they've got a little miniature cold front, they've accumulated some rain-cooled air, and it just keeps charging along. When it hits some fresher, more unstable air, up go the new reinvigorated thunderstorms like has happened here in North Carolina this evening.
All right, Dr. Greg, thank you. And we want to take a look at the larger picture right now and show you where the storms are. They're lining up anywhere from West Texas across into Oklahoma and Kansas. Then you see a big smattering of flash flood warnings there in the Ohio Valley, which we'll get into in a moment. Let's first drop down into West Texas and then right along 27 a little farther east and right down into I-20, a whole string of severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll take a look at a couple of these right now. Garza, Lynn under severe thunderstorm warning. The worry here is going to be large hail and damaging wind, and we're talking about a movement at east at 55 miles per hour, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind expected with those cells. And then off to the north of that, you've got another warning for Crosby County. That is going until the top of the hour. Then well off to the north and east, we've been watching this cell that did produce a couple of tornadoes, most likely still a tornado warning in effect for Barber County. We're going to be watching the southwest side of the cell right there. We're going to take a look at that coming up here in just a moment. I don't know if you have, Dr. Greg, velocity data for that, but I think we're past the point where we're as concerned about the possibility of a tornado.
Yeah, I don't think we have it ready to show, Carl, okay, but it certainly has weakened in terms of its velocity. It does not look have the kind of intense rotating core like it did, say, a half hour to an hour ago.
And there we are looking at a live picture there from Barber County in Kansas. Still seeing a very dark sky, and storm now coming up and into the Wichita Metro. There's Kingman County under severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15, and then just off to the north and east of that, you've got another warning that does include the Wichita Metro. That's Kingman, Reno, Sedgwick counties, and the concern here is going to be damaging wind and perhaps some very large hail, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there as that moves northeast at 35 miles per hour. Dave, Alex, back to you.
All right, thank you, Carl. Thank you, Dr. Forbes. You know, we are not done with the severe weather today. We will continue to see storms out there tomorrow. Of course, we've got our tornado watches still in play for the areas shaded in red. The yellow, that's the severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Texas.
And if you're watching from Chicago and Detroit, you may be taking cover before tomorrow is out. Special live coverage of severe Weather from Texas all the way into the Ohio Valley. We start off in Wichita. There's severe weather west of there, Alex, and a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Wichita.
Right, we're watching the area now as the sun begins to go down. As you said, this is the time where you can't go outside and look at the storms headed your way, save for some of that lightning. But make sure your weather apps are ready to go. Make sure your weather radio is ready to go, because we do expect the threat of severe weather to continue into the overnight.
Now, the severe weather watches that are in effect right now are these. In Texas, here in West Texas, a severe thunderstorm watch till 1. That includes Lubbock, Midland, all the way down toward the Pecos River. Then we cross over the Red River at Texas. It's a tornado watch extending back up to the Kansas border. Oklahoma City also involved in that, and Wichita under a tornado watch until midnight. Then we jump across Missouri, and for yet another 2 hours, a tornado watch is in effect southeast Missouri all the way up to Evansville, Indiana.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Alex Wilson here with Dave Schwartz, and it's been a busy day and really just the start of a severe threat that extends through the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, the nerve center, the upper level low, the cold pocket that people talk about is still over the Rockies. I mean, it's snowing in Aspen right now. It snowed in Salt Lake City, so we're waiting for that to come out. That's why we think thunderstorms will continue tonight, late, and then refire again tomorrow, spreading further north. Chicago, are you with us? Indianapolis, Detroit, there may be watch boxes for you guys too.
And then the East Coast on Friday. For the latest on today's severe weather threat, where we have storms out there right now, we head out to the lab with our severe storm specialist, Carl Parker.
You know, it's very widely separated today. We've got storms in West Texas and up and into Oklahoma and Kansas, but also in North Carolina and now in Ohio in the Cincinnati metro area. Here's a look at the warning, a severe thunderstorm warning for Claremont, Hamilton, and Warren counties. This cell is on the north side of the metro there. Let's shorten the loop a little bit, take a look at just the last hour, and it's right along 71 there, and that's where we could see 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind. That's dropping right along 275, and it's going to be coming down towards Deerfield as well as Goshen and along 132 as well as that continues to move towards the east. So again, a widely separated storms today. Not a lot of warnings there in the Ohio Valley. Flash flood warnings mostly, which we'll show you a bit later. And then we've got a string of severe thunderstorm warnings there in West Texas. These storms producing a lot of wind, actually kicking up dust there in the western part of the state. Garza, Lynn counties under warning right now, that going until 8:15, and also warnings here to the north for Dickens, Floyd, and Motley counties. Dr. Greg joining us right now, and Dr. Greg, we want to take a 3D slice of these storms now.
Yeah, indeed, we're going to take a look at these storms, and what we're seeing mostly from these storms is not a tornado threat. It's hail and damaging winds. These storms have formed along the dry line, and now they're marching east from, as Carl was showing, south and east of Lubbock, down across I-20. Ultimately, they'll march their way toward the Abilene area. And taking a look at some of these in particular, I've taken a slice through the storm that's near Post. I'll come back and show you that in a moment. That's a storm that's coming along Highway 380 in Garza County. And some of these storms have had histories of damaging winds as they came through Lubbock. 76 mile per hour measured at a wind sensor there at the National Weather Service office in Lubbock. 62 mile per hour at the Reese Center there, and additional reports there of strong winds as well. Level end there, 76 mile per hour. So here is where I've taken the slice through the storms. There's some little kinks in the line. Sometimes these little mini kinks just to the south of those will have the strongest winds. There's another one just to the north of Post. I took a slice across there. Let me tilt this up into the vertical. You can watch me do the tilting. So this is how we generate those slices. I drew the line, and then now I have from west at the left to east at the right, and this is about 40,000 feet, so it's just under 8 miles tall there for the storm. The inflow comes in one direction, and then the anvil, the winds aloft, push the high cloud up where the jet aircraft fly out in another direction, and the hail core falls down to the ground out of this tilting updraft. Now, how do I know that? Well, I know it from the history and the general experience with the orientation of this, but I can actually show you that in this case by the different wind colors, because here Here are some of the red. That's some of those strong gusty winds coming in from the west. The greens, there are some of the strong updraft coming in from the south and east, angling its way up over top of that, some of that low-level rain-cooled air. And then the reds, that's the anvil layer that's going out back eastward. So pretty interesting structure there, three-dimensional structure of a supercell thunderstorm. If you watched this earlier, we said if you watch us, you sometimes get weather lessons. You've just had another weather lesson there on the structure of a squall line. Carl?
And another thing you'll see if you're watching the Weather Channel occasionally is a live tornado, and that's what we saw earlier today in a couple of instances, actually, with a storm that was in southern Kansas, not very far away from the Oklahoma state line. There it was, a very narrow little tornado that dropped down there for just moments, and that same cell then later produced a larger tornado. It was very difficult to see from our vantage point, but we did just for a moment make out a cone-shaped tornado coming out of that cell. That very same cell is now coming up through central parts of Kansas, now west of 35. There is a warning for Kingman County, that is west of Wichita. So right in there, it's along that southwest side of the cell where we saw the tornadoes developing. No longer are we seeing enough indication of a tornado for it to be warned on as a tornado warning. Right now, the concern is going to be large hail and damaging wind. That warning going until 8:15. A lot of reports of hail with this cell earlier, actually covering the ground, and the threat now is golf ball size hail with that cell. Then off to the north of that, we've also got another warning there just west of Wichita. In fact, I'm going to back that up and take another look at that very quickly. And we've got a warning here that is now just up into the northwest side of the Wichita area, and that is right in here. There are actually a couple of cells, and as we look at these, we are seeing that there is a little bit of what we call a hook echo, a little appendage on the southwest side. So these cells are showing some rotation, but not rising to the level of a tornado warning, at least not right now. And we'll continue to watch that very closely. There you see a live picture of Wichita, very dark, menacing skies. These cells well off to the west of Wichita and moving off towards the northeast. One more thing I want to tell you about very quickly, just outside of St. Louis, brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. And this severe warning moving off towards the north and east. Franklin, Jefferson County, the concern is 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail, and this is generally going to be coming up into the St. Louis metro area towards the west side of town there, right along 64 and eventually along I-70. Much more on all this coming right up.
Thanks for staying with us as we continue to cover severe weather across a lot of the country, extending all the way from North Carolina back towards Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas also dealing with it. And our Dave Malkoff is live in Wichita.
And Cincinnati, too, also has some storms around there, so heads up. Dave, what a gorgeous shot. You know, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that is just beautiful.
I want to explain a little bit about this, Dave and Alex. Some funky stuff happens with the atmosphere when we have a storm like that. That's a technical meteorological term. Look at this. We've got this dark sky right here with a little bit of lightning. If we have a chance, maybe. Maybe not. You keep on looking there. So we got half the screen filled with the dark sky and then half the screen filled with the sunset. Look, there's a break in the clouds right here, so you can actually see the sunset off to the southeast. Look at that. You can actually see the sunset. So it really demonstrates, there's a flash of lightning really there. It really demonstrates that whenever you get above a thunderstorm, whenever you get above the clouds in any storm whatsoever, it's always a bright sunny day up there. So if you can get 30,000 feet or in some cases 60,000 feet above that, I'm not sure you could do that with the conventional aircraft, but if you can get above the storm, it's always a bright sunny day. So even though we have these black skies right here with thunder and lightning and rain coming down, there's another hit of lightning right there. We've also got a beautiful sunset in this little crack off to our southeast. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, someone should paint a picture of this, you know, you guys?
Absolutely. And, you know, you were telling us that you were talking to some officials from the county, or at least the city maybe, of Wichita. What have they been telling you about getting the message out today? I mean, Wichita's an area, they're used to severe storms, so I would imagine that the people that live there know what to watch out for. But how do they spread the message on a day like today?
Well, they do it through social media. They had a crew out here from the local station that runs all the government access out here, the government access station, and they were doing some stories with us. They were doing some stories with the deputy fire chief, who's also the fire inspector here, and the fire marshal. Now, they get it out through social media. They also go to the local TV stations, but it's also through handshakes and talking to people as they're walking around here. You know, it's been a good 20 years since we've had a devastating tornado push through this area specifically right here in Wichita. So a little bit of kind of maybe they've fallen back into a comfortable zone, but they know that they live here in Kansas in the middle of Tornado Alley, and they know anything can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time.
Yeah, Dave, it's so interesting, and we have seen not only a beautiful sunset, but we've also seen rainbows today.
We have, with some of those storms. Even that tornado warned storm earlier, we saw a rainbow out of that one. We've got plenty of lightning that we've been seeing from Dave's camera off towards the north and west of Wichita, and also due west of Wichita. Kingman, Reno, Sedgwick counties under that severe thunderstorm warning. We've seen some large hail reported in Kingman County.
And that is a brand new cell out there by Andale. It's brand new. That's the one that's intensifying. That may hit the northwest side of the Wichita Metro, and it may be the storm that we saw from Dave, just to the right of that beautiful sunset. Here's a look at this same storm from several hours ago, and see if you can find the funnel that drops from this wall cloud.
Wait for it. And there you go. You begin to see it drop, and eventually it does, very briefly, but it does make its way down to the ground. And what you're looking at right now is a funnel cloud. When you get that funnel reaching the surface, that's when you can officially say you have a tornado. So this was as the storm was well off towards the west and southwest nearly 2 hours ago. This was seen from the north of Alva, Oklahoma, into the state of Kansas.
There have been 4 such tornadoes sighted today, and we're likely due for more. Even though the sun is down, it's going to be an active night, my friend. Our severe coverage continues tonight. Clinton, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorms in the area. You saw the lightning flash just moments ago. Several counties under severe thunderstorm warnings, and there may be a new tornado trying to form just to the west of Wichita, Kansas.
Absolutely. Been watching this storm, watching the reports from National Weather Service chat, and seeing a report of a possible wall cloud over the Cheney Lake area. This is just west of Wichita, so we want to head out to the lab with severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes.
Indeed, the western of the storms is the one that had produced at least 4 brief tornadoes, but ahead of that, Cheney area, closer to Wichita, there's one now that has better rotation developed within that. Let's take a look. Here's the original storm, Kingman County, Kansas now, that originally produced tornadoes. Just severe thunderstorm warning, and that could be some golf ball size or larger hail, but it's the next storm up the line that has the better hook on that now. There's Kingman, so the area around Kingman, just to the north and east of Nashville, Rochester and White areas, with that hail and maybe damaging wind threat, and a low chance that it'll regenerate a tornado. But here around the Morton area, the Cheney area, Kingman, Reno, Sedgwick counties, this storm has begun to develop a hook there right under the T&O in Morton, and we'll take a look at that one. Should it develop a tornado, there you can see the hook coming right close to Highway 400 right now near the Garden Plain area, heading up towards St. Mark and the Park City area. Park City is just to the north suburbs of Wichita. Should it develop a stronger rotation, it would probably turn right and come even closer to the Wichita area. So we're certainly keeping a close eye on this particular storm. Here it is in high definition radar. There's that hook that I was talking about. Very well defined supercell thunderstorm now. A couple of bird wings come in. What we think causes those is a big overshooting top there. The airflow, I'll draw the airflow in red, sort of gets deflected around that since it can't go through that big core, and leaves a little bit of a wake in here where the clouds aren't as high. They get high on the 2 flanks where the air is deflected around that. And the inflow comes in here, rear flank downdraft, part of the rotation of the storm there. The rotation in the mid-levels of the storm is here. Tornado likes to sit in that. Now, this is the lowest scan. We're pretty close to the radar. Here is the Wichita radar, that little gray hole. And so not real strong rotation showing up. We are seeing a little bit of green going this way, some reds away from the radar there. We'll continue to monitor that. there is, I'll put back our regular. So, and a new scan has just come in that suggests maybe now that if I can clear that off, maybe now that it's wrapping up a little bit. You see this little backwards arc that's come across there. It is putting out a bit of a rear flank downdraft that maybe is going to circle around and choke that off. That said, could be some golf ball size or larger hail headed to the Park City area. And you see this white line a few minutes ago. I took a slice through the storm. This is southwest, this is northeast, and going up, we're close enough to the radar that we can't get all the way to the top of the storm, but it's up there about 50,000 feet, and a big hail core here in Lavender goes up about 30,000 feet, and then we aren't seeing all of that, but big layers of clouds. Here's the bottom of it. That's what Dave Malkoff has been seeing coming toward the Dave Malkoff's area. So we are going to go now to Dave Malkoff live in Wichita, and he's going to be getting quite a spectacle coming his way.
Oh, yeah, we're getting a lot of lightning here, Dr. Forbes. If you look over to our west, can you pull up Zenda, Z-E-N-D-A, on the dual pole back there? Because we're hearing from the ham radio operators that there is hail right now in Zenda, and that's about an hour due west of us. So it's back there, and if we zoom in on the sky, you can see some lightning. Whoa, look at that. Look at that lightning flash. We haven't heard any thunder just yet, so it's pretty far away. But yeah, look at that, lightning up the entire sky. Look at that, wow. Have you seen Zenda at all? Can you tell me anything about that? Oh, well, it's amazing to see how much lightning we've got here. So we're going to get poured on in just a minute. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel. We will be right back right after this break. You're watching continuing coverage right here.
This is live. This is what it looks like, Alex. You know, we're both jumping on that because this is one of the most intense storms in America right now. We're not seeing any lightning immediately, but you will, I'm sure, in seconds. There have been reports of rotating wall clouds from this, funnel clouds, large hail. Just to the west of Wichita, we've got 2 severe thunderstorms.
Absolutely. We're watching 2 off towards the west of Wichita. Reports of hail, reports of a wall cloud, and in Zenda, reports of a tornado touchdown. And so Dave Malkoff is bringing us that shot that we just saw. He's live in Wichita. And Dave, we've seen the lightning. What else have you seen in the past 5 minutes since we've talked to you?
Well, John Marshall is our audio operator, but he's also a licensed ham radio operator, and he's been monitoring the ham radio frequencies. And over there in Zenda, if we can look at the sky, this is west. And that is basically due west of us, Zenda. We are getting reports of hail right now. Did you guys say a tornado touchdown in Zenda? I kind of heard that.
Yeah, that's the report that we're seeing from the National Weather Service chat. Local storm report by Wichita's National Weather Service office that there was a tornado touchdown in the Zenda area, which is 5 miles southwest.
Well, that
of
makes
Zenda.
a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because we're seeing a lot of lightning activity, and through the ham radio, we're hearing about that big burst of hail that they had over there. So if they have the hail, they have the lightning. I mean, a tornado isn't far behind in that situation. So it's not surprising that they do have a tornado touchdown in Zenda. The first we were to hear about that was over the ham radio with that huge burst of hail that they had over there. That's just about an hour away from us. And if you look due west, you can see the dark skies. And every single time that we have a lightning flash, and I wonder if you can see the lightning flash in just a couple minutes, but take a look at the sky. And when you see the lightning flash, it just looks like a black sky, but then you see the definition in the clouds back here. And you can see there is a lot of activity going on inside these clouds. And there's a lot of movement that we can't see because all we see is the black sky until we see that flash of lightning coming from our west near Zenda, near where they had that touchdown confirmed by the National Weather Service. And we see that these clouds have a lot more to them than just the black sky.
And Dave, it was a report of a brief rope tornado similar to what we've seen earlier with that same storm, as it was well off towards the south and west, really southwest of the Medicine Lodge area. So it would go with the theme of that storm. It's been dropping these brief rope tornadoes. Now seeing a report of a wall cloud north of Garden Plain. And Dr. Forbes is watching this storm. He's out in the lab with Carl Parker.
All right, guys, so severe thunderstorm warning right now for Reno and Sedgwick, but Dr. Greg, maybe a tornado in this one as well.
Yeah, indeed. There's been a storm, tornado, as Dave was indicating, in Zenda, but that's the second storm. There's a closer storm to him that maybe has a tornado that is getting very close to the west and northwest suburbs of Wichita right now. This is the western storm. That's the one that produced 4 tornadoes earlier. It's produced the 5th tornado that we know of near Zenda. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kingman County, but it's a storm that it's just tornado warned on right now. That has a brand new tornado warning on that one. Here's the Kingman storm, hail, and maybe still a tornado north and east of Nashville in Kansas. But just to the west of Wichita now, Sedgwick County. This is a storm a little while ago I was saying had a developing hook echo on that. It has there's been wall clouds reported at Garden Plain. There's been a possibility west of Wichita. There's been power flashes seen by the police, and so we are seeing right here now. It may have wrapped up into right just to the north of Garden Plain there, a possible tornado. So tracking that along, we have a tornado that's up near and just north of Garden Plain, heading toward the Union area and heading toward the north suburbs of Wichita, Park City, and the Furley area. And you see there in the box at the top left there some of the times with that. Here's the hook echo. It has a gust front that's come out. Garden Plain, we're talking about, they're seeing a wall cloud from there, and that would be right in about here, heading toward the St. Mark's area. Big hail with this, golf ball size, maybe baseball size, Andale, the Colwich area. Let me take a look at the velocities. They are reporting now the color has gone to purple on this tornado warning, indicating they think there's a tornado with this based on the power flashes. Right in here, it's not the strongest rotation we've seen. A little bit of red and a little that's going, and yellow going westbound, greens going eastbound. And let me see if there's any kind of debris signature showing up in that. No, we see some of these blue speckles around there, but not co-located with the rotation. So could be some wind kicking up some debris, but certainly a storm that is making us very nervous as it's coming up to the northwest suburbs of the Wichita area, spiraling around with a possible tornado in there. And sometimes on these gust fronts, you can get additional brief tornadoes as well. While I have this radar up out of Wichita, I'll slide back to the southwest and show you the Zenda location. There is where we've had a tornado. That storm still is heading off to the northeast between Willowdale and Belmont. Still could produce a tornado there south and east and then east of Willowdale, but not rotating nearly as strongly as the storm that's just closer to the Wichita area.
All right, Dr. Greg, we want to get out to Dave Malkoff right now. Dave, sirens going off there in Wichita.
Listen for a second. You may be able to hear the tornado sirens coming from our west. Reports of a tornado on the ground from Andale, A-N-D-A-L-E. That's over the ham radio for right now. And this is what we're hearing. We're seeing lightning in the sky here in Wichita and hearing tornado sirens going off over the ham radio. Unconfirmed reports of a tornado on the ground in progress in Andale, west of Wichita. Can you guys hear those sirens at all?
We do hear the sirens, Dave. Definitely going off.
Yeah, they're definitely going off to our west. We're not hearing them right here in the downtown area, but it's definitely a sign that if you are in Andale, this is your time to get down into the basement, get into your shelter. This is not a time to go outside, not a time to look around. This is a true emergency, possibly a tornado on the ground in Andale, Kansas. The county has a tornado warning right now, not the city of Wichita. Sedgwick County does have a tornado watch right now. Is it tornado watch or tornado warning?
Tornado warning, and we are hearing that there's a tornado on the ground just north of Viola, Kansas. Dr. Greg, maybe you could take a look at the latest scan on the Doppler and tell us what you're seeing.
And indeed, we're seeing here Sedgwick County with that tornado warning. You see right here the hook that is wrapped around. It would be on the south side, this may be mail address of Andale. It's south of the center of Andale and heading up toward the area, St. Mark's and Colwich areas. If I advance this, Sarah, is that going to go to my Gibson Ridge? I'll click and find out. Should I hit the advance button here? You got it. All right, we're going to bring up the high-resolution radar. We had a little bit of a computer freeze up here. So here's where here's where the storm is here in high definition at this point. Here's downtown Andale. So there's a lot of hail falling there just to the south side. The tornado is rotating, is located right in here. It may have a little bit of a curtain of rain out ahead of that. The tornado located right about in there. If I pull on the velocities,
Dr. Forbes?
The circulation is right in there, heading toward the St. Mark's, south side of Andale, toward the Colwich area. Go ahead, Dave.
Dr. Forbes, it's
Yes.
Dave Malkoff in Wichita. We just had the end of the tornado sirens to our west. So those tornado sirens are not going off anymore, if that means anything to you.
Yeah, Dave, it does not look as if the heart of downtown Wichita is going to be under the threat of this, but as you've been saying, areas just south of Andale might be a mailing address of Andale, but into the St. Mark's, the Colwich, the Mays areas are looking to be, and it might actually turn its way. If it goes a little bit more to the north, it might get into the south and southeast sides of Andale and the Colwich area. If it turns a little more to the right, it might come over to the St. Mark's area, but still a strong indication of rotation along with hail that's preceding the storm in that general Andale area and areas just south and west of Andale.
Dr. Gregg, there has been some discussion about the value of tornado sirens because these networks are very expensive to maintain. The point being from some people that a lot of people have smartphones now and therefore can get the warnings on their phones, but not everyone has those phones.
Not everyone has the phones, but as you're seeing and hearing, not everyone who gets a tornado siren is in the immediate path of the tornado either, or the tornado there not looking like it's likely to hit downtown Wichita. Perhaps that's why they've turned off the siren where Dave Malkoff is located. But and if you're in the hail area and the heavy rain area just out ahead of where the tornado is heading toward, sometimes there'll be lightning in there. It may be noisy enough with a hail hitting your roof. You may not be able to hear the sirens. And so those sirens, they can be very directional in terms of being blocked by precipitation that can sometimes obscure your ability to hear the siren. So it is definitely controversial. I certainly wouldn't recommend taking down any sirens that existed, but the sirens for everybody may not be the panacea either. You need to have every possible way of getting the warnings, be it having the Weather Channel, having NOAA weather radio, having all sorts of cell devices. Any and all of those are ways that we know in the past people have gotten the warnings. Calls on cell phones. We don't recommend in a lightning storm that you're talking on phones that have cords, have wiring to them, but cell phones, as long as the cell towers are working, that's certainly another way that you can get a lot of information.
And as is the case with any kind of a warning, it's good to have multiple systems, to have backups if for some reason the first system does not work for you.
That's absolutely the case, and I'm going to look down here and see if we get some new information coming in. Still a tornado near Garden Plain, moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour across this Sedgwick County region. So still is a tornado warning. It's just in the area heading off toward the northwest suburbs and perhaps ultimately the north suburbs of Wichita, Kansas.
What are we thinking in terms of hail with that cell, Dr. Gregg? Certainly that's a heck of a core that's showing up on the radar there.
Certainly looks to me as if it will be golf ball size or larger hail that's showing up. And here we're having some of the mapping of this. Sarah has brought up some street level mapping. So we're talking about the possible tornado near Garden Plain heading up toward the Attica, Kansas area with that hail core out near West 21st Street and North 295th Street coming over toward North 247th Street west. That's where the hail is, and then the tornado core coming up just a few miles to the south of that. So the hail core and the tornado cores often go in parallel, and we see there the hail core tornado likely to skirt along the south side of that. So we're coming up toward West 21st Street north and the Attica area, maybe up into the Delano area as well. We're seeing radar indications of 2.4-inch hail. Those are usually a little bit aloft. I usually multiply it by about 0.7 or something like that, take 3/4 of it. So perhaps a little bit bigger than golf ball size, golf ball maybe hen egg size, the kind of hail you might be expecting from this storm.
All right, we are hearing now that those sirens actually failed there in Wichita. Dave Malkoff is still with us. Dave, what do you know?
Well, what we know is those sirens were supposed to go off in a specific geographical area, just right over the area where there was a tornado. Now we are hearing that there's a tornado on the ground in Goddard, just north of Goddard, but they couldn't select that specific area. So what they did was just flip the switch on all the tornado sirens, so everything went off everywhere. So even though we are a good hour away from there, we heard the sirens here, not meaning that there was a tornado here, but they couldn't selectively set off that siren for where the tornado was. That's kind of one of the failures of the siren system, is sometimes you get into those systems with computers running everything, computers fail, and that's what happened in this situation. But not everything is fail-proof. The WEA system, which is run by FEMA, which is the cell phone alert system, sometimes that goes off because of user error. You can actually turn that off, and you definitely don't want to turn off the life-saving alerts from FEMA on your phone. So there are failures all around, but this one was a failure because they had the entire system. Carl has more information about a tornado right now.
Very important points there, Dave. Thank you. Dr. Greg, we are now looking at least some spotter reports of the tornado, but it looks like perhaps not as much of a velocity signature right now.
Yeah, the strong signature was while I was talking about 5 minutes ago. Sarah's pulled that back, and you see here the tornado was reported West 21st Street North and North 295th Street West, and that is right where you see the couplet, the color couplet, the yellows going northwest bound, the greens going southwest bound. So that is what we call the tornado vortex signature, now going to the current time, and that has weakened. We do not see that couplet again. That corresponds to what we're seeing, that the tornado appears to have lifted or dissipated. But power flashes, spotter signature, spotter visualization, as well as the tornado indicating that we have had at least a brief tornado there in the area just off to the west of Wichita, Kansas. That would be up in the area now. I believe it would be coming toward the Union area and maybe areas just a little bit to the south and west of Union. Wichita on this depiction is over in the lower right corner. So we're not talking about downtown Wichita, but we're talking about parts of Sedgwick County that it's off in the areas now south and east of Annandale, and coming up toward the Union area and up ultimately toward the community of Sedgwick as the storm moves slowly off toward the north and east. Hail to the north of the track. The northern half of the track here likely to get hail. The southern half of the track likely to get the tornado.
And Dr. Greg, maybe we can bring this image out full with a live picture from Wichita there on the left, and maybe we can make it a little bigger and get a look at the lightning here. This is an incredibly electrical storm, and that too, you know, that's oftentimes when we're talking about tornadoes and large hail, we think, you know, mostly about that, but lightning certainly can be a very serious threat in storms.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be not only taking shelter because of the tornado threat, but being indoors and off corded appliances, away from electrical appliances, not taking a shower or a bath, not doing the dishes at this point, because lightning coming down to the ground outside your house could get carried in through the plumbing or through the wires. You're seeing quite a lightning display there. Sometimes it's cloud to ground lightning, sometimes with the anvil that we've been talking for probably the past hour or so with Dave Malkoff, seeing clouds overhead. Some of that lightning is going out horizontally in that anvil. You see there some of the somewhat horizontal lightning flashes that are going and sometimes illuminating a whole expanse of the sky there in your video frame. So tornado warning for Sedgwick County. The area is west and northwest of Wichita with the possibility of a tornado continuing, with at least one brief report already having been reported. Spotter reporting 183rd and MacArthur reporting 2 funnels, one down in shape and one more rope shaped. And 2 minutes ago, Chase is reporting an elephant trunk tornado in Clonmel. So we are getting tornadoes. Seeing a funnel in the area of Goddard High School at this time. I'm watching the National Weather Service chat, a very valuable tool for media to be using and trying to keep the public and through the media keep you ahead of these storms and apprised of where the most dangerous portion of the storm is located.
And Dr. Greg, we are still watching nearly continuous lightning with this storm in northwest of Wichita. And you know, I'm from the east and you're from the east, and a lot of people who have spent all their lives in the east are used to storms that produce some lightning and maybe one close strike that's really, really loud. And I remember going out to Iowa, and there was a storm that produced maybe a good 10 or even 15 of these. They are really different animals out there in the middle of the country, right?
Yeah, they really are. Occasionally in the east, especially when you get these big thunderstorm complexes with the great big expanses of anvils, you'll get lightning displays like we're seeing here in Wichita, but it's certainly more common out in the Central Plains. And of course, you see the lightning at night a lot better. Sometimes you do get these thunderstorm complexes a lot more at night than in the daytime. There was a bolt that went all the way to the ground and illuminated the sky at the same time. This, on the other hand, is an individual supercell thunderstorm with an impressive lightning display, mainly across Sedgwick County at this point. It's not one of those bigger complexes that sometimes are state size that I was talking about. So this was an impressive individual rotating supercell thunderstorm with quite a lightning display going on in that. So a lot of the times the lightning will be traveling around the edges of the big hail core and in the cloud. Sometimes there's some pretty impressive lightning bolts that come out from near the top of the hail core and go out horizontally in through the anvil of the storm. As well as along the edges of the anvil, where you get differences in the charge buildup between the clear air and the raindrop or ice crystals at the under edge of the anvil. So a lot of paths that the lightning can take, not only to ground, but also within the cloud. Nice, almost horizontal flash there we saw.
Those are those anvil crawlers that you're talking about that run up along the underside of the anvil and oftentimes will flutter from one side to the other. Remarkable lightning out there. Hey, we want to get out to Dave Malkoff once again, and he's got some new information on the weather there. Dave?
Yeah, we're listening to the ham radio operators who are doing a really great job. We were talking about all sorts of ways to get information out. There is a section, and I'm just looking at the map right now to figure out where it is. It is directly northwest of us. It is Mays, Kansas, northwest of Wichita. It is a suburb, and we are hearing over the ham radio unconfirmed reports of 2 tornado touchdowns in Mays, Kansas. M-A-I-Z-E. So if you are around Mays, Kansas, you are seeing this lightning display, but we are also hearing about tornadoes touching down in that area. So very, very dangerous. As you look at the sky, you see there is lots of cloud-to-cloud lightning happening all around us. This is a brilliant display of lightning, very dangerous for the folks right now in Mays, Kansas, just 18 minutes from where I stand right now in downtown Wichita, Kansas.
Dave, you know, I know that you spent a lot of time in California. I'm not sure whether you're actually from there or not, but certainly you don't get a lot of lightning in California. What's it like to be out there watching a storm like this and seeing that nearly constant lightning?
You know what? It's fantastic. If you go ahead in San Bernardino County in certain times of the year, you can see this kind of lightning. Now, normally lightning like this is wrapped with thunderstorms, and you can't really see the lightning because there's so much rain around it. But if you go out into the desert area in San Bernardino County, you do see a lot of lightning, and this is a brilliant cloud-to-cloud display. I've actually downloaded on my phone an app called Lightning Camera, and if you look on my Twitter right now at Malkoff, you can see the lightning pictures that I'm getting. Amazing cloud-to-cloud lightning here. Very dangerous for Mays, Kansas, because it is producing tornadoes. Unconfirmed reports from the ham radio operators, but it's pretty silent, which is really weird. Because I know that we talked about this at length, Carl.
Yeah.
You were talking about how lightning and thunder are not two different things, but they are the same.
Yeah.
Thunder is the sound, lightning is the visual element, but thunder is just the sound that comes off of the air exploding around the column of this gas that is, how many, 50,000 times the heat of the sun?
Well, it's 5 times as hot as the surface of the sun, and so it instantly ultimately heats that channel of air around it. And just as you said, the air explodes, and the shock wave from that explosion is what creates the thunder, which is why oftentimes you'll hear a crack and then it trails off into a lower series of rumbles, because you're hearing the part of the channel that is nearest the ground first, and then you're hearing it as it goes up farther and farther into the sky. Just a remarkable lightning show there. I do believe we're getting a report now of a confirmed tornado. Is that right, Dr. Gregg?
There's another report of a tornado near Colwich, so we're going to take you back and show you some radar here. Sarah, can we, here is a storm, the Kingman storm, but it's this storm in Sedgwick County. It has several little hooks on that, one that is sort of lifted to the northwest. It's this hook right around the Colwich area that has a tornado. We're tracking that one out. It will be heading toward the area probably just to the north of Mays, probably mailing address of Mays, toward the Valley Center area, and then up towards Sunnydale and Milton. That's going to take it well off up I-135, well to the north of downtown Wichita. Here is the high-definition radar, and it is this little protrusion here is where the tornado is. Dave has been talking about Mays. That's where there's one of these inflow bands. We probably would be seeing a tail cloud if it was visible. The tornado is there. At times, and that's where we're seeing the circulation. The red and green, that couplet is located right in there, right about the Colwich area, heading up into the area south of Bentley to just to the west and probably just north, maybe even close to the Valley Center area. So storm, let's see if we have any correlation coefficients. I'm not seeing anything that is guaranteed to be debris right in that particular location, but we have had at times reports of tornadoes with this, including a report of a spotter seeing well-defined low-level wall cloud just to the north of Colwich, and we have had a report of a tornado that is in the Colwich, Valley Center, Mays area, confirmed tornado according to a report that the National Weather Service got over Colwich. That was at 8:50 p.m., moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So a storm that has appendages, storm that has some rotation, storm likely to be producing brief tornadoes. We're hoping they're brief, not necessarily weak, so you need to be taking shelter in the lowest innermost portion of a sturdy building if you're in the area near the Colwich, Mays, Valley Center area, heading up toward the northeast across I-135 north of the Wichita area.
Greg, maybe there's a point here about weather data, which is now easier to access than ever, but we're looking at that velocity data. Boy, is that a subtle feature, and if you were trying to do this at home, you might not see anything like that.
That's exactly right, unless you had the very high-definition radar on your mobile device. But to some extent, though, a lot of this high-definition radar that I do is to sort of show people some of the little features like this one, so that if they are at home trying to be their own home meteorologist using or don't have access to watching us here in the Weather Channel, that they maybe see these kind of features. And it is often those little features when there is a tornado warning that will be producing. Look at that now. It is new scan has come in, and there's a wee little tiny circulation, little donut. Somebody's taken a bite out of the donut there that would appear to be the location where the tornado is at this point. So it is in the area now north and east, due north of Colwich, heading off toward the north and east.
And what about the correlation coefficient? Are we seeing any evidence of debris there now?
I did not. It was pretty noisy. The tornado seems to be going across the area, getting close to north 151st Street west, and pretty close to Highway 96 as I saw it there. There it is right there. So that little curly cube is near Highway 96, north 151st Street west. Probably now, given a slight time lag for getting the radar, probably has crossed just to the north and east of Highway 96.
All right, so what Doppler radar is able to do, folks, these days is determine which of these objects are meteorological and more rounded and which are irregular, in which case they might be structural debris or parts of trees, that type of thing. When we see that right in the very same place where we see a strong circulation, then we've got a really good idea that there is, in fact, a tornado. We're not seeing that in this case, so cautious optimism there, even though there have been some spotter reports of tornadoes, and still watching for the possibility of one there on the northwest side of the Wichita Metro. Dr. Craig?
Yeah, at least from what I'm seeing, we're not getting one of those massive blue tornado debris signature balls that would indicate that we have a very large debris-filled tornado going up across here. I'm not saying that we don't have a tornado that may have produced some damage, but it at least does not appear to be causing a massive amount of damage as it goes through these north and northwest suburbs of the Wichita area. There may probably very well be a few structures there that are getting some damage. Hopefully it's going to be weak from this tornado.
All right, Dr. Greg, we'll take another look at this coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to reset right now and get back to Dave and Alex.
That's right. This warning goes till half past the hour. So we're going to stay right with this tornado warning in Wichita, and the tornado watch remains in effect until midnight.
Absolutely. We're going to give you a look at your local on the 8s, just 60 seconds, and then we will be back with you. Live coverage continues with Alex Wallace and Alexandra Steele. They're going to walk you through the warning, not just for Wichita, but severe warnings across the country as well.
Right. North Carolina all the way back to Texas. You're watching extended coverage of severe weather on the Weather Channel.
Live severe weather outbreak coverage for you tonight. Potential for more scenes like this one near Edna, Kansas in Barber County. Happened earlier today. This footage caught by a storm chaser just before 7 p.m. Central.
Severe weather causing this damage in Potosi, Missouri. That's a little over an hour southwest of St. Louis. Possible tornado in that area this afternoon. That along with egg-sized hail. Well, good evening, and thanks for joining us here on this night filled with dangerous storms. I'm Alex Wallace.
And alongside Alex, I'm Alexandra Steele. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Well, these storms firing up throughout the evening and into tonight. Actually, just within the last hour, things really firing up. That's, of course, why we have this added extended live coverage for you tonight.
And we've got the crews all across the region. Dave Malkoff is in Wichita, Kansas. Mike Bettis in Joplin, Missouri. And Scott Knowles in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So the guys are there to give us their sort of first-hand accounts of what is happening on the ground.
Yeah, in Wichita, Kansas, we're certainly seeing action, certainly north and west of the city. All right, here's the severe weather outbreak in our TORCON. This is the Tornado Conditions Index, meaning how likely is it for you to see a tornado? Well, take a look, Kansas City, a 5, meaning a 50% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. Springfield, Missouri, a 6 for you, a 60% chance. And in Tulsa, Oklahoma, again, a 5, a 50% chance. Again, and that is the timeline within, of course, a 50-mile radius.
All right, well, for the very latest, we want to head to storm specialist Carl Parker in the lab. He is there with Dr. Greg Forbes. And guys, we got these storms flaring up there, particularly into Kansas, not too far from Wichita.
Yeah, we've been watching circulations on this cell that's on the north and west side of Wichita, and we've been getting reports of tornadoes as well, seeing a lot of lightning. And Dr. Greg, not as much of a circulation showing up there, but we're still concerned about this cell.
And it's a tiny little circulation, and possibly could be giving periodic reports of, or at least periodic touchdowns of tornadoes. So we do have a tornado warning north of the Wichita area there, Harvey and Sedgwick counties. Should I push this there? Or? All right. Earlier we had a tornado warning and had a number of tornadoes from the storm that was off to the west in Kingman County, but more recently the strong rotation developed as it was coming up areas due west of Wichita, has begun maybe to weaken a little bit in its rotation, but still that tornado warning for Harvey and Sedgwick counties there in the Kansas area north of Wichita. Sarah's going to update us on that. Coming up in the areas near the Valley Center, up toward Darlington and the Milton area, we have had reports of tornadoes over in the vicinity of Colwich most recently, and the Mays area, and it is continuing off, maybe accelerating a little bit now off toward the north and east toward the Sedgwick community of Sedgwick in Sedgwick County and the Valley Center area. So we have had reports of tornadoes in these red dot areas. Go ahead, Sarah. Here's where the high definition radar is at the moment. We've gone to the north and west of Valley Center. The circulation probably is best located here, heading toward the Sedgwick area. I'll take a quick look, see if we can see any velocities showing up on this. It's a little bit subtle at this point. There is some indication of rotation, but it's not extremely strong at this point. So we'll hope that the threat is beginning to lessen. Go ahead, Sarah. Let's move along. What do we have next? Or we go back to Carl here? Brand new tornado warning for Oklahoma, Custer and Dewey counties. This one has had a reported tornado with this, along with some 3-inch hail. We're talking about areas near Butler in Oklahoma. And there's been a history of reports of severe weather with this storm as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Tracking along with this one could be a tornado coming toward the Anthon area, 927 or so, and then ultimately up toward the Cody area. We're talking areas that are all out in western parts of Oklahoma. Taking a look at this one, the high definition radar here, there is Butler in Oklahoma. We're a little bit far from the radar in here, but taking a look at the velocities on this one, we have some pretty decent returns, the velocities toward the northeast, toward the south and west. So just to the east of Hammond, heading up toward the Putnam area, that is a tornado that has been reported. So if you're in those areas, let's hope let's hope the tornado misses you. This is a fairly rural area. Let's go back now to the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Of course, we want to get you out into the areas impacted by all this severe weather tonight with our team of meteorologists and reporters.
And we start with meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is in Joplin, Missouri. And Mike, certainly an area no stranger to severe weather. Thankfully, at least at the moment, things are fairly quiet.
Yeah, the good news is that things are pretty tranquil right now. We just have a mild breeze out of the south, and folks have been out today in short sleeves and shorts and just kind of enjoying the day, but very aware of the weather. It's been the talk of the town today, and if there's any town that's prepared for it, it's a place like Joplin, Missouri, considering what they went through back in 2011 with one of the worst tornado disasters in U.S. history. The threat is not over, though. We could see storms flare up tonight and portions of the day tomorrow, and then shifting east of here and likely affecting the rest of the state, and as you work your way into the Great Lakes states as well. Let's get an update for you on Oklahoma, see what's going on in Oklahoma City, and check in with Scott Newell. Scott.
All right, Mike. Well, here again, we have pretty well avoided the weather here. We've been here all day, and the worst we saw were clouds. It's been windy coming out of the south, as is where you were. And also behind me right here, we're looking at an east-west road. This is Sheraton Avenue, and behind me, the skyline there, pretty clear up there. The sky was blue before the sun went down, so we haven't seen any clouds in the last couple of hours here. Still, tornado watches for 26 counties, including right here in Oklahoma City, and so people still have to be careful. That lasts until midnight. And he's not far from here, but it's amazing how much different the weather can be in Wichita. Let's go out to Dave Malkoff and find out what's going on there. Dave?
Hey, Scott, how's it doing down there? We are looking at a lot of lightning when we look at the sky. You may not see any right now, but it was rocking just a few minutes ago. Let me take you to some pictures that I shot on my own phone, and you can see these photos that I've just placed on Twitter. @Malkoff is the handle. You can see those brilliant flashes going across the sky. In some of them, you just see the entire sky light up, and in some of them, it was actually cutting down to the very millisecond where you saw the cloud-to-cloud column go across. Now, these are very high-energy lightning bolts going from cloud to cloud. We weren't hearing any thunder on the ground, and we aren't getting much rain or wind, but take a look at these pictures, just breathtaking pictures. You know how I do that? There's an app called Lightning Camera, and you can actually take pictures. It will take 100 pictures at a time. It's a new thing, but if you want to see how people take professional photos of the sky, go to my Twitter as well, @Malkoff. We'll have a story for you right there, how people take pictures of these storms.
All right, thank you so much, Dave. Malkoff there, the lightning show continuing, no doubt about it. And we're staying with you throughout the duration of this multi-day severe weather event.
All right, of course, extended coverage both on air and online. You can always get the latest information on your mobile devices as well. Here's a look at the current radar picture. A few different areas of storms to watch. Of course, through Kansas, the most severe weather that we've seen thus far.
That's right, just north of Wichita, tornado warning. That's Harvey and Sedgwick counties. That includes Grant and Valley Center until 9:30. Seek shelter now.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our extended coverage here on the Weather Channel.
That's right. We want to get to Dr. Greg Forbes, who is in the lab tracking some of these storms. And Dr. Forbes, the one that we're really paying attention taking place there just north of Wichita.
Yeah, and we're still seeing a rotating wall cloud. That's the rotating updraft of the storm. No tornado at the moment, but there have been a couple of at least brief touchdowns with that storm. Here we're talking about tornado warning north of Wichita, Harvey, and Sedgwick counties. Zooming into that, the storm is seeming to have less rotation. but could be pushing in the area near I-35 and probably just west of I-35 here, north of Valley Center area, and heading off toward the north and east. Looks like it might even be splitting into two storms there, with the tornadoes up around the Annalee area, the Whitewater, and the Clifford area as the storm heads off to the north and east. Here's the high-definition radar. So it still is a supercell thunderstorm, but it has lost a lot of that hook that we earlier had wrapping down around in this direction. So areas now south and east of Sedgwick are the most strongly rotating areas, but it's very difficult now to see anything on the velocity that looked like a tornado circulation. Jumping down then to Oklahoma, we have had a tornado. It'll pop up here in a moment if we're lucky on the radar. There it is. We have had a tornado reported with this storm. I believe it was around the Hammond area. Right now the tornado would be near the Butler area. Tornado warning for Custer and Dewey counties. And heading toward the Anthon area, the Cody areas. This storm does still have a hook echo on it. The tornado likes to sit down in that hook region and slide then off toward the north and east. And then looking down, a much different character of storms down in the now east side of the Texas Panhandle and northwest parts of Texas. Big backward sea bow echo there blasting right across Guthrie, Texas toward Ford and Knox and Wilbarger counties with damaging winds. Look how that surges forward. So Benjamin, you're likely to get some strong winds. We have had winds at times reported 80 miles per hour with this storm, as it's come even all the way back when it was in the Lubbock area. Alex and Alex, back to you.
Thanks so much, Greg. Really two different animals, the storms in Texas and the Kansas storms, so different really in kind of makeup and intensity.
Absolutely. There you got that line with the severe winds and then the discrete cells taking place there with that tornado risk in the plains.
All right, also now let's head back out into the field. Mike Bettis once again.
In Joplin, Missouri. And Mike, a quiet scenario now, but we've got several days of having to deal with a severe threat there for you in the city.
Yeah, it looks like the threat, may return tonight and could return even tomorrow here in Joplin. You better believe the talk of town has been weather. Certainly considering what happened back in 2011 here in Joplin with the big EF5 tornado that came through. They're very aware of weather almost all the time without fail here. In fact, you'd even call them a little gun shy after that tornado. They had a grant, by the way, that was issued to the city shortly after the tornado, and with that money they got from that grant, they actually gave away 5,000 weather radios. So that's great to see. And they're ready to go. And if you look at the radar, there's not a lot around southwest Missouri right now, and that's a good thing, but storms could again move in through the overnight and tomorrow across much here of the Show Me State. But they definitely know how to handle severe weather here, that's for sure, and how to respond to it if indeed another tornado were to touch down. We had a chance to catch up with the fire chief, Chief Ferguson, and got his thoughts on how they now respond in light of what happened in 2011.
And I feel like we're more prepared for the next tornado, which I hope we don't have. But we are. We learned a lot of things during the 2011 tornado, and how we respond is really no different than what we would do then. We ourselves seek shelter because we do not do anybody any good if we can't respond and help. So basically on days like today, if the tornado warning is issued, we would take shelter. Once the storm is clear, then we go out and assist and help those people in need.
And severe weather could threaten through tomorrow. Of course, we'll be on it. Alex and Alex, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Well, of course, our job here tonight is keep you prepared and keep you safe as we track this multi-day severe weather outbreak.
That's right. Ongoing storms tonight, and we'll be watching storms even as we head into tomorrow.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. Take a look at this. This was earlier tonight in Wichita, right near Wichita. Bursts of lightning. This is what our crew out there encountered earlier today. I mean, incredible. Some of this lightning, obviously flashes of lightning, believe it or not, are hotter than the surface of the sun. So just an incredible light show. And of course, we certainly have seen an awful lot of lightning, hail as well. Here's a look at where our tornado watches are now. You can see around Wichita, really Kansas has really seen the brunt of some of these severe storms thus far. Tornado watch, you can see that up until midnight. Farther south than that through Texas, there's a line, part of that dry line, a whole different scenario there. As we hone in a little bit closer, of course, in Oklahoma, also up until 9:45. In Wichita, we've seen baseball-sized hail, of course, and some reported tornadoes there as well. Farther south than that, of course, in Custer and Dewey counties, also the city of Putnam until 9:55. Again, tornado warnings for you. So all eyes on that right now. But also, you know, Alex, heavy rain, flooding a big concern in addition to the tornado threat tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In fact, you're looking at some of the video into us from Indiana. Both of these taken in the Indianapolis area. And yeah, it's no fun when you're having to drive through that mess. It is not an easy task. Well, Alexandra has more on that flood threat here for us that just won't last through tonight. We're actually keeping a close eye on the coming days as well.
You know, Alex, absolutely. What we've seen actually is this area of low pressure, this upper level low. It's still in the west coast through the Rockies, so it has a long way to go. Tomorrow, places like Detroit and Chicago under the gun, and then on Friday, the eastern seaboard. So, you know, a lot of legs left with this. All right, here's where the severe weather outbreak is. The past 7 days, what we've seen in terms of rainfall has been really substantial, and yet there's more to come. So with some of these supercells, we've seen an incredible amount of rain coming down in such a short period of time. So the rain through Friday, here it is, of course, all this moist air coming in, and then potentially 1 to 2, even 2 to 3 inches of rain locally. Could even see more than that with just a dumping of rain coming down. So you can see from Charleston, West Virginia, had a lot of activity earlier today as well. And of course, we're going to see it farther east tomorrow and into Friday. So it's just not a one-day affair with this storm system. So here's the bigger picture. You can see New York, Chicago, KC. As we head through the next couple of days, the area of low pressure, this upper level low, this cold pocket, which is really one of the instigators with this whole scenario, moves eastward. So then it gets into the Midwest tomorrow. The potential for not only very heavy rain and flooding, but of also tornadoes, Chicago, Detroit, Indy tomorrow, and then it all pushes to the eastern seaboard, and then the east gets into it, Alex, on Friday.
All right, well, you know, if you need to be out on the roads and your area is affected by flooding, always remember this: turn around, don't drown. If there's water on the roadway, you may not know how deep it is. Even if there isn't ponding, well, your speed is something to be aware of. And here's a bit more on the braking distance on wet roadways versus dry roadways. And you can see there the average braking distance when you're going about 70 miles per hour on a dry road, it's about 315 feet. But that starts to get a little longer when the roadway is wet. It expands to 560 feet, so it takes a little bit longer, no doubt, when you start talking about wet pavement. Now, it doesn't take, going at 70 miles per hour on a wet roadway is certainly not a good idea, and you see why. A vehicle can actually begin to hydroplane at speeds under 35 miles per hour. So, I mean, going 70 would be double what it would take to hydroplane. Then you add in torrential downpours when it's raining cats and dogs out there. Well, that can really decrease your viewing distance and the visibility out there. And, well, objects in the road ahead of you, like cars, well, they become visible after that passing, after you pass that minimum braking distance. So the key here is, of course, speed, slowing it down, and again, taking it easy when it comes down heavily. Alexandra?
All right, Alex, so if you're in a vehicle and you're in a tornado-warned area like we have tonight, really knowing what to do behind the wheel can save your life. Seek shelter in a sturdy building, only if it's safe to get out of the car. Also, you may want to take refuge under a bridge. Avoid this is all possible and drive out of.
You know, it's unpredictable.
Tonight, it's going to be sunny, it's going to be windy. You never know what's going on out here, so.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It looks to me as if I see some rotation in that far. I think we do have at least a brief tornado.
Yeah, it touched down a few times. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are in day 2 of a severe weather outbreak affecting several states for several days.
And we've got live crews out there in the field, along with storm chasers spread out across some of the areas that are impacted. We'll check in with them in just a few minutes. But let's check out some of those watches in place right now.
All right, here you go, all the way. You can see where this tornado watch is until midnight Central Time. Wichita from Kansas down to Oklahoma City, and south of that along the dry line from Childress to Midland, Texas. Some incredibly strong winds, 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 76 in Lubbock, Texas, 82 as well, a gust there. So some very gusty conditions, a whole different animal farther south you go.
That's right. Well, let's find out how things are faring for us as we get the very latest as we check in on our storm specialist, Carl Parker, who is in the lab. And Carl, a couple of areas that we're watching right now. Is that storm in Kansas still going strong?
No, actually it's settling down a good bit. No longer is there a warning on that cell, and we were looking at tornadoes. In fact, some spotter reports of tornadoes near Wichita, and right now the cell is weakening, so better news there. There are a couple of other areas that we need to check in on. One of them in western Oklahoma, there's a tornado warning there, and there's also now a severe warning in North Texas, not very far away from Wichita Falls. And notice this big backward C shape here. That is what's called a bow echo, and you tend to get a lot of wind coming out of the apex of that bow in particular. And in fact, we have seen winds of 70 and 80 miles per hour. That is the threat, 70-mile-per-hour wind as that moves off towards the east. Ford, Knox, Will-Barger counties under severe warning until the top of the hour. And then to the north of that, tornado warning for Custer and Dewey counties right along 183 there in western Oklahoma. We want to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Greg, seeing some pretty strong rotation on this particular cell.
Yeah, indeed, and there has been a report around the Hammond area of Oklahoma with a tornado. So we're talking Custer and Dewey counties. Tornado will be heading toward the Thomas area with a possibility of a tornado. The tornado's on the southwest end of the storm. In this appendage, it's a supercell echo, with that appendage being the location of the tornado. So Sunset area, up toward Cody, and then up toward the Eagle City area with that possibility of a tornado. Here is the high definition radar. You can see how it hooks around in one of these kidney bean shaped storms. Tornado likes to sit right in about there. I'll take a look and see if it has what kind of rotation with it. It's getting pretty far away from the radar. It's getting hard to see that rotation, but you do see a little bit of greens that way and reds going that way. So there still is some rotation here, but we're not in optimal radar positioning to see this. Taking a look, I did take a slice through the storm though. We're pretty good shape to see the height of the storm. So this is to the southwest at the left, to the northeast at the right. And the inflow to the storm comes in here, goes up to this overshooting top, and then gets carried away. It gradually, as it begins to rain farther away from the storm, that the rain comes down closer to the ground there. So pretty strong updraft though. The hail suspended there 20 to 30,000 feet aloft, Carl. So pretty vigorous supercell with the potential to produce more tornadoes.
And so a lot of buoyant energy today, and certainly we've had some at least modest winds in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, but there were some limiting factors as well.
Yeah, there really was. We had some dry air aloft. Now, some of that goes along with this dry line. Here is the surface dew point values, the moist air. So the west edge of the Gulf of Mexico moisture is this yellow gold scallop line that we call a dry line. You see dew point 21 there at Roswell, New Mexico coming in. So the collision along that dry line and just to the east of that has been what has triggered those storms with the tornado warning there in western Oklahoma, and that squall line that has marched now toward the Abilene area. But we've also had some other factors. There was one little disturbance earlier this afternoon in the jet stream that has run away from this area and helped trigger some of the storms, but there may be a second disturbance. Can you see a little bit of a triggering coming in here? But these are sort of weak features. The main cold pocket is still hanging back pretty far. So what you see in here is some of these reddish, orangish type colors. Those are some dry air that are present, and some of that dry air, warm air aloft, have inhibited some of the thunderstorms. So the lack of stronger upper air forcing and the presence of a cap has limited the storms. That said, we had some pretty strong storms, and we've had tornadoes today in parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and probably Missouri.
And that cold pocket making for a very, very busy day tomorrow. I quickly want to go through a couple of the other warnings for you right now. Got a flood warning that's not very far away from St. Louis. A little cluster of storms coming through there. This is going until 2 o'clock in the morning. We've had a couple of inches of rain. Thankfully, it's now beginning to move out. Much farther to the east, some flash flood warnings on either side of the Ohio River Valley, right up there into Parkersburg, West Virginia. That's going until 2:30 in the morning. And we're still watching a cluster of storms dropping down through North Carolina, not being warned on for the first time in quite some time, but a long history of hail and wind there, North Carolina and back through the Virginias as well. Alexandra, over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. You know, you've heard us mention a lot the term Torcon, and you know, you're going to hear it a lot more during this multi-day severe weather outbreak. So I want to show you what it is and what those numbers mean. So, you know, when we talk about a Torcon number, really the essence is, you can see within a 50-mile radius, if we say you have a Torcon of 5, say we've seen that today in Kansas or Oklahoma, meaning you have a 50% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius. So certainly that is big. We did have 5s and 6s today. Here's a look at what we're going to see tomorrow. Here's Dr. Forbes' Torcon for tomorrow. In Chicago, during that time frame from 9 a.m. to 7, a 5, meaning a 50% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. St. Louis 4, 40%, and in Indy as well a 5. So we did have 6s today, 4 and 5s tomorrow, Alex, but still another big-time weather event tomorrow taking place and taking shape as well.
Absolutely, and we'll be here to track it all, but we want to get you out into the areas impacted by some of the severe weather. So let's head out into the field live now to Dave Malkoff in Wichita. And Dave, I was looking at some of your twit pics there, and boy, some of the lightning that you captured, incredible.
Alex, what a difference an hour makes. That lightning was all around us. The most incredible cloud-to-cloud lightning display that I have seen in years out here. It's been a while since I've seen all that cloud-to-cloud lightning, one after the other after the other. Now we've got 71 degrees, light winds out from our southwest. But take a look at the pictures that we got on Twitter through an app called Lightning Camera. It's an app that not many people have. I just kind of happened on it a few days ago. It's incredible. You can take a picture of the sky and it will take 100 pictures, and then you can select the ones with the lightning bolts in it. And through that app, I was able to, there goes one right now. I was able to capture 3 or 4 lightning bolts over the city, and this was right in the middle of the storm that was producing tornado touchdowns right on the northwest section of this city. So right in the northwest suburbs, we were seeing tornado touchdowns. We were seeing them about maybe 100 miles from here. So lots of tornado touchdowns, lots of lightning in the sky. But right now, beautiful night, you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks so much. Well, of course, we are staying with you throughout the duration of this event, not only today and tonight, but for the next couple of days.
Absolutely. We've got extended coverage both on air as well as online, your mobile devices as well. You can always get the very latest information there also. So lots to track here with some of these storms continuing this evening and through the night. Let's get you into a few of them as we slide on into Texas. We've been following this line of storms and had a history as it was working its way around the Lubbock area. We're talking 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Now, right now, it's east of Guthrie. We're watching here a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Fort Knox and Wilbarger County until 10 o'clock local time. Watch out, damaging winds. That's going to be the main threat with that. And if it holds together, maybe Wichita Falls, you may be in line to deal with this as well.
Wow, look at this. Look at it covering the ground. This was the scene today in Logan, West Virginia. Ping-pong-sized hail in the state, but actually we had grapefruit-sized hail today near St. Louis, baseball-sized hail in Kentucky, buildings damaged today from Indiana to Ohio. So the severe weather threat certainly far from over. It's got a multi-day event, and let's get the very latest now on where that severe weather threat is with Alex.
Yeah, we're right in the heartland of the nation here as we track a couple of watches. Looks like just right before our eyes now, severe thunderstorm watch, part of that now gone. So that is some good news, but still a little piece hanging on here for you. North central parts of Texas until 1 o'clock local time. North of that in the red that you saw, that's where we had a tornado watch, and still that is in place here for us. Let's get in a little bit closer here. There's Wichita, and we were watching this particular storm here as it was tracking just to the north of the city. I had a couple of reports of even tornadoes there to the west of the city, but now that seems to have weakened quite a bit. Still tracking, though, this particular storm here there now as we head into Oklahoma. Tornado warning still on that for Custer County. So that's for this particular storm here, continuing to march on off towards the north and east. Now, east of that, there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. So expecting that storm to continue to move east. Main threat would be hail and damaging winds. And as we track down a little bit farther now into Texas, we've been following this line of storms. This thing was in the Panhandle, now continuing to march east. And a severe thunderstorm warning is in place for this particular storm. And again, it's going to continue to march its way towards the east. A history with this line of storms are producing some pretty big time wind gusts around the Lubbock area. We're talking 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. And even there around Guthrie, we were talking over 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is the scenario as this continues to head east. You can see some of the cities that will be impacted. This thing holds together. Seymour around 10:19 local time. Electra 10:28. And Wichita Falls 10:54. There you could be dealing with this line of storms. Again, a history of some pretty strong wind gusts. And there it is, working its way on off towards the east. So something to watch very, very closely here. That's the main threat here with this line of storms. It's going to be damaging winds, maybe a little bit of hail in the order of quarter size. But the main risk, that damaging wind. Alexander, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thanks. All right, let's take you out now into the areas impacted by severe weather, not only today, but tomorrow as well. We go into the field now with Scott Newell in Oklahoma City. You know, Scott, right now you're pretty much south and east of kind of the main line we're watching. Talk about the tornado watch posted and what's everyone doing there?
Well, there are tornado watches in 26 counties here, including Oklahoma City, in Oklahoma. And people here are very aware. You know, Oklahoma City gets a lot of bad weather. So far this year hasn't been so bad. It's only been one tornado that's moved through this area, one tornado day, March 25th. As you know, tornadoes in Tulsa, also in Moore. But usually by this time of year, they've had a lot of severe weather. They've had a lot of severe thunderstorms as well. But here, it is pretty well missed us where we are right now. The weather's either gone to our southeast or the northwest. And in fact, we're on Sheridan Avenue. And if you look at downtown Oklahoma City right there, behind us, before the sun went down, the sky was blue. That is the western sky. And we're not seeing anything there right now. It has just kind of split off. Now, let's go. We've got a live picture now from Butler, Oklahoma. And this is an area that's a couple hours west of here. And that's where a lot of that weather is that you've been seeing on the radar. There's a pretty good string of storms there, very intense storms there, very intense rain, as you've noted before. And that's where all the weather's been going. It is continuing to head up to the northeast, and it will probably miss us as well. So also here, we've noticed that there's a system that could be heading right toward us, but it's still pretty far away. The people here are obviously staying close to their phones, staying close to the Weather Channel, staying close to their weather radios as well. They know about weather here. They know that things can change here extremely quickly. And in fact, if you look on a little bit further, as this system moves through here, there's a chance that there's going to be tomorrow some severe weather in the extreme southeastern part of Oklahoma. So everybody's got to stay tuned tonight because it's still, this tornado watch for those 26 counties is until midnight local time. Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Scott. And of course, these nocturnal storms are scary. You can't visually see them, so you have to depend on your NOAA weather radio.
Absolutely. And throughout the night, we'll be giving you information that so you know what to do if your home falls under a tornado warning.
Of course, the steps you need, of course, to keep you safe at home as well. That's all coming up next.
Well, wet roads and speed contributing to a school bus crash in Tulsa, Oklahoma today. Police believe the bus driver was not necessarily speeding, but may have been going too fast for slick roads. Now, Tulsa public school officials say 10 kids were on board.
All right, well, Oklahoma's certainly in the thick of it with this severe weather. Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri all have seen or reported tornadoes today, but the severe weather continuing to fire up tonight and for tomorrow. So here's the big picture. You know, what we've been talking about, this moist flow. Believe it or not, April is the second biggest month for tornadoes. Of course, May being the first, but we have more sun, thus it's warmer. We've got all this moist air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, kind of a robust jet stream. So everything coming together to allow in April to see, of course, some tornadoes, and we certainly will see them. So tonight and into tomorrow, damaging winds, and this is the quadrant of concern. Chicago, St. Louis, Cincy, again, also hail, damaging winds, and even isolated tornadoes not out of the question tomorrow, down to Little Rock and even Shreveport with hail as well. And then the TORCON, we've been talking tonight about what that TORCON is and what it means. It stands for Tornado Conditions Index. So how likely are you to have a tornado, and where. So in southern Wisconsin, you could see in Michigan tomorrow a 50% chance of a tornado within 50 miles. Arkansas and Missouri a 4 for you tomorrow, meaning a 40% chance of a likelihood within a 50-mile radius to have a tornado. So certainly 40s and 50s. So here it is, Chicago tomorrow, the timeline 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. A 50% chance, so certainly millions under this for tomorrow. St. Louis as well, a 4, and in Indianapolis tomorrow, 50% chance again through the mornings in toward the afternoon, certainly and in toward the evening. And it's those nocturnal tornadoes, which we've seen certainly tonight, are certainly the scariest because you can't visually connect to it. You only, of course, can watch the Weather Channel, have a NOAA radio, so you're alert to what's coming. So once a tornado comes down, and then, of course, people go out and survey it, and it becomes rated an EF 1, 2, 3. So what is that scale? With that, Alex has more.
All right, thanks so much, Alexandra. Well, you're getting a chance to look at some of the damage from a tornado that hit the town of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. This was several days ago. This was actually rated an EF 2. One man was killed while seeking shelter from the storm in his mobile home. Now, during multi-day severe weather outbreaks like the one that is underway right now, there's a high likelihood for widespread damage. After the storm moves on through, you get the National Weather Service offices that go out and assess the storm damage and determine whether or not a tornado was actually responsible for that damage. Now, if it was a tornado, the damage left behind will determine the rating on the Enhanced Fujita scale, also known as the EF scale. And there it is, going from EF0 all the way to EF5. And there are some of the estimated winds associated with those scales. But let's break things down and go through each scale here and each number here for you to get a sense of what that damage is. Now, an EF0 is considered light damage, 65 to 85 mile per hour winds. Peel surfaces off some of the roofs. You get some damage to gutters or even siding, and you get some broken tree branches, and even shallow rooted trees can become pushed over. So that's the EF0. You start moving up the scale to EF1, moderate damage, 86 to 110 mile per hour winds, roofs severely stripped, mobile homes, and we always talk about mobile homes and how dangerous they can be in tornadoes. They become overturned or badly damaged. You get loss of exterior doors, and even windows are broken. That's why we say stay away from windows. EF2, now we're starting to talk considerable damage, 111 mile per hour winds, plus roofs can be torn off, well-constructed homes and foundations of framed homes are shifted. And of course, mobile homes again are destroyed and large trees are uprooted. Then we move up to EF3, severe damage, 136 to 160 mile per hour winds. Entire stories of even well-constructed homes are destroyed. Trains are overturned and trees are debarked. Wow. Then EF4, we consider that to be devastating. 166 to 200 whole frame houses are leveled. Cars can be thrown into the air and small missiles are generated, and that can be by trees or plywood. And then you get up to EF5, the strongest category, greater than 200 mile per hour winds. Strong frame houses are swept away. You get even high-rise buildings that are impacted. It's just an incredible sight. The last EF5 tornado, that was Moore, Oklahoma, back in May of 2013. Alexandra?
And of course, Joplin in 2011, and our Mug Bettis is there tonight. Well, of course, our goal tonight is simple, to keep you safe. And if you are in a mobile home, very simply, get out if you have time to do so. Most tornadoes, even an EF0, can destroy even tied down mobile homes. And we have live severe weather coverage for you tonight. The potential for more scenes like this one near Kansas in Barber County today. This happened earlier. The footage caught by a storm chaser just before 7 p.m. Central.
Now, severe weather causing this damage in Potosi, Missouri. Look at that there. That's a little bit over an hour southwest of St. Louis. Possible tornado in that area this afternoon. That along with egg-sized hail. Well, good evening and thanks for joining us here on this night filled with some of the storms. I'm Alex Wallace.
And I'm Alexandra Steele. Well, these storms have been firing up throughout the evening and tonight, and that's why we do have extended coverage here to keep you safe and informed.
All right, let's check in on what is happening out there. Still dealing with our tornado watch. that is in place there for you. Parts of Kansas down into Oklahoma. That's until midnight, and still a little sliver there of a severe thunderstorm watch as well in Texas.
And of course, farther south you go, certainly what we've seen, some incredibly strong winds, gusting in Lubbock to 76, even 82 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warnings in Blaine, Custer, Dewey County until 10:30 Central Time. And then as we head farther south, there you go, Wichita Falls. Of course, Kansas really have seen kind of the brunt of the worst weather today, Alex, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Several reported tornadoes there, even some that were cited as well. But here it's the damaging winds. I mean, we're talking getting up close to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in the Panhandle. Well, we want to look into what is fueling all of these storms and what maybe even prohibiting a few of them. And it has to do with what we refer to as the CAP. And for expert analysis, we want to head to the lab with severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes and storm specialist Carl Parker.
We've had some very strong storms today, but they've been widely scattered in nature. And Dr. Greg here to talk about the fact that we've had a very buoyant and unstable atmosphere today, but we've had some limiting factors as well.
Yeah, we've had a warm layer loft, the dry layer loft that we call a cap that tends to inhibit things, except places that get a little bit of air colliding to help push the low-level air up through the cap. And one of those is the dry line. That's been the trigger for the storms in south central Kansas that have moved east from western Oklahoma and parts of the Texas Panhandle and northwest Texas this evening. These numbers are the dew points. That's the moist air from the Gulf of Mexico down near the surface. You see much drier air, 24 degrees there, the dew point at Roswell, coming in from the southwest. Now, that dry line is one factor to help trigger the storms, but what often happens is that dry air at the surface here back behind the dry line doesn't stop there. It spreads out aloft over top of places like Kansas and Oklahoma and parts of Texas and can inhibit the storms, except where you have low-level convergence to replace that. So we'll go through a little bit of a cap explainer here. A cap is a warm layer of air a few thousand feet above the surface, often 5,000 to 10,000 feet above the surface. Below that, we often have moist air, warm moist air from the Gulf of Mexico, and with the sun shining down and that air trapped under that, it just percolates around like a pot of boiling water. The steam builds up. In this case, that adds instability building up under that cap, and it can't get out. So if the cap breaks, you get these explosive thunderstorms, but in some cases it doesn't break. What does it take to make the cap break? Well, you have to have that low-level convergence that I was talking about, like a dry line or along a front, or some kind of strong upper air forcing that brings in cooling aloft and gets rid of that warm layer. And today, that was a little bit on the limited side. We did have activity right along frontal zones, but in terms of the upper level forcing, one disturbance kind of began the process, and then it ran away. The bigger upper air forcing and the bigger cold pocket aloft is still back around the Utah, the Wyoming, the Colorado area. And so we did not today, Carl, have the kind of huge upper air forcing that we sometimes get. And so the activity was right along frontal zones, little corridors here and there, all the way from the Ohio Valley to Missouri, and then down into Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas this evening.
So that stronger upper feature is going to be coming through tomorrow, and there's not going to be any cap tomorrow. We'll see much stronger wind field. So tomorrow's going to be a pretty big day for severe weather.
It should be a day that's much more widespread, because that cold pocket today that's out coming into Utah and Colorado will be coming farther east tomorrow. So we'll have tomorrow another day of warm, moist air, probably with a surface low coming up to Wisconsin, dragging that warm, moist air all the way into Michigan and lower parts of Wisconsin, while that upper cold pocket and the jet stream come in closer to that warm, moist air. So we may have a low-level jet that blasts in across the Midwest. And so I'm thinking tomorrow that we'll have maybe a little bit more active severe storms coverage-wise across bigger parts of southern Wisconsin, southern Michigan, all the way to Cleveland and Cincinnati and Huntington, West Virginia, Kentucky, down into Memphis, and all the way down into northeast parts of Texas. Probably the western part of this will be earlier in the day, maybe even left over from some of tonight's activity. Torcons tomorrow, 5s for parts of Illinois, Indiana, southern parts of Michigan, and southern parts of Wisconsin. And then we had a little bit farther down to the south, a little bit values of 4 there as we head down into Arkansas and Missouri. This weather system won't be done then either. It will be pushing on Friday as a cold front, with probably giving some severe thunderstorms southeast parts of Pennsylvania, southern New Jersey, all the way down into parts of the Carolinas, and maybe some down along the Gulf Coast in Texas and Louisiana as well, Carl.
A lot of areas impacted the next couple of days. Dr. Greg, thank you so much. Alex, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it.
All right, of course, now we want to take you out into the areas impacted by severe weather with our team of meteorologists and reporters.
And we start with Scott Newell in Oklahoma City. Scott, still under a tornado watch there in the city. Looks like the storm's well to the west, at least at this moment, though.
Yes, you know, we put on the jackets here because it's so moist, 77% humidity here, and the wind makes it a little bit chilly right now. But yeah, so far the weather has completely avoided Oklahoma City. It's gone to our northwest and southeast, but still 26 counties in Oklahoma remain under tornado watch. So there's still the possibility of severe weather coming here and in many other areas around Oklahoma. Let us go straight north now up to Wichita and go to Dave Malikoff. Dave?
Couple of Cleveland guys don't see this kind of stuff all the time, but we got some brilliant images up on Twitter. If you look at Malikoff, you can see the lightning. It was amazing lightning storm we saw right here in the heart of Wichita. You'll see that, and you'll see our time lapse that we also took of the sky, because we had this storm just push right on top of us, starting with blue skies and sun and 80 degrees, and then we had this giant anvil push right over us. You'll see that in the time lapse. That's on Twitter at Malikoff right now as well, and you can see how it just went from brilliant blue skies to a sunset pushing through the storm, and also lightning on the other end. So this was a spectacle tonight. Luckily, no one got injured in this, but this is where we stand right now. We are 77 degrees or so here in Wichita, or 71 degrees, and it's a nice night. This is what we had, a thunderstorm producing tornadoes, and now it's a nice night. Back to you guys. We'll see you after this break.
All right, thanks so much, Dave. Certainly beautiful pictures there of the lightning.
Yeah, it seems like they're really out of the woods right now. You can see where those storms were, and we will show you where the severe storms are coming up.
Welcome back as we continue to follow storms here this evening. This is from earlier in Potosi, Missouri. Just outside of St. Louis. You can see some of the damage here that was taking place, and all thanks to storms that rolled on through the city and causing some of those damage here. Roofs having some issues as well, structural damage, as well as flooding. That was a problem there for us as well in Potosi. Look at that. Looks like it should be it's a river, but that is a street. So that should not be occurring there. And we're having some issues there in and around the St. Louis area now. South of town, reports of 3 feet of standing water and even some water rescues. Alexander's going to have a little bit more on that in just a second. But yeah, we have definitely been dealing with some issues across the Midwest from some of these storms, and something we'll be watching even as we head on into tomorrow. Several cities having pretty high Torcon values in play. In fact, we'll talk about Chicago. We got a 5 here showing up, so that's a 50% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. The greatest threat, it's a pretty long time. We're talking about from the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, through 7 o'clock in the evening. That risk will be there for you. That risk for isolated tornadoes, damaging winds, as well as large hail. Let's get an update on what we have ongoing right now. Alexandra, take it away.
All right, Alex, thanks so much. Well, of course, here's a look at where we are seeing the watches. Tornado watches until midnight Central Time, and really Kansas has seen the brunt of certainly the tornado activity today. Wichita, you're in that, down through Oklahoma, Oklahoma City included in that. Again, tornado watch, meaning conditions are ripe for tornadoes. No tornado warnings, though, right now at this moment. You can see where we do have severe thunderstorm warnings as well, including Blaine County until 10:30 local time. And farther south than that, along the dry line in Texas, where it's emerging of the very warm, moist air coming in from the southeast, the drier air from the south and west, and along that line really is where we're seeing some incredibly gusty winds. Flash flood warnings, we've certainly seen that around St. Louis. Alex just showed you 3 feet of water and water rescues there, Alex, so pretty scary.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to head to Mike Bettis, who's in Joplin, Missouri.
The focus of severe weather across the plains and the Mid-South through the remainder of the night. And that means places like Joplin, Missouri, a place that was hard hit by a tornado back in 2011, became the benchmark for all tornadoes truly in this country. As a result of that tornado, they severely strengthened their building codes here in Joplin. The result, keeping their residents safe, something that the mayor is very proud of.
We've had a lot of homes retroed with storm shelters. Our public schools, all that have been built back, all have large public storm shelters in them. And a lot of the existing schools have had FEMA-provided storm shelters added to them. So we take storm threats very seriously here, and our citizens are very keenly aware of what can happen. And because of that, I think they're very prepared.
A lot was learned after that 2011 tornado, especially from first responders, and the fire chief telling us that how they respond to natural disasters isn't necessarily any different, but what they do for themselves is.
And I feel that we're more prepared for the next tornado, which I hope we don't have, but we are. We learned a lot of things during the 2011 tornado, and how we respond is really no different than what we would do then. We ourselves seek shelter because we do not do anybody any good if we can't respond and help. So basically, on days like today, if the tornado warning is issued, we would take shelter. Once the storm is cleared, then we go out and assist and help those people in need.
Of course, awareness of the weather is what's so important. It's been the talk of town here. So many people after that tornado in 2011 vitally aware of how important it is to stay informed of the weather, have a weather radio, have something like an app ready to go and alert you in case there is indeed a warning issued for your area.
All right, take a look at this. Our crew encountered this earlier this evening in Wichita, Kansas. It went from an 80-degree day with sunny blue skies to a light show, unbelievably, and then now to a pleasant evening as well. So, wow, incredible lightning show there. Some of these flashes of lightning can be hotter than the surface of the sun. So it is active and it is dangerous. So we've been talking a lot about lightning safety as well as flood warning safety as well as tornadoes safety. So a lot to get through tonight. Here's where we're looking at the flash flood warning. We've been showing you some pictures south of St. Louis. 3 feet of water, standing water, and water rescues to boot. Flash flood warning right now, meaning flooding is happening and imminent in Jefferson County, including High Ridge, Imperial, Arnold. If that's you, hey, it's late. If you're heading out, 5 o'clock in the morning, we have this flash flood warning posted. Farther east we go. Here we go through West Virginia, Elkins, West Virginia, kind of the leading edge of this, and Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, all have really seen some flooding tonight, and you can see that heavy rain kind of just training over the same areas over and over again. Farther south we go. Here's where the watches are posted. Tornado watch from Wichita, from Kansas, south to Oklahoma City. Again, tornado watches, meaning conditions are ripe for tornadoes to develop. That is till midnight Central Time. There's a look at the radar picture. Again, we've seen right along that dry line in Texas, moving farther eastward, high winds and hail. The biggest threat with that as well, Alex. So, wow, some incredible pictures coming out tonight. And let's look at now what's happening in Indianapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. This is from earlier this evening, and you can see it there. Roads and the lawns just looking nasty, muddy, looking like little ponds here for you. And yeah, the rain was actually still coming down when some of these pictures were taken. So it was quite a bit of a mess. You can see that roadway there. Looks like the underpass having some issues. So a round of storms that rolled on through central parts of Indiana, and they dumped quite a bit of rain. And we still have that flood threat that's going to be lingering out there because we are going to be dealing with rounds and rounds of rain here over the coming days, Alexandra.
Yeah, and Alex, we had rounds and rounds of rain in the last 7 days to boot. So here's a look. Kind of the stage has been set. The ground's been saturated. The last 7 days, we've had an inundation of rain. You can see St. Louis to Louisville, and you'll notice kind of if you look at this like west to east trajectory, it's called training when these storms just kind of go over the same areas. And that's why this one area you can see here kind of delineated in this orange, seeing the heaviest amounts of rain. So the ground is saturated. We've seen an awful lot of rain. Now bring on these storms, kind of dumping some heavy rain as well. All this moisture moisture, kind of the biggest outbreak we've certainly seen thus far this year. Why? Well, now all the moisture as we're heading into spring coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So here comes the moisture. And then, of course, this buoyant energy with this front. And again, it adds more moisture and then dropping more rain. Here we go through Friday, another round of rain coming in. So, of course, Alex, we've got really the potential for flooding.
All right, Alexandra. Well, if you need to be out on the roads and your area is affected by flooding, always remember, turn around, don't drown. Very easy to remember. Now, if there's water on the road, you just may not know how deep it is. And even if there isn't ponding, speed, that is something that you want to be aware of. So let's talk about that speed here. And, you get on a highway, 70 miles per hour, certainly not uncommon. Well, it's going to take you about 315 feet to come to a stop on a dry road. When it's wet, it's going to get to 560 feet. So that distance really starts to increase. And when we're talking about speeds here, your vehicle can actually hydroplane at speeds around 35 miles per hour. So it doesn't take you going too fast to run into some issues with hydroplaning there. And then, of course, when you start talking about heavy downpours, torrential downpours can obstruct your view and reduce those visibilities to almost nothing. That means objects in front of you, like cars, can become visible only after passing that minimum braking distance. So the key, slow down.
It's unpredictable.
Tonight, it's going to be sunny, it's going to be windy. You never know what's going on out here, so.
Oh my God!
It looks to me as if I see some rotation in that far. I think we do have at least a brief tornado.
Now, we've seen it all today, right? The flooding, the tornadoes, and even more to come tomorrow. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Weather Channel. Of course, we are in day 2 of a severe weather outbreak affecting several states and millions of people.
Absolutely. We've got live crews, meteorologists, as well as reporters, storm chasers spread out all across the areas impacted. We'll be checking with them throughout the evening.
All right, well, also, we want to talk about an issue happening right now, and it is certainly life-threatening in the St. Louis area.
Yeah, joining us now on the phone is Jim Casey with the Franklin County, Missouri Sheriff's Office. We certainly appreciate you for taking the time to speak with us here this evening. And we understand you've had to rescue several people tonight after flash flooding. Can you give us a little bit more information on that, and is everyone safe?
Yes, everyone's safe. We had to remove only 3 people today. Yesterday was several more. I think they were a little bit cautious and called us earlier during the night just in case it got up as high as the water did yesterday, but it wasn't near the severity as it was on yesterday afternoon.
All right, so, Jim, about a dozen people being rescued from the Sleepy Hollow Mobile Park along the Pin Oak Creek. And, residents saying that this is man-made in addition to the rain and the heavy rain that fell. Tell us what she's talking about.
There has been an addition, like a low weather or water crossing type bridge put in. It seems to be affecting the flow of that creek. It could be a contributing factor at this time causing that the water to back up in that area.
Now, Jim, are there any plans that you know of to maybe alleviate that issue?
I'm not sure. I'm not in on that part of the planning, so I'm not sure what they're going to do with that obstruction in the creek.
All right, so how do things stand now? How bad is the flooding now?
The water has receded back into the banks. We're just we went door to door to everyone that was in that particular trailer park and advised them that just to be cautious for the next 24 to 36 hours because we're not sure how many lines of storms that are going to come through and how much rainfall we're going to get with each one of them waves that come through the next 24 to 36 hours.
All right, Jim, and you guys there at the Sheriff's Office, you guys are all staffed and ready in case anything else happens, I assume.
We've got a game plan if it happens again tonight or tomorrow, what we're going to do.
A Bowles fire captain I read ended up carrying this 2-week-old son through the floodwaters to safety. So really a scary scenario, already kind of bracing for the next round that may fall.
Yeah, yes, that happened yesterday, and it could happen again. It's just we're getting hit with several waves, as you're well aware of it, and it's just until them waves slow down and we get back to normal, we could see this happen again.
All right, Jim Casey with the Franklin County, Missouri Sheriff's Office. Thank you so much, Jim, for joining us. We certainly appreciate it.
All right, well, let's talk about what we have ongoing right now with still a tornado watch. No longer there to the south in Texas, a severe thunderstorm watch. So good news there, but the tornado watch still in effect. Parts of Oklahoma into Kansas. Wichita still included in that, as well as Oklahoma City. That is until midnight Central Time. So within that area, conditions favorable for storms that could rotate and eventually produce tornadoes. Although it seems like as we're starting to move through this evening, that risk starting to subside just a bit. But still, we want to be vigilant here, and we will be with you all night.
All right, and it even seems like tomorrow the potential for tornadoes really does exist, even more so than what we saw today. So with that, let's go to Carl Parker and talk about the risk for tomorrow. And, you know, Carl, when you hear Jim Casey talk about the flooding and, you know, dozen people bringing them to safety, including a 2-week-old boy, you realize why we're here. And it's to save lives, to tell you what's going to happen, and certainly have you be mindful, because it's unbelievable when you hear these really personal stories.
Yeah, no doubt about that. This is the time of year when we get these types of storms, and we're going to get repeated round of storms in a lot of the very same areas tomorrow. The coverage is actually going to expand across much of the middle of the country, and we'll get into that in a moment. But first, we want to take a look back at what happened today. And we had these repeated rounds of storms across the Ohio Valley, running through a lot of the same areas and around a ridge of high pressure centered over the southeast. It looks a lot like the ring of fire that we so often see in the plains in the middle of the warmest time of the year, with storms around the periphery of that ridge. So look at all of the severe reports here in the last day. A total of 275 reports, 9 tornadoes, 175 hail reports, and 91 high wind reports. A lot of wind there in West Texas around Lubbock, kicking up the dust there. Winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Then we had wind and hail in western Oklahoma, and then a slew of tornado reports in southern parts of Kansas. This first one in Buttermilk, that was one that we actually saw live on the air, and then we watched another cone drop out of that same cell, and then eventually saw another storm producing a tornado west of Wichita in Goddard, a rope tornado along with a cone funnel there. A lot of reports of wind and hail around Kansas City, a lot of rain in St. Louis, heavy rain that is now winding down, and another cell produced a whole bunch of reports of hail and wind there as it dropped down through parts of Virginia and North Carolina. Now, talking about tomorrow, we're going to see severe weather in a larger area. A lot of warm and humid air coming up into the middle of the country. Stronger winds are going to move in. So where today we had warmer air aloft that really limited the coverage of the severe weather, that's not going to be an issue tomorrow. We'll see very strong winds in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. Not a tremendous amount of directional shear, but because they will be so strong, we're going to get damaging wind in addition to a tornado threat. So this is the Torcon index for tomorrow. It's a 5 in Illinois and Indiana. It is also a 5 in southern Wisconsin and southern Michigan. That means you there around Chicago, for example, and then a 4 in Arkansas and Missouri. Tornadoes will be a threat. Large hail will be a threat. We'll see a lot of damaging wind reports, most likely there across the middle Mississippi Valley, the Mid-South, and then reaching over into the Ohio Valley. Much stronger, more organized system coming out of the Rockies and moving into the Midwest. Then on Friday, there's going to be more severe weather as that system moves over into the Mid-Atlantic region. Severe storms lining up potentially along 95 from D.C. down through Virginia, North and South Carolina. It's primarily going to be a hail and wind threat, but occasionally we do get tornadoes in the setup, especially there in the eastern part of North Carolina, sometimes also in southeastern Virginia. So a lot to watch here in the next couple of days. Much more severe weather is on the way. Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl.
All right, well, we got some new pictures into us from Texas. Check it out, mammatus clouds here over the western part of the state. He's taken over the Slayton area here. This coming in after actually the storms were rolled and blasted on through there. So yeah, pretty sight, no doubt about it. You see them, they sort of look like little pouches and sacks here dangling down from the sky there. So they can look ominous and look scary, but generally they come after the storm and they are harmless, but a sight to see here in the Panhandle.
Beautiful from underneath the cloud. All right. Well, we are staying with you, of course, throughout the duration of this multi-day severe weather event.
And we've got extended coverage both on air as well as online. You can always get the very latest information as well on your mobile device as well. So again, a lot to track here for us as we continue through the overnight and as we move into tomorrow. The threat for the severe weather, it will continue. So be vigilant, know what is happening out there, and certainly keep abreast of the weather situation. We'll be here with you throughout it all to give you the very latest and walk you through the storms and keep you safe.
Yeah, tomorrow some big cities impacted, including Detroit, Chicago, and Indianapolis.
Well, welcome back. Severe weather that moved through Potosi, Missouri earlier today, causing damage to the town. In fact, a possible tornado blew through the area.
You know, that system also brought egg-sized hail. Elizabeth Matthews from our affiliate KSDK is there right now with the very latest. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi guys, it has been quite an active afternoon and into the evening. We're in downtown Potosi. Like you said, we wanted to show you some of the hardest hit areas in town, and this is one of the worst examples that we could find. There's obviously a lot of roof damage here in town. This is a vacant building but was being rehabbed, we've been told by the owners, but scenes like this are scattered around Potosi tonight. Lots of businesses on the main street have damaged roofs, which then of course leads to a lot of flooding inside the businesses. So up and down the main street there are scenes like that up and down. We talked to one accountant who has a business, excuse me, on Main Street. He had some roof damage. He was inside with a client. They were towards the front of the building where a window was. They started to hear the storm, so they rushed to the back, and he said that they did feel a pressure. So they felt the pressure of what might be a tornado. We don't know for sure, maybe just some straight line winds. But so they got to the back. They have about 3 inches of water in their store right now. A dance studio that sits right next door to that accounting business also had a flooded wood floor across the street. Thrift store, story after story like this. But just on the outside of Potosi, there's the Washington County Fairgrounds. That was actually our first stop when we got into town, and there we found concession stands ripped to shreds. A lot of the roofs had blown off and blown across the street. The stage at the fairgrounds had a kind of a tin, a metal roof ripped off and thrown across into the woods across the highway out there. So the fairgrounds has a lot of work to do before their upcoming fair, which starts in August, I'm told. So that will have a lot of cleanup. And even one of the guys that I talked to out there said we're going to have a lot of fundraisers to help us clean up this mess. Now, good news here in Potosi, the power at least did come back on in downtown where we are. I did check with the local electric company, and they do have still power outages in the county, but where we are looking around about 25 minutes ago, the power did come back on. Talked with law enforcement earlier today just to kind of get a feel for how bad the situation was here. They said that they didn't have any major injuries, a few minor injuries, scrapes, bumps, bruises, and a few water rescues that the fire department had to go out on, but no major rescues, mainly some just minor rescues, kind of a turnaround, don't drown kind of situation. Also, we learned tonight that the school district will not be having school tomorrow because of the widespread storm damage here in Potosi, and even one of the schools, an intermediate school, had some roof damage. Water was leaking into the gymnasium, several classrooms out there, so kind of a mess out here in Potosi in Missouri tonight, but no injuries, thankfully. Back to you, Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth. That is certainly the good news, no injuries there, but take a listen to this and a look as well. Yeah, we're talking a large hailstone pelting Brianne Mullally's backyard. This footage shot in Indianapolis earlier today. We're talking up to golf ball size hail hitting the region. Wow. And we continue to deal with the threat for severe storms here as we work our way through this late evening. Still a tornado watch. That is in effect here for us. Parts of Kansas into Oklahoma, Wichita included, down towards Oklahoma City. That's out until the midnight hour here, a local time. So within that area, conditions favorable for some of these storms that could produce some tornadoes. Now, the good news, at least right now, we've seen a lot of the storms and the actual warnings go away. We do have some storms out there. There's Oklahoma City. You work your way northward up 35. You'll run into a bit of rain. And then there's a line of storms here that's tracking its way on off from pretty much from northeast to southwest. Then here, as we work our way closer towards the Red River, we were following a line of storms here, and it had some pretty strong wind gusts associated with it, at least a history of that back around the Lubbock area, Guthrie, but that has now since weakened quite a bit. And then we move our way northward here up into around the St. Louis area. Still some showers around, but it's south and west of town in Jefferson County, which is still underneath a flash flood warning until 3 o'clock local time. Had some issues there with feet of water, standing water, and even some water rescues. Now, tomorrow, the threat will continue. We'll see some of these same areas, northeast Texas, spreading all the way into the Ohio Valley. Tornadoes, hail, as well as damaging wind. Alexandra?
All right, Alex, thanks. So throughout the night, Alex and I will be here giving you information on what you need to do if your home falls under a tornado warning, which we saw tonight, and the steps you need to take to make sure you know what to do.
Well, welcome back. Here we are checking in on some video into us from Parsons, Kansas, showing you today's severe weather as it blew through. And you can see here, look at that. You got this big storm rumbling and rolling towards us, and you see the lightning strikes as well. Pretty picture indeed of that. A supercell thunderstorm there. Well, we continue to follow some active storms out there right now. Let's get the very latest on what is happening with Alexandra.
Yeah, you know, it was active today, but the tornado threat certainly seems to be a lot more active as we head into tomorrow with certainly more numerous tornadoes. So here's the setup. What we've seen, this Morse flow, which we have now, of course, and coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and then the storm system, it's this upper level low, which actually right now, kind of the catalyst for the whole thing is still in the Rockies. So it's got a lot of ways to go. We're going to watch it push eastward, and as we head into tomorrow, areas from the upper Midwest all the way to the south will be impacted, and then it pushes farther eastward on Friday, gets to the eastern seaboard. So damaging winds, hail tomorrow as well, even the potential threat for tornadoes. Certainly it looks as though it will be more likely tomorrow than we had today, including Chicago. St. Louis once again tomorrow under the gun. Incredible flooding south of St. Louis. 3 feet of standing water. Water rescues were necessary there today. Little Rock as well down to Shreveport. And then, of course, as we head into Friday, the whole thing pushes eastward. Torcon, the Tornado Conditions Index. How likely are you to have a tornado? Illinois and Indiana tomorrow. 50% chance within a 50-mile radius. Wisconsin, southern Michigan as well. Again, a 50% chance. Farther south, Arkansas and Missouri. Within 50 miles, there's a 40% chance and likelihood of a tornado again tomorrow. Now, as we head toward tomorrow, areas impacted: Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis. Chicago, look at this, the timeline. In the morning during rush hour, toward your rush hour home. St. Louis as well, and in toward Indianapolis until 10 o'clock tomorrow night. 50% chance of likelihood for a tornado. So Oklahoma City, certainly flooding, severe weather there as well. And so let's go to Alex, who has a snapshot of what it looks like now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get you right out there to some of these areas right on the ground now and into the field with Scott Newell, who is live there in Oklahoma City. Been standing by all night. And Scott, seems like the storms are sort of bypassed you, which, you know, I don't think anyone's complaining about.
You're right. You know, we're watching the radar. Here we are right here. We're watching the storms just go right around us, either to the northwest or the southeast. But still, it is very humid right now. I want you to look back here. The conditions, you're wondering why maybe I have a jacket on, because it's a little bit warm. But the problem is that we've got a good stiff breeze. Those flags back there we've been watching have been coming out, the wind coming out of the south at about 20 miles an hour steadily all day and all night. And the temperatures dropped down to about 70. But the humidity is 80%. And I want to show you can't see it really well here, but if you look at this sidewalk, this is moist. You can see the condensation on these bricks right here. That is how moist the air is. And when you have that much moisture in the air, that means the possibility, especially with this cooler, drier air mass moving in, that clash of the masses, you're going to get some rain, you're going to get some severe storms. So we've still got 26 counties under tornado watch until midnight tonight here in Oklahoma. And we've been watching a big area of rain that's moving up. It's been moving up through Lubbock and heading toward us in the northeasterly direction. And and it is looking like it's going to come here about, I don't know, maybe midnight or so. So it looks like we will have some rain here. Still the possibility of severe storms here. You always have that possibility with the conditions as they are right now. So that's the way it is here in Oklahoma City. We've had people come out of a concert here, the Alt-J group, and people are all wondering as they walk by us, they say, where are the tornadoes, where's the rain? It's missed us so far. Back to you.
Lucky for them.
Exactly, and let's hope it stays that way, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Scott. We appreciate it.
Of course, our goal tonight, keep you safe, of course, during all this severe weather that we've seen around the country.
Now, if you're in a mobile home, simply put, get out if you have time to do so. Most tornadoes can destroy even tied down mobile homes. You want to get to the very nearest sturdy and permanent building.
All right, so right now, here's a look. You can see here's the radar picture as we put this into motion. You're going to watch this radar, and of course, things not as severe as they once were, but also from severe weather in terms of tornado outbreaks to flood alerts. We have that all. So south of Oklahoma City, we just took you live there. Things were pretty quiet. Flash flood watch. You can see where those flood alerts are. St. Louis and south of. That's where we had those, of course, water rescues.
And we continue to do with those watches all along the Ohio Valley. You have to remember, this is an area that has seen quite a bit of rain over the last several days, so already waterlogged, and we're going to be bringing in more rain, and that's why those flood watches are in place.
Hi, everyone. We have live severe weather coverage for you tonight. The potential for more scenes like this one from Kansas and Barber County earlier today. Footage caught by a storm chaser just before 7 p.m. Central Time.
And severe weather causing this damage in Potosi, Missouri, just a little over an hour southwest of St. Louis. Possible tornado in that area this afternoon. That, along with egg-sized hail. Well, good evening, and thanks for joining us here on this night filled with storms. I'm Alex Wallace.
And I'm Alexandra Steele. Well, these storms have been firing up throughout the evening and even into tonight. That's why we've added this extended coverage for you tonight.
All right, let's talk about the watch that is still in place out there. Tornado watch until the midnight hour here, a local time. Wichita still way down 35 towards Oklahoma City. So within that area, conditions still, at least according to the Storm Prediction Center, still favorable for storms that could produce tornadoes. We've seen a lot of the stormy weather sort of wane a bit out there, but we still have a little bit of action ongoing there north and west of Oklahoma City. We got that line of storms right now.
Yeah, 275 storm reports, 9 tornadoes, over 100 hail reports, and certainly through Texas, the biggest threat certainly has been incredibly strong winds. 82-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Lubbock, Texas. Also, grapefruit-sized hail near St. Louis, of course, south of St. Louis, some incredible flooding there today.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we have it. There's that line of storms that was actually marching its way from Lubbock to the Guthrie area around Texas, caused some of those wind gusts, as Alexandra was mentioning, starting to wane a bit, but no doubt we've got some downpours right now, Lawton down towards Wichita Falls.
All right, now we want to get you out into the areas impacted by severe weather.
Yeah, so let's go into it, the field now with Mike Bettis in Joplin, Missouri.
The focus of severe weather across the plains and the Mid-South through the remainder of the night. And that means places like Joplin, Missouri, a place that was hard hit by a tornado back in 2011, became the benchmark for all tornadoes truly in this country. As a result of that tornado, they severely strengthened their building codes here in Joplin. The result, keeping their residents safe, something that the mayor is very proud of.
We've had a lot of homes retroed with storm shelters. Our public schools, all that have been built back, all have large public storm shelters in them. And a lot of the existing schools have had FEMA-provided storm shelters added to them. So we take storm threats very seriously here, and our citizens are very keenly aware of what can happen. And because of that, I think they're very prepared.
A lot was learned after that 2011 tornado, especially from first responders. And the fire chief telling us that how they respond to natural disasters isn't necessarily any different, but what they do for themselves is.
And I feel like we're more prepared for the next tornado, which I hope we don't have. But we are. We learned a lot of things during the 2011 tornado, and how we respond is really no different than what we would do then. We ourselves seek shelter because we do not do anybody any good if we can't respond and help. So basically, on days like today, if tornado warning is issued, we would take shelter. Once the storm is clear, then we go out and assist and help those people in need.
Of course, awareness of the weather is what's so important. It's been the talk of town here. So many people after that tornado in 2011 vitally aware of how important it is to stay informed of the weather, have a weather radio, have something like an app ready to go and alert you in case there is indeed a warning issued for your area. Threat for severe weather will continue, we believe, into Thursday across the Mid-South and then spreading more eastbound in toward the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes through the afternoon and potentially even into Friday. And that's the very latest here from Joplin, Missouri. I'm Mike Bettis. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike.
All right, so from Joplin, Missouri to Oklahoma City, of course, where certainly we've had a team of meteorologists throughout the country. But Oklahoma City and Scott Newell, he is joining us now live. All right, Scott, we know it's a little breezy and cool out there. You have a jacket on. You talked about how kind of cool and windy it is. Talk about the conditions now.
Well, it's really humid. You really feel the moisture in the air. 80% humidity and this breeze, this steady 20-mile-an-hour wind coming out of the south. And you would think that would be nice and warm, but combine that with the humidity in your bare skin, and you know, it really can feel a little bit chilly. So you still have conditions here ripe for some storms to come through here. You got that cold, drier air mass moving through here, and you got the clash of those two air masses, and that is what creates some of the storms. We are looking at a blob of rain that is heading our way, and it's coming up to northeast from Lubbock, so we are right in the path of that. We're expecting that to be here maybe in the next hour and a half. But the real thing to watch for right now is that until midnight Central Time, you've got 26 counties under tornado watch, including Oklahoma City. So still the conditions are right for storms to form and for there still to be severe weather tonight, because when you've got this much moisture in the air and you've got the colder, drier air moving through, that's what happens, as you well know. Just hard to predict exactly when and where it's going to happen. Back to you guys.
All right, Scott Newell live for us tonight in Oklahoma City. Thank you so much, Scott. You certainly could hear the wind from his microphone so clearly how strong it is.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Well, you know, we're staying with you throughout the duration of course, this multi-day severe weather event. Started actually on Tuesday. We saw some of those storms, and we're going to continue to follow this as we work our way through today, tonight, the rest of tonight, and then working our way on into even tomorrow. So let's talk about what is going on here and the setup for us. And this goes through our Friday. You got that moisture pulling its way northward out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's the necessary fuel for some of these storms to get going. We'll see that dry line, which was active today. That'll still be in place, and we could see more storms fire up right along that. And anywhere in that sort of what we call warm sector, and that is the area here pretty much to the south and east of our area of low pressure, this general area, we could see storms firing up. Plus now we're going to be talking about the jet stream. Those fast winds in the upper levels be playing a bit of a part and playing a role, and that's going to allow and give these storms a little extra oomph to maintain themselves as well as potentially rotate. And it's those rotating storms can be very dangerous with large hail, damaging winds, and they can produce tornadoes. So for the rest of tonight, we'll see these areas here in the red. That potential for severe storms does exist out there. It's not out of the question to continue to deal with that. Oklahoma City, up towards Kansas City, the St. Louis area as well. Once we move into tomorrow, things shift a little bit further on off towards the east. So a spot like Oklahoma City, you see things much quieter. Most of Kansas as well. But now we look towards Arkansas. Little Rock will be a spot. Over towards Memphis, Cincinnati as well. Thursday night continuing now into the lower Mississippi Valley. And even now starting to see that threat for some stronger and severe storms getting into the interior parts of the Northeast. So be on the lookout for that around Pittsburgh, working your way back down even into West Virginia. And it keeps going. Friday, the risk continues here for you now, even parts of the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic through the Carolinas, and another area here right along the Gulf Coast. Alexandra?
All right, thanks a lot, Alex. Of course, we are staying with you throughout the duration of the night and, of course, this multi-day severe weather event. We have extended coverage both on air and online. You can always get the latest information from your mobile device as well. So, of course, we are here for you to watch this, whether it's tornado activity with the tornado warnings of today, or so, of course, those incredible flooding we've seen, especially south of St. Louis, 3 feet of standing water, water rescues there to boot. So really a scary night and some incredible lightning we've seen around Kansas. So all the details and where the severe weather will be coming up next. Hi, everyone. everyone, and welcome back. This was the day near St. Louis in Potosi, Missouri today. Of course, look at the flooding we've seen, and it's certainly a scary scenario there. And reported tornado you can see ripping off the sides of buildings. Just one of 9 potential tornadoes today. Tornadoes, hail as big as grapefruit size reported, and even farther south in Texas, 70, 80 mile-per-hour wind gusts there, of course. And you can see the flooding. Also, of course, 3 feet of water on the road south of St. Louis, and even a dozen water rescues there, and even reportedly 1 death of a woman out there trying to clean the storm drains, and she fell into the water. So certainly a scary day, and this is really, we're just beginning. Again, it looks as though tomorrow could be even more severe in terms of tornadoes. So here's a look. The good news is the tornado watch that we had around Kansas, including Wichita, has now expired, and they've taken it off, but still we have one south of that from Enid down toward Oklahoma City. Tornado watch until midnight Central Time. What that means is that conditions are ripe for a tornado to develop. Different than a tornado warning, meaning a tornado has been spotted either by someone or on Doppler radar. So here's a look at what we've got right now. Here's that line of severe weather. Breaking up, certainly not as intense as what we saw earlier today. It is all moving eastward, though. Here in Oklahoma, it looks as though winds, too. Winds and hail seem to be the biggest threat all the way from Oklahoma southward. So the forecast for tomorrow, the potential for damaging wind, hail, also tornadoes in Chicago and St. Louis. So with more on what we can expect tomorrow and even into Friday, let's go over to Alex to delineate that.
Yeah, let's do it, because as we work into tomorrow, we've got Torcon values creeping up. We're up around a 5 here for you in Indianapolis, so central Indiana having to deal with this. A 50% chance of a tornado here within a 50-mile radius. Now, the greatest threat, it's not just going to be a couple of hours. We're talking about from the morning, 9 o'clock, all the way through the evening, 10 o'clock at night. That's going to be the greatest threat time. Isolated tornadoes, damaging winds going to be a threat out there for us, as well as large hail. So we've got it all to deal with here in Indianapolis. We'll be following this all very, very closely. Alexandra?
All right, Alex. Well, as we track the possibility of tornadoes for the next couple of days, we want to make sure you are as prepared as possible. What does that mean? That includes knowing the safest place in your homes to find refuge under a tornado warning. And with all the very latest on that, where to go, what to do, here's meteorologist Mark Elliott.
When you're under a tornado warning or you hear a tornado siren, and especially if you can see that tornado, now is not the time to grab that smartphone and start filming. Instead, it's time to get inside and seek shelter. You run inside to seek shelter from the storm and come up to your bedroom, which normally is pretty safe, until of course a tree crashes through your roof. Coming down to a lower level, great idea. Trying to see where the storm is outside those windows? Bad idea. It was a good idea to leave the windows, but this exterior wall doesn't help you as much as you might think. No, tree limbs or 2x4s, they're like toothpicks when winds get as fierce as in these storms. Yes, your garage is on ground level and has 4 sides. No, it isn't going to protect you the way you want it to. So this is where you do want to be. Not only a low level, but the lowest level you've got. And you want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And then you stay here until it's safe. Because this room could be the one thing that saves your life.
Great, Mark. So impactful, right? That's what you got to do, and that is our job. Keep you safe tonight and for the next few days during this severe weather event.
And that includes knowing what to do if and when these storms approach your home.
Well, take a look at this. This are bursts of lightning our crew in Wichita encountered earlier today. It was sunny and 80. The storms rolled in and then they cleared out. So just some incredible cloud-to-cloud lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning. And, you know, we talk a lot about lightning safety, or we talk about dangerous lightning. Flashes of lightning can be hotter than the surface of the sun. So lightning, of course, flooding as well as tornadoes. Certainly all threats we saw today and will continue continue to see in this multi-day severe weather event. And tomorrow, some big places impacted, big cities including Detroit and Chicago. Here's a look at this flash flood warning where we've seen it. Of course, Jefferson County now until 3 o'clock in the morning Central Time, including High Ridge, Imperial, Arnold. Flash flood warning, you know, what we've seen just now, south of St. Louis and east of St. Louis. South of St. Louis, water rescues 3 feet of standing water. Certainly we've seen that in the last couple of hours tonight. And here's a look at the bigger picture as we head farther eastward toward Elkins, West Virginia. And you can see this line of the very heavy rain south of Elkins and some strong wind there and even the potential for some hail. So what we've seen kind of from Kentucky and Tennessee east toward Hagerstown, Maryland, and also into West Virginia. These storms just training over one another where flooding becomes the biggest of concerns, certainly one of the concerns tonight as well. And here's a look at why. You know, over the last couple of days, we've seen an inundation of rain here. We've seen anywhere between 2 and 5, even up to 8 inches of rain locally. Ground is saturated, and now, of course, we've got more rain coming in. So we've seen flooding. Now the ground is saturated. Here's a look at the past 7 days, and it's called training because it's like train tracks. These storms kind of moving over the same areas over and over again and thus getting dumped on where the biggest kind of agreement, as we see from where this rain is, and the biggest total, some 5 to 8 inches, kind of along a west to east horizontal. So here's why. All this moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, of course. Now as we head into April, you know, May is the biggest tornadic month, but April comes in second. Actually, 3 of the greatest U.S. certainly killer tornadoes and certainly tornado outbreaks have been in April. Why? Because all this moisture coming up now, of course, the heating of the sun and also a robust jet stream and all of that coming together for severe weather today, tomorrow, and even into Friday. So more rain coming in through Friday over the same quadrant. So this area of concern, we've seen pictures are really unbelievable. Now, of course, more rain coming in as we head toward the next couple of days. So again, flooding a big concern, Alex, as well as tornadoes and lightning and the flooding that we've seen.
Absolutely, indeed. And the key is if you need to be out on the roads and your area is affected by flooding, always remember this phrase: turn around, don't drown. Now, if there's water on the road, you may not be able to tell how deep it is. And even if there isn't ponding, speed, that is certainly something to be aware of. So let's talk about the average braking distance here for you. This is when you're traveling at about 70 miles per hour or so. Now on dry pavement, it would take you about 315 feet to come to a stop. But you add a little bit of wet weather out there, and that increases the distance to 560 feet. So it takes a lot longer to come to that stop there when the roadways are wet. Now, going 70 miles per hour on wet roadways, not a recommended thing to be doing. I mean, look at this. Hydroplaning can occur at speeds as low as 35 miles per hour. So we're not talking about having to go all that fast to deal with hydroplaning issues there. So again, you got to really be careful out there. Then, of course, when you're talking about rain, it can come down very heavily at times, and rain, torrential downpours can reduce visibility at times to almost nothing. And when that occurs, well, objects in the road as well as cars in front of you, well, they become visible after passing that minimum braking distance. So the key is to slow down. Alexandra?
All right, so if you're slowing down, you're in a vehicle and you're in a tornado-warned area, knowing what to do behind the wheel certainly can save your life. So seek shelter in a sturdy building only if it is safe to get out of your car. And now you may want to take refuge under a bridge. Don't do it. Avoid it if possible. Of course, drive out of the tornado's path by moving at right angles if you can do so. And of course, if you're inside, in your home, interior room without any windows in the lowest level of your home. Be safe tonight. We're back after the break.
You know, it's unpredictable.
Tornado tonight. It's going to be sunny. It's going to be windy. You never know what's going on out here. So.
Oh my God!
It looks to me as if I see some rotation in that. I think we do have at least a brief tornado.
Well, we saw all of that today, didn't we? Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are in day 2 of a severe weather outbreak that will last several states, several million of you as we head towards several days from now through Friday.
And we've got crews out, meteorologists, reporters, storm chasers spread out across some of the areas impacted. We'll be checking with them throughout the evening.
That's right. We have just some severe weather popping up right now near Chicago. It is all moving north and east. You can see it from Elgin to Chicago, heading toward Waukegan, south and west toward Aurora and Joliet as well. Again, most of these really have hail in them. That's really the biggest concern tonight, right, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. So just heads up there. That storm's continuing to march on off towards the north and the east. Could clip you there on the south side of Chicago there for you. And also that storm there just to the west of Aurora, right there around DeKalb County there until midnight. You're dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, as Alexandra mentioned, hail going to be the biggest threat with those storms. But again, that hail could be enough to leave some issues, cars damaged there. So I want to make sure you bring them into the carport or garage.
Yeah, and you know, this may be nothing compared to maybe Chicago tomorrow night, with really the likelihood tomorrow for tornadoes there.
Absolutely. So yeah, again, we're in the midst of having to deal with this for several days, and again, increasing that risk for storms in and around Chi-Town. Well, we want to recap what we've seen so far this afternoon and throughout into the night, as well as look at what we can expect tomorrow.
Yeah, so for that, we go to our storm specialist, Carl Parker, in the lab. Hi, Carl.
First, we want to take a look back at what happened today, and we had these repeated rounds of storms across the Ohio Valley, running through a lot of the same areas and around a ridge of high pressure centered over the southeast. It looks a lot like the ring of fire that we so often see in the plains in the middle of the warmest time of the year, with storms around the periphery of that ridge. So look at all of the severe reports here in the last day. A total of 275 reports, 9 tornadoes, 175 hail reports, and 91 high wind reports. A lot of wind there in West Texas around Lubbock, kicking up the dust there. Winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Then we had wind and hail in western Oklahoma, and then a slew of tornado reports in southern parts of Kansas. This first one in Buttermilk, that was one that we actually saw live on the air, and then we watched another cone drop out of that same cell, and then eventually saw another storm producing a tornado west of Wichita in Goddard, a rope tornado along with a cone funnel there. A lot of reports of wind and hail around Kansas City, a lot of rain in St. Louis, heavy rain that is now winding down, and another cell produced a whole bunch of reports of hail and wind there as it dropped down through parts of Virginia and North Carolina. Now, talking about tomorrow, we're going to see severe weather in a larger area, a lot of warm and humid air coming up into the middle of the country. Stronger winds are going to move in. So where today we had warmer air aloft that really limited the coverage of the severe weather, that's not going to be an issue tomorrow. We'll see very strong winds in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. Not a tremendous amount of directional shear, but because they will be so strong, we're going to get damaging wind in addition to a tornado threat. So this is the Torcon index for tomorrow. It's a 5 in Illinois and Indiana. It is also a 5 in southern Wisconsin and southern Michigan. That means you there around Chicago, for example, and then a 4 in Arkansas and Missouri. Tornadoes will be a threat. Large hail will be a threat. We'll see a lot of damaging wind reports, most likely there across the middle Mississippi Valley, the mid-south, and then reaching over into the Ohio Valley. Much stronger, more organized system coming out of the Rockies and moving into the Midwest. Then on Friday, there's going to be more severe weather as that system moves over into the mid-Atlantic region. Severe storms lining up potentially along 95 from D.C. down through Virginia, North and South Carolina. It's primarily going to be a hail and wind threat, but occasionally we do get tornadoes in the setup, especially there in the eastern part of North Carolina, sometimes also in southeastern Virginia. So a lot to watch here in the next couple of days. Much more severe weather is on the way. Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. Well, severe thunderstorms, possible tornadoes, causing some tense moments all over the Kansas countryside this evening.
Yeah, our Dave Malkoff has been in Wichita watching the tornado watches and warnings as they unfold.
What a night here in Wichita, Kansas. Started out almost 80 degrees and then went downhill. We had a huge anvil push across us, and then we saw the sunset on one side pushing through the storm, and on the other, one of the most brilliant cloud-to-cloud lightning storms that I have ever seen. In fact, we got a couple pictures on Twitter. If you take a couple pictures of that, these are pictures that I took with a special app called Lightning Camera that I just found online. It's on the App Store, and you just point it up at the sky, and it takes 100 pictures. Then you can select which pictures you want. You know what we got from there? We got some brilliant cloud-to-cloud bolts, and also we got the sky just lighting up in all this color, and you could see what looked like black sky was actually a lot of definition of clouds producing thunderstorms and also tornadoes. Some of them turned into funnel clouds. Some of them were actually touchdowns. We had some touchdowns, but luckily we haven't heard any reports of any significant damage or injuries from this. So what a night here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
All right, Dave, thank you so very much. All right, take a look at this, a beautiful picture. These are from Texas today, mammatus clouds over the western part of the state. And you know what this is usually happens after the storm, and they're like little pouches coming down from the underside of the cloud. Really a gorgeous picture. So thank you so much for sending these. Very cool, Matt. We appreciate it. All right, so let's talk about the hail. How big is it? And let's compare. And you know, we did see today what? Baseball-size hail, golf ball-size hail, Alex, right?
So like some reports of that. In fact, this was the scene earlier today in Logan, West Virginia, up to ping-pong ball-size hail in the state today. You can see that gathering there right around that truck. Hope that truck managed to make it through this, but I tell you, it was not a fun time having to deal with that hail. Those stones driving down. So the question is, how do you get hail that big, ping pong size, big, large, and even larger in some cases? Well, all has to do with the updraft and the speed that is moving up through the storm. That's what keeps the precipitation sort of aloft in the storm, and they can sort of collide with one another. And the stronger that updraft is, well, the longer that hail remains suspended in the storm, and the larger that hailstone can get. So let's talk about when you see pea-sized hail. It's about a 35-mile-per-hour updraft. So again, not all that strong to get pea-size, and pea-size is generally what would be less than severe limits. Severe limits get up to a quarter size, so that's about an inch there in diameter. 49-mile-per-hour updraft speed is required for a quarter-size hail, and again, that is what is considered to be severe-size hail. Anything above that is going to be potentially damaging. Golf ball, and we've seen some reports of that today. 64-mile-per-hour wind updraft speed is necessary for that, and you continue to climb up that speed. Therefore, you up to baseball size, and again, we're talking about extremely large hail that can cause some serious damage and, of course, even injury as well. 81-mile-per-hour updraft, teacup size, you get up to 85, and then softball size hail. I mean, we're talking about destructive hail. That's over 100-mile-per-hour updraft. Alexandra?
All right. Ooh, that is some strong updrafts. All right, well, we are staying with you throughout the duration of this multi-day severe weather event. Coverage, of course, both on air and online. You can always get the latest information on your mobile device as well. So all day, all night, we are here, especially during these severe weather events. All right, a live tower cam from Chicago, and to the right on your screen, that's the radar. Now, of course, in Cortland, DeKalb, and Malta until midnight Central Time, severe thunderstorm warning. And, you know, Alex was talking about hail, the biggest threat with this moving through Chicago tonight. More details.
Yeah, that is hail coming down here. The scene in Indianapolis earlier today, Bradley Blitch posted this footage to Twitter. Up to golf ball size hail falling in the city this morning. You can hear it, and you can certainly see it there gathering on the ground. Yeah, a lot of hail issues across the eastern half of the country here with this storm system impacting us. And we can see more of that as we work our way on through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow as well. In fact, we're already seeing some storms ongoing here across northern and eastern sections of Illinois. There's Chicago, and it's to your west and also south. Some of these storms that are flared up with some severe thunderstorm warnings. Main threats with these storms, going to be hail. It's getting a little bit closer here on this particular storm in Grundy as well as Will counties until 12 o'clock local time. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place. This storm already has a history of producing some hail. Reports in the Morris area of half-dollar size hail there. So history of hail, and you can see this thing is going to continue to march its way on off towards the north and the east. If it holds together, potentially going to clip you there in the south side of Chicago. So again, until midnight, severe thunderstorm warning there. Then we head north and westbound. There's DeKalb here, and here's another storm system, or another storm. Again, until midnight, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. Hail again would be the main risk with this particular storm. And then north of that, there's another storm here. Again, this is for the Genoa, and then tracking off towards the north and the east. You've got another severe thunderstorm warning. Boone, DeKalb, McHenry counties until 12:15 local time. Hail the risk there. That'll continue to march towards the north and the east. So we've seen several of these storms flare up here for you across northeastern portions of Illinois. And one thing we'll be watching as we head into tomorrow, again, the risk for hail. Damaging winds and tornadoes will be a risk as well. You can see the large real estate here across the nation having to deal with this from northeastern Texas through the Midwest and working your way through the Ohio River Valley as well. All these areas from Little Rock, working your way over towards Memphis, Cincinnati, Louisville, up towards Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, all those areas I just mentioned will be in line for at least that chance for strong and severe storms. So we'll be with you all day to track this activity. Alexandra?
All right, thanks, Alex. So from the Windy City to Oklahoma City, we want to get you out into the areas impacted by severe weather. Let's go back into the field again. Our own Scott Newell has been live all night in Oklahoma City. And, you know, you had a bit of a break. I'm looking at the radar here, Scott, and just south and west of Oklahoma City, I see kind of the rain coming in.
Yeah, and we can hear the thunder around us. We can see the lightning. It's coming in through here. It just started. And if you look at that radar, you can see that there's a portion of that that's going to be pretty intense, you know, a little bit harder. But then after that, after this moves through, it doesn't look like there's much behind it at all. That's really been about all we have seen here today. It's been steady winds at 20 miles an hour. It's been temperatures that started here in the upper 70s, and they've gone down. But as the temperatures have gone down, the humidity has gone up. It's over 80% right now. And you can really feel it is muggy here, and you can really tell that we were ripe for a rain because that cold air mass moving in here is making sure that it's colliding with the humid, warmer air, and that's why we're getting the rain here. That's why the threat of storms. But the good thing for Oklahoma City is most of the bad weather passed either to our northwest or to our southeast. So pretty much all day, Oklahoma City was spared. Now we've got that tornado watch that had been in effect for 26 counties around Oklahoma, and that expires in just about 15 minutes. So that will go on. But still, throughout the night, again, the possibility, because this air is so saturated right now, the possibility of more severe storms and isolated thunderstorms here and there. Most of this is now moving past us and moving east. So that's the way it is here in Oklahoma City. We're starting to see a bit of lightning here. We're in a pretty safe spot right now, but we're going to try to get out of it here. Back to you, Alex and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah, and just to let you know, that tornado watch that was in effect in Oklahoma City has been allowed to expire. It's canceled, so that is some great news. But storms, no doubt about it, in and around the city right now, as Scott was mentioning, hearing some of the thunder and seeing a bit of lightning.
Yeah, coming in from the southwest, moving into the northeast. So hopefully, again, tomorrow, though, another chance in Oklahoma City for more severe weather. So throughout the night, we're going to be giving you information to know so you know what to do if your home falls under a tornado warning and the steps you need to take, certainly to be safe. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our severe coverage, and we will continue this overnight as we track the severe weather. Let's also talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, actually, in places like Chicago and St. Louis and Indianapolis, there's a better chance, certainly a higher likelihood for tornadoes tomorrow than we saw today. So damaging winds, tornadoes, and of course, some very big hail potentially, as well as some lightning. So from Little Rock to Shreveport. So the TORCON, of course, the Tornado Conditions Index. How likely is it for you to have a tornado in Illinois and Indiana? 50% chance within a 50-mile radius. Wisconsin, Michigan, again, 50% chance. Arkansas and Missouri, a TORCON of 4, meaning a 40% chance within a 50-mile radius. So today we had 5s and 6s. Tomorrow we still have 4 and 5s. So here in Chicago tomorrow, during the morning hours, during rush hour till the PM rush hour, 50% St. Louis, and you can see Indianapolis as well. That's That's tomorrow. Then as we head into Friday, what's going to happen is the axis of all of this shifts toward the eastern seaboard, where the greatest threats there potentially will be some very strong wind and some hail as well. So strong level, upper level winds, of course, also this warm, moist air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. You know, April's actually the second month to May where we have the greatest number of tornadoes. So it's not outlandish that we do have tornadoes in April. So here's a look at where we're going to see them. On Friday, damaging winds, severe weather from Philadelphia down toward Raleigh and Charleston, and even back toward Washington, D.C. Torcon index alive there as well. In Pennsylvania and southern New Jersey, a 30% chance. Farther south, Delaware, of course, in eastern Virginia, a 30% chance, Alex, as well. So, you know, this storm's got a lot of legs with it. We're going to go through another couple of days where the most active may be tomorrow even.
All right, thank you so much, Alexandra. Well, Potosi, Missouri, one of the communities hit hard when severe storms developed across the state this evening. At this hour, the cleanup begins. Residents facing downed trees, ruined roofs, and scattered debris. Elizabeth Matthews with our affiliate KSDK shows us some of the worst damage.
The water would just not stop Wednesday afternoon.
Just a little rush to get things out of here before more comes.
Downtown Potosi business owners were scrambling between storms.
This is the absolute worst time for this to happen, with the deadline coming up next week.
Inside his accounting office, Sheldon Merler says water stands 3 inches deep as friends and family help salvage everything from computers to paper files.
You could hear noise up top, and my ears was popping all the way back, so there was a pressure change.
Just next door, a dance studio sits quietly, except for the falling rain. And across High Street, the Samaritan House thrift store, sponsored by a local church, already replacing a busted-out window.
It'll be a little bit cleaning up, but we'll get through it.
But it wasn't just downtown that got hit. The Washington County Fairgrounds, just on the edge of Potosi, were hammered.
So we got quite a mess.
The storm destroyed concession stands, ripped the roof off of a stage that landed tangled up in the woods across the street, and all around the property, power lines dangle to the ground.
We'll have lots of work to do to get it ready to go again in our fair in August.
Now, after the storm moves through, the National Weather Service will assess storm damage and determine whether or not a tornado was responsible. Now, if it was a tornado, the damage left behind will determine the rating on the Enhanced Fujita or EF scale. So let's talk about the scale and how it all works out there for you. There's the overview. Starts at EF0, goes all the way to EF5. That is the strongest that you can get. So we break it down. The EF0, it's sort of considered to be light damage. You get peeling of the surface off of some roofs, damage to some gutters and siding, broken tree branches, and even shallow rooted trees can be pushed over. Then we move up the scale to EF1, moderate damage, where roofs are severely stripped. Mobile homes, and we always talk about how dangerous it is to be in mobile homes when a tornado is around. They are overturned or even badly damaged. At EF2, roofs are torn off, well-constructed homes, and even foundations and frames of homes shift. And mobile homes are destroyed, as well as large trees becoming uprooted. EF3, entire stories of well-constructed homes are destroyed. Trains can even be overturned, and trees are debarked. Wow. Then at EF4, we're talking whole frame houses leveled. Cars can become thrown into the air, and small missiles are generated. And that could be by trees or plywood, whatever that's flying around out there. And then you get up to EF5, greater than 200-mile-per-hour winds. Strong frame houses are swept away. Even high-rise buildings can receive a structural damage. It's just an incredible thing to occur. It doesn't happen too often. In fact, the last time we had an EF5, that was in Moore, Oklahoma in May of 2013.